So, hello guys, and welcome back. So as some of you may well know, the Arise TV presidential town hall are presently ongoing. So it started already, but we'll get into it anyway, and we'll see. We'll take it from the beginning, and then we'll see what's actually happening there. So here it is, the Arise town hall. So I think it's Kwankwaso, Abiola, Obi, and Atiku.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and to our audience, wherever you are in Nigeria and across the world. Welcome to this Arise Presidential Town Hall series on education, healthcare, poverty, and human capital. This is the third of a number of town halls to come as we approach the 2023 elections in less than 3 months' time. And joining me from our Abuja studios in a moment is Adeshua Omoruwan. This town hall series education, healthcare, poverty, and human capital. This is the third of a number of town halls to come as we approach the 2023 elections in less than 3 months' time. And joining me from our Abuja studios in a moment is Adeshua Omoruwan. This town hall series
Sorry, I'm not quite sure why it's freezing, but we'll try and fix that just immediately. Let's come off the screen. So I'm inviting you, of course, obviously, to come and join because this is now a key moment in time. So we're taking it from the beginning. Let me refresh the page. See what happens. I'm not quite sure why it's quite freezing.
Revenue of about 15 trillion annually.
Let's take
and
it.
if you are borrowing,
Let me take it
from the Center for Democracy.
Sorry, I'm taking it from the beginning so we can watch it all the way through together. So come join and then we can discuss it together. So here it is. So that is Chris. I won't attempt his last name, but you know who he is. So let's have a listen.
And development and civil society partners, 10 journalists.
Bear with me.
Going forward. As candidates speak, we ask that other candidates "63% of the populace now officially thrown into destitution, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. How do you intend to deal with poverty and to contain what is clearly a crisis of privation, penury, and manifest destitution, which seems to be getting worse, not better? And you've got 3 minutes to answer that question.
Well, out of the 3 minutes, well, for me, let me start by thanking Arise and the other parties that are involved in this third series of the town hall meetings. And I thank the other presidential candidates well for participating. It increases and makes our democracy better and shows our commitment and respect for those who want to serve. Tonight's town hall meeting issues centers on health, education, human capital, and poverty, though human capital encompasses health and education. And of course, lack of it is a direct consequence of poverty. And I believe that the issues we're discussing is the foundation of the Human Development Index, which again is measured on 3 critical areas of life expectancy, where Nigeria is 55 years, while the global average is 72.8. And of course, in human capital, the last measure that I know published by World Bank in 2018 were 152 over 157. And the poverty, you mentioned it yourself, we're 133. And cumulatively, the Human Development Index were 163 over 191. And this situation, like you mentioned, is unacceptable and calls for one thing, the Great Escape, as mentioned by Nobel Prize winner in 2015 in economics, Angus Deaton of Princeton. The difference between rich and poor nation is health and education. So how do you tackle this? You tackle it by investing in this critical area. And that's what I would do if I have the opportunity of serving. Invest in these critical areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Peter Obi. And let me come to you, Rabiu Kwankwaso. You have 3 minutes to answer the same question. And presumably you don't need me to repeat the question.
Yes, thank you very much, Charles. Let me join my brother in thanking all those who have taken the time to organize this town hall meeting. Straight to the point of poverty, the United Nations and the World Bank believe that for any government to pull out people from poverty, that certainly entails 5 major things. The issue of housing, the issue of education, the issue of health, very, very important. And of course, the job opportunities and so on. So these are things that in the course of my experience, especially in Kano, we had an opportunity to pull out so many people from poverty by way of education mainly, right from primary, secondary to tertiary level. Education has always been key to us. It's number 1, number 2, number 3 on our agenda. And of course, now we have an issue of insecurity, which is also very important. Our situation in Nigeria, whereby people cannot go to the farm, people cannot buy and sell from point B to point C because of insecurity and so on. All these issues aggravated the issue of poverty in this country. And I'm even surprised that we're talking of 133 million people. If you talk to roadside economists, people who do it practically, not necessarily the MBS, will always tell you that the number is much more than 133 million. But in any case, our responsibility is to ensure that there is security in this country. And that is why we decided to increase the number of the military from about 250 to about 1 million. And that of police from about 230,000 to about 1 million also. And of course, we increased the number of other security agencies, increase the training and retraining, provide them with equipments and all what it takes, especially the ICT and so on, to ensure that we secure every square meter in this country. That put together with, of course, the provision of job opportunities based on, for example, the lack of electricity that we have in this country, the issue of infrastructure that must be improved, the quality and the type of education in our tertiary institutions, and of course, plus construction in almost all the sectors, ranging from our roads to housing and so on and so forth. And that was why in Kano, we had an opportunity to construct 3 major cities in 4 years, Konkosia, Amana, and Bandrao. We spent billions, over about 40 billion naira out of resources, because it's important to know that our policy is not to go and borrow money.
I have to say you're virtually out of time now. So you've got 15 seconds to round.
Yes, of course, the issue of corruption and all other things that are associated to issues like drugs and so on must be fought frontally, so that at the end of the day, we can have our society, our young men and women, to go around and to have job opportunities, and of course, to have access to food, to have access to good health, to have access to education,
right,
and so on and so forth.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Kwankwaso. And let me come to you, Waziri Atiku Abubakar, with the same question. How do you intend to deal with poverty?
Can you give me the question again?
Yes, Nigeria has failed to meet the poverty-busting targets that it set for itself, with 133 million Nigerians, representing 63% of the populace, now officially thrown into destitution. That's according to the National Bureau of Statistics. How do you intend to deal with poverty, which seems to be getting worse, not better?
Thank you, Charles. We have got all the statistics, both internationally and locally. The most important thing is emphasized by both Peter and Rabiu, fundamentally is education. We have to get our kids educated, and not educated only, but rightly educated. And then by the time you educate them, you find that they become readily available to the private sector, which should be actually the engine of growth. The private sector is the driver of prosperity in any given nation. The responsibility of the public sector, that is the government, is to see how we can incentivize the private sector to really make use of these talented young men and women who will be produced through our educational reform. And educational reform must be in such a way that they are able to cope, with current educational trends. That is technology, innovation, and so on and so forth. But as a developing country, Nigeria's mainstay, as far as employment is concerned, is agriculture. We must revolutionize our agricultural sector to make sure that it employs as many young men and women as possible. And the only way you can do that is to make sure that incentives are given again to the private sector to expand, the agricultural base of the country. As a public sector, as a government, that's the best way you can, ensure that prosperity spreads as much as possible. And the second employer of labor in our economy is the small and medium enterprises. And that's why we propose to set aside a very, very substantial amount of money so that the small and medium enterprises can be funded. In other words, making our young men and women to access those funds, to be able to set up businesses and therefore, as much as possible, reduce, the rate of our poverty is very, very important.
Thank you very much indeed, Waziri Atiku Abubakar, and before him, of course, Rabiu Kwankwaso and Peter Obi. You're watching a special town hall series live here on Arise News. Let me take you now to Abuja and to my colleague, Adesua Omorowan, who's going to ask the next question. And she will, of course, keep engaged with the candidates, so do stay attentive. Adesua, over to you.
Thank you, Charles. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our Abuja studios. Dear candidates, you have 2 minutes each to answer this next question. The federal government has blamed the subnationals, that is the state government, for the state of poverty in Nigeria. Should you become the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, what will you do to reverse this trend of stifling of local government funds, which has contributed to the level of poverty and insecurity in the country? Let me begin with the candidates for the NNPP.
Yes, coincidentally, I was governor for 8 years in Kano, and I was very conversant with the difficulties and issues involved with handling the local government funds. In our own opinion, in NNPP, there is need for us to look at the Constitution as it is today, so that provisions can be made whereby the local government authorities can get their money direct from the federal allocation. Now, even though we had a similar case in the past and the local government did not handle the resources, but it is the intention of our government not only to ensure that those monies are being sent to the local governments, but we'll get a lot of ways of ensuring that local governments and, of course, even states are being advised in terms of working together to ensure that every single naira that is being given out of the treasury at national level are being utilized effectively. We will encourage local governments to do the right thing by way of doing their projects and programs. And also, because of the failure that we have seen in government over the years, that is why in our blueprint, we decided to create the CPRC, the Community Participation and Reorientation Committees that will work at wards level. And we are now in the process of enlightening the public to understand what we mean, because in Kano, we were able to do it very effectively and successfully. We have those committees in all the 8,809 wards that we have in this country, and the resources will be channeled from federal government straight to those wards, of course, through the necessary legislation at the national level. So we are going to, where we realize that there are issues, especially now that most governors, if not all of them, of course, stifling the local governments in their states, which shouldn't be acceptable to any responsible government. So we have a very robust arrangement whereby we are going to work not only with the local governments in many ways, because we are serving the same people, whether we are in the same party or not. We believe that the people of this country should be given a good governance at all levels of state, local government, and at national level. We will continue to encourage the local government and states to ensure that education is given priority, and of course, other areas that will help the people, the infrastructure, the agriculture, and so on and so forth are given due priority. And of course, the issue of electricity and so on, to ensure that we have opportunity for our young men and women to have job opportunities across the country. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And Adesua, please continue, because, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I was speaking to the candidate of the Labour Party. Mr. Peter Obi, please. Yes, I was speaking to the candidate of the Labour Party. Yes. Yes.
The state governments that are the subnationals that are causing poverty. Because if you look at what is today causing poverty level that we have, you first have to look at the issue of security, which is federal government. Issue of physical viability, and everything, which is federal government. Most of the things that are causing it today reside on the purview of federal government. I'm going to deal with it on issue of managing local government resources. I managed it for 8 years. And what I always tell people, go and see how we managed to work with the state and local government to be able to effectively use the resources in area of education, in area of primary health care, and other development areas. And that is what will continue. But the major cause of poverty in Nigeria is issues that reside with federal government. It's the federal government that will revise the productivity by first, if the country is properly secured, you return confidence in investors, local like this. If you bring appropriate measures to have conducive environment, regulated environment that investors can come in and everything. So I think it resides on federal government.
Right, okay. Thank you very much indeed. And I think Adesua wants the same question to be directed to you, Waziri Atiku Abubakar.
Thank you very much. Again, when I assumed office as vice president in 1999, what was handed over to me was local government administration. And when it was handed over to me, I gave instructions to the accountant general that all local government allocations should be transferred to the local government straight. After implementing that policy for 9 months, the governors protested and said, that's not constitutional. So we looked at the Constitution and they said there was supposed to be a joint account at the state level where local government funds should be transferred, and also the state government was supposed to also put in a certain percentage of their revenue into that account. And then it was then moved to that joint account. So local governments now started getting their funding through the state's joint accounts. And that is where we have problems. Because in that process, some state governments started, taking part of the local government finances. Some said they were going to run universities, which the state government set up. Some said local government should contribute to certain projects, in the states. And therefore, at the end of the day, the funds were being depleted and the local governments were left with no funding until, in fact, it has gone to virtually nothing now. More importantly, we must look at the laws, particularly the Constitution, and see how we can make these local governments both independent as far as their financial transactions or revenues are concerned, and also how we can put, their interest if funds are transferred from the federal government. I think that is a major flaw, in our laws as far as local government finances are concerned.
Thank you very much indeed for that, and also for ending dead on time there. I'm told that my colleague in Abuja, Adesua Omoruan, is having some connection problems, perhaps having difficulty hearing us. Whilst we're restoring that line, and I'm told that that line is now restored, so let's return to Adesua Omoruan in Abuja.
Thank you very much, Charles. We do have in our Abuja studios seasoned journalists who are representing our partners today in the third of the series of the Town Hall series as Nigeria counts down to another crucial election come 2023. Now, some of those panel members, we have the opportunity to ask the candidates some questions on poverty, which we have dwelt upon for quite some time now. And I would like to call the first member of that panel, representative of the Guardian newspaper, Dr. Bridget Onoche.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my question goes to the presidential candidate of Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi. Sir, you just explained how you were able to work harmoniously with the local government areas to ensure even development in the states. If elected into office as the president, how do you intend to ensure that state governors do your part so that they will be? I ask this because if you succeed at the federal, but states remain backward, the buck will still fall on your table. Thank you. Thank you.
And let me call on the representative of the cable, Sunday Isua. Of the cable.
All right.
Of the cable.
My name is Sunday Isua from Leadership Newspaper. My question is for all the presidential candidates. And the question is, it concerns education, because I don't want to talk about how the government have ignored the researches that are taking place in the Nigerian universities. I want to talk about the issue of strike, where ASU, which was formed in 1978, have gone for strike action for more than 33 times. And in these 33 times, in an average, it has been there for, the strike have lasted for more than 6 months. You know, now, if you become president, I'm talking about all the presidential candidates, how are you going to address this issue of ASU strike? Are you going to privatize the universities, or are you going to adhere to the 2009 agreement, you know, that the federal government entered with ASU? Thank you.
May I remind our citizen journalists and our partners to follow the prompt. We are dealing with poverty at this time. Thank you so much from the leadership. I'll move to the cable. He's Daikaza Shibaya. He represents the cable.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello. I have. Okay. So I have two questions. Okay, one question. Okay, one question is this. Before the National Assembly, there is an executive bill to institutionalize SIPs. Before we had SIPs, we had Shopee. Now, these are programs that have been designed to address poverty. If you become, you get into office, and that's everybody, what are you going to sustain this? Do you think it has addressed poverty? And if no, what will you do? What will your program be? How will you design your program? Tell us about that.
Okay. I think there are quite a series of rather confusing questions, I have to say, and that's not really entirely fair on the candidates here. So let's focus on the last question, because we haven't got to education yet. Let's focus on the last question, which had to do with poverty. And I think that question was directed at you, Peter Obi. And I think there was also another question before that, because it got a little bit, as I said, confusing from Dr. Onochie about how you were going to deal with the states if you become president, because I mean there's a division between states and the federal government. The federal government has its powers, the states has its powers. So pick and choose which you want to answer first.
Quite frankly, for any meaningful development, the federal government must work seamlessly with the subnational. In fact, one of the things that have made us to fail in Millennium Development Goals is that we were not able to streamline that process into our development agenda, starting from the local, subnational, and national. So for us to have any meaningful development, that is why even in the Constitution, there's what you call Economic Council, which means every month, which is supposed to be the states and federal, because they're supposed to move simultaneously and seamlessly in development. And that I can assure you, I will do. I've said it that I will be at the center, ensuring that you communicate and deal with all the states. On issue of education and also, first is that tertiary education. The most critical.
Yeah, I think, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that's a question that'll come later. I think they just kind of threw it up. We want to get through with all the poverty questions, and then we'll change to education and healthcare and all the rest of it.
On the issue of the poverty one, which is SIPS and Shopee, which is mentioned, SIPS and Shopee before it and everything, quite frankly, to deal with the issue of poverty, I believe the government is involved a lot. The issue of dealing with poverty, the government fiscal position have to be clearly designed and spelled out, while execution should be directed. For example, if we're talking about agriculture, we don't need to start the programs running with the government. We have Bank of Agriculture. I will resuscitate the Bank of Agriculture in Kaduna and ensure that they in turn support the farmers when it comes to issue of ensuring access to funding to deal with that issue. Other agencies that are designed that will deal with the issue of ensuring either issue to do with crops, issue to do with land plantation, there's a lot you need to do. If there's no one process. Issue of dealing with, for example, issue of dealing with small, medium, micro, small businesses. All you need to do is to resuscitate. We used to have all the micro banks, community banks, and everything.
You've got about 30 seconds.
And make them to function. If you make them to function effectively, having a percentage of our lending go to this particular sector, and then physical support.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Peter Obi. And let me come to you, Obi Kwankwaso, to answer the same questions. And I don't know, but people say that the presidential candidates have remarkable memories. Your memory is probably better than mine, but hopefully you do remember what the questions were. Fine.
Now, you see, we, on the issue of state and local government relationship, which the lady mentioned, we had a model which I believe is the best model. You see, in Kano, every month we sit down when our commissioner for finance comes back to the state. We sit down with the local governments. We looked at all the issues in the state, and of course, the state means the entire local government. And we agree on a particular projects. Now, first and foremost, we agree that we have to pay salaries. We agree that we have to do all other necessary things in general terms, state and local governments. And then we look at other issues like roads, like water supply, like electricity, and so on and so forth. And that was when we agreed that each local government should have 5 kilometers of dualized roads within the local government headquarters, with the street lights, with drainages, with walkways, and so on and so forth. And of course, we handle them as joint project. And local governments will go to the councillors and everybody to sit down and agree, and then come back with all the documents that the local governments have accepted to work together with us. And that's why we had our 5 kilometer roads in all the local government headquarters with all the facilities. That's why, together with the local governments, we are able to provide turbines in two our dams, Chala Gorge and Tiga dams, that Tiga Dam that we had in Kano. And the project is almost completed. And that's why we selected so many other projects together with the local governments. And we work harmoniously. We're paying salaries, everything, pension, all the requirements that were with the government, together with them, we worked peacefully and with a lot of success. That's why you often hear that our strength is mainly in Kano, for those who don't know that our strength is all over the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Kwankwaso. And let me come to you, Waziri Atiku Abubakar, to answer the same set of questions.
Thank you very much. We have been on this poverty issue since the commencement of this town hall meeting. I think Nigerians should be fair to PDP, because when we were in power, the poverty rate is not as high as this. We initiated the needs and seeds, and that tremendously reduced our poverty rate. We were not, having this kind of, astronomical, poverty rate as we have today. So that's why I say Nigeria should be fair to PDP for definitely reducing poverty in this country. And I think those programs should be sustained, even though the present administration tried, to copy, or to continue with what we started. But unfortunately, they have not been able to do. Rather, the thing has gotten out of control, in the administration. So I believe the program initiated by the PDP government, which brought down poverty rate, which also made Nigeria the largest economy in Africa, should be sustained. And I intend to sustain, those policies to make sure that poverty rate is considerably reduced to the barest minimum as far as the next administration is concerned, if I have the opportunity.
And what about the issue of the local governments, which Adesua had asked about originally?
Well, I have explained that we must look at our constitution. I explained to you that when we came into office, local government administration was in the office of the vice president. And for 9 months, I was remitting, allocation direct to the local governments. And later on, the governor said that was unconstitutional. And then we came back to joint accounts. And we reversed to joint accounts. And since we reversed to the joint account, we now started having problems with the local government financing and also the management of the local government generally. Because if the local governments are starved of funds by a number of deductions being made by the state government, then of course they will not be able to perform anything. So our laws have to be looked into to make sure that if we want complete independence for the local governments, we give them complete independence, and we don't, when we stop interfering with their funding. So I think that should be looked at. I mean, it is not something you sit down here and said, I'm going to do X, Y, Z, because it involves legislation. And legislation involves the National Assembly, involves the state assemblies. There is a fundamental flaw, in our legislation as far as local government financing is concerned.
Right. I don't know if we gave you the opportunity to answer that question, Mr. Kwankwaso, but if we didn't, then I would ask you that question, and whether you agree that the Constitution is very clear that there is a division of work between the federal government, the state government, and the local government, because the states, the diversion of funds that should accrue to the local governments is something that concerns a lot of people here. That, as you know, local governments are supposed to be closest to the people. Their constitutional functions include everything from security to the redistribution of wealth at the grassroots level. If you were president, how will you reverse this diversion of local government funds, which is clearly contributing to poverty and insecurity?
Yes, I think that was the first question that was being tackled. You see, we were faced with those issues when I was in government. But the issue of the constitutional amendment is very critical. It's very important under this circumstance so that local governments can have adequate resources to handle their issues. But that's when I said that there was a need also for the federal government really to sit down with all the stakeholders, state governors, and everybody, whether the same party or not, we are serving the same people. So that at the end of the day, every level of government, the federal, the state, and even the local governments can do their own version of the constitutional responsibilities. So we believe in NNPP that there should be finances that should go direct instead of the joint account that we see today to the local governments, so that they can function effectively together with the federal government and, of course, the state governments.
Thank you very much indeed. We have considerably more clarity on that issue. Let me come to you, Mr. Peter Obi. We're going to change gears now and move on to another topic. With everything from poverty, culture, economic upheaval, climate change, and insecurity pushing the education crisis in Nigeria to the brink, unprecedented action is needed to dramatically improve education and get millions of children back into school, especially in northern Nigeria. What will you do as president to reverse the growing number of out-of-school children in this country? And you've got 2 minutes to answer that question.
Well, you have to look at what we have been able to do so far in education at the federal and state level. But talking about the federal level now, our investment in education is low compared to even comparable countries. If you look at it, let me just use 2016 to date, 6 years, to 2021. Our investment, our total investment in budget in education at the federal level is about 3.6 trillion, just 3,550 billion. That's our investment for 6 years. That is not up to South African, which is second biggest economy, or about the same for 1 year. In 2020, their budget for education was 380 billion rands. If you convert these two, you will see the difference. So you need to invest more. And if you look at their own, it was about between 14 and 16%. All throughout these 6 years, our budget is not up to 10% in education. There's no way that can happen with the pool of people who have out of school. For me, Nigeria can design their budget differently. If we work hard in this country, I believe Nigeria can, if they pluck all revenues, be able to get a revenue of about 15 trillion annually. And if they are borrowing, not throwing away to subsidy and other areas and curtailing cost of governance, they borrow about maybe another 10 trillion. You need about 25 trillion budget to start with. And 10% of that should go to education and 10% to the other areas which we're going to come into. We're going to invest in education. We're going to do whatever is possible to ensure that we pull those millions of children and ensure they get basic education, which is the most important.
Okay, and that was dead on time again. Thank you very much indeed. And just to mention that we're going to come back to both of you, Mr. Kwankwaso and Mr. Abubakar, with this question, but I'm going to go over to Abuja now and bring back, okay, I'm told that they're not quite ready in Abuja, so let me come to you, Waziri Atiku Abubakar, with that same question. What will you do as president to reverse the growing number of out-of-school children in this country?
I tried to do that when I was a vice president, particularly with the northern states. I commissioned a special study which was made by a committee headed by Professor Adamu Baike, a foremost educationist, in Ahmadu Bello University. And as a result of that, we produced a handbook on how the northern states can catch up as far as education is concerned. It requires more investment. Like Peter said, we are not investing enough in education. And because it particularly concerned the northern states, I call all the northern governors in Kaduna and gave them a copy of the report and how to implement it. I think not a single governor implemented that report. But then we don't have a way to force them to implement it because they are sub-regional, entities which have their own authority in the Constitution. Our own was just to advise them. So it requires really additional funding and infrastructure to be able to bring up the numbers as far as the northern states are concerned, and therefore provide a productive population. Because all this talk about poverty, unemployment, and so on and so forth, once you increase investment in education and you provide the right type of education, you are going to solve the poverty issue.
Thank you very much indeed. And let me come to you, Mr. Rabiu Kwankwaso, to also answer that question. We need dramatic improvement, as I'm sure you know, and you've mentioned that already, dramatic improvement to education in this country, getting millions of children back into school, especially in northern Nigeria. What will you do as president to reverse the growing number of out-of-school children in this country?
Thank you very much. Let me just comment on what Waziri said about being fairness to PDP. I believe that Nigerians are very fair to PDP over the years. I only want to remind him that he led us out of PDP in 2013-14 because PDP was very bad at that particular time. And we went and formed APC. Unfortunately, APC to many people today is not as good as we expected, me and him. And at the end of the day, we came back to the very PDP that we decided to leave. To us, and I'm sure to many Nigerians, especially the PDP people, they believe that, yes, PDP was bad, but APC is very bad. And many people believe that PDP plus APC is what we have seen today in this country, the issues that we are discussing. Anyway, that is just by the way. But the issue of education, we believe that more investments should be made in education. We will encourage private people to set up facilities, primary, secondary, and tertiary. I have to thank Waziri. He has an institution, university, which is a very good thing. The only thing is that he should try and make the fees and so on much lower so that our team and supporters, Nigerians, as many as possible, can join the university. So we are going to do whatever it takes to ensure that education, right from the issue of that was raised, I thought we will be given opportunity to talk about ASU. But I want to say that...
We will talk about that.
Okay.
You've got about 10 seconds to round off.
We will do all what it takes, really, to ensure that each and every child in this country will be given the opportunity to go to school at all levels. And that's why in our manifesto, we decided to say that all forms, especially
I'm really sorry
that
to interrupt you, sir, but we are out of time. You did speak about the PDP originally at the outset, rather than focusing on the issue. But you have made the point. So,
it is contrary to your ground.
with all due apologies, I'm afraid I have to interrupt you. But thank you very much indeed. And you will get the chance to talk about the ASU strike as you wanted later in the program. But let me take you to Abuja and to my colleague Adesua Omoruwan, who has some questions for the candidates. Adesua.
Thank you very much, Charles. Well, let's talk about that ASU that everyone has been eager to talk about tonight. The industrial action in the tertiary institutions in Nigeria have become almost as constant as should you become the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, what deliberate actions would you take to ensure that this will become a thing of the past? May I begin with the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Mr. Atiku Abubakar?
Their salary structure and areas of their salary. The government must be prepared to invest more. in running of our universities. And then we should also avoid a bottleneck in getting these funds to the right places, I mean to the universities. At the current system or current structure, there is a bottleneck. When government releases funding for the universities, it goes to another agency of the government. And that agency of the government now stifles the universities from getting this funding. Forget whether the funding is sufficient or not. I give you an example. When I was vice president, I visited a few foreign missions. I found that they were not receiving their salaries and allowances for months. They were not paying rent. Only Minister of Finance then. With the ministry.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Atiku Abubakar. And that same question goes to you, Mr. Peter Obi. If you become president of Nigeria, how will you resolve these perennial strikes by acid?
Well, as governor of Anambra State, I do have a very long and, these issues with ASU. And if you look at it today, when the ASU was on strike, the last strike, Anambra State University was among the few universities that were not on strike. And they said it was because of the way I handled and what I did with them and in the past that made them to be like that. But overall, the funding of tertiary institutions in Nigeria needs to be restructured. It needs to bring a lot of mix where government will contribute. We have some deductions from private sector. Who needs these products? Who contribute? And bring issue of loans and everything. It's not something that I think federal government can continue funding the way they are funding it. What they need now is to go back to the agreement, clear the backlogs, and then design a sustainable funding mechanism, which is very easy. It's happened. We learn from what is happening in other countries of the world.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. And we're going to go back to Adesua in a minute, but I think it's your turn, Obi And Kwankwaso, to answer that question. If you become president of Nigeria, how will you resolve these perennial strikes by acid?
Now, you see, the whole thing really goes around honesty, sincerity, and credibility. There are so many people, not only in the ASU, who are asking a lot of questions. In our case, we'll try and be as transparent as possible. We'll carry everybody along. And as maybe you know, and I'm sure members of the ASU are aware, that even when I was governor of Kano State, our branch of ASU was taking permission not to go on strike because they believed that whatever was required at that particular time, we were doing it. In fact, when I was going back the second time, the ASU, the other institutions were on strike, were concerned about the situation at that particular time, but we carried them along. Now, I like figures, but you see some of these figures that the government is putting. In our own opinion, many governments are not keeping their eyes. You do budget with trillions and trillions of naira, you keep your eyes away. Some of them will disappear, even they go before the money goes to the ministry. And these are some of the issues that are triggering a lot of mistrust by the ASU and other organizations. In our own case, we'll do whatever it takes, not only to do the budget, but to keep our eyes on the budget so that money goes down, so that everybody will get his own, will earn his salaries and allowances, and of course, do what he or she needs to do. So we'll do whatever it takes really to put the money, and not only that, to keep our eyes on the money so that everybody benefits in the sector. And I can assure you that in our manifesto, all those issues raised by ASU were very much addressed, especially the issue of ensuring that these universities are upgraded, are improved, are taken to the best international practice before we start proliferating the other universities and other tertiary institutions across the country. So we're on the same page with ASU if you look at our blueprint.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Kwankwaso. And I'm told that we're once again having those technical gremlins. They are attacking our systems, and we're having difficulty connecting with Adesua Omorwan in Abuja. But let me just say that we're doing this sequentially. So we've gone from poverty to education, and now we're going to move on to healthcare. But before we move on to healthcare, let's complete that sequence on education. And I'm told that we have Adesua Omorwan in Abuja. And it would be nice, Adesua, if you can hear me, to try and limit the questions of so that when finished, we will then move sequentially to the next topic, which is healthcare. Adesua.
Thank you very much, Charles. You've done half my job just now. And just to remind our audience that we do have a panel of interviewers, including our civil society partners, and of course, 10 seasoned journalists here in our Abuja studios. And Charles, you're correct. The next panel member that would be asking the candidates a question is Professor Jide Adibe of the Center for Democracy and Development, our major partner for this town hall series. Please limit your question to education, and please project when asking your question. Thank you. To education.
Yeah, hello. Good evening, all. My question is about the crisis in the education sector. I think we tend to focus on the higher education, and we tend to a crisis in the lower segment, the primary and secondary school. And secondary schools. It seems to me that the deterioration in our education system, or the crisis, is more pronounced there, and the decline is proportionate to the growth of privately owned schools. And right now, there's hardly any elite that sends their children to the public schools. So what you have now is that the public schools that feed the higher institutions of learning are in crisis. The quality is so low that when they feed the higher education system, the quality of the graduates themselves are also quite low. So my question is, how are you going to address the imbalance? Where, for example, people in nurseries, in private schools pay higher tuition than postgraduate and graduate students in public-owned universities. If you become the president, and I'm directing it to the 3 presidential candidates, if you become the president, how are you going to revert the decline in the public education system, especially at the lower levels?
That question to any particular candidate, so I will take the liberty of stepping in and directing that question to Waziri Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party.
Again, thank you very much. I still want to go back, to the experience and performance of the PDP. We passed the law setting up the Universal Basic Education Scheme, where we made it compulsory for every Nigerian child to be educated from primary to secondary school level. Every Nigerian child. And also impose education tax on some segment of Nigerian, population or economy. We passed the entire proceeds of that taxation to the states and local governments. I think we should begin to see, or we should begin to find out, why is it not we have not got the impact that legislation was meant to achieve? Where did we go wrong? But I believe You know, with that education tax law and with the funding given to the states and local governments, we should have been able to do better than we have done.
Right, okay. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Abubakar. And let me come to you, Obi And Kwankwaso, with the same question.
Thank you very much. Well, he talked about crisis in education. I think the crisis is everywhere. It's not only in education. We have crisis in the economy. We have crisis in the security. We have crisis in infrastructure, agriculture, and so on and so forth. But if we go for the education, our administration believe that the best way to go is to support education massively as much as the government can be able to do. And not only that, we carry our brothers and sisters at the state and of course at local government level, bearing in mind the constitutional provision of what those levels of government are supposed to do. So we work harmoniously. We put in a lot of resources. We bring in a lot of reforms. We ensure that issue of corruption is being tackled, because that is the main problem in almost all the sectors today, in all the areas. Everywhere, not only in the sector of education. I remember this visit where we went to France and America. The other time when I traveled out of this country to the United Kingdom, I was really shocked at the airport how people were following us, literally asking us that we had to give them money and so on. That is aviation, not education. So these are the areas that every responsible government must tackle to ensure effectiveness of the sectors, especially the area of education.
Thank you very much indeed. And before we return to Abuja and to Adesua Omorowan, let me give you the opportunity, Mr. Peter Obi, to answer the same question.
Well, like I said at my introduction message, education is among the three measurements of HDI is most critical, because like I say, the driver of the other ones. And when you talk about the education, you talk about basic education. And when we say our education is in crisis today, it is that basic education. Even when you talk about out of school children in the north, the 20 million out of school children, which 60%, if you look at it, is women, which we need to deal with urgently in order to bring that sector back to what you need to do, apart from having increased investment, like I said, in education, is to also have increased supervision and ensuring that the resources are well utilized, working in partnership with the states and local governments. Because when you talk about out-of-school children in the north, these are children who have learned Quran. If they can learn Quran, that means they're intelligent. I will meet them at where they are learning Quran and teach them skill. With that, you'll be able to. As for what we are going to do in education, all I can tell anybody is go and see what we did with the primary school and secondary schools in Anambra State. In fact, in Anambra State, people prefer to put their children in public school rather than private school. I went to Christ, let me use my secondary school, Christ the King College. People queue up now to be able to go be admitted there.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Peter Obi. And if Abuja is ready, we will return to my colleague, Adesua Omorowan there. I think we're still dealing with issues, the stark issues to do with education in this country. But obviously, Adesua, if your panelists have done with that, feel free to move on to the next topic, which is healthcare. Adesua.
Well, thank you, Charles. Just one more question from our panelists on education. And here is the editor for The Sun, Ihe for that question.
My question is directed at the contestants. You talked about, we've not addressed the main issue that we are facing today, which is abduction of students. Schools are no longer safe. People go to school and will not return to their homes. Teachers go to schools and will not return to their homes. How would you address this challenge? Because we've seen it is happening in the universities, it is happening in nursery schools, it is happening in secondary schools. How do you address this?
At any particular candidate, so let me take the liberty of directing that question to Atiku Abubakar first.
Basically, the questionnaire is talking about the security of pupils as well as also teachers. We have all agreed here, everybody, the three of us have agreed that the issue of security is paramount. Whether it is in education, whether it is in business, whether it is in agriculture, in every facet of our life, fundamentally there must be security. So we all agree. But how are we going to resolve the security? First. Many of us have said we need to increase the number of policemen and equip them and train them, as well as other security services in the country. I think it's a consensus amongst all of us. So I think these are the things that we need to do to tackle security. And that's why for me, you know, I have a 5-point program, and security is one of the programs that I said I'm going to tackle if I have the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. And let me come to you, Obi Kwankwaso, with the same question.
You see, the issue of insecurity is not only peculiar to schools. There is everywhere. You can't move from Abuja to Kaduna, in Birnin-Gwari, you have many issues. In the northeast, you have issues. And many other states, especially in the northwest where I come from, Sokoto, Kebbi, Zamfara, Katsina, even Kano and Jigawa, we have issues that must be tackled. And that was why we agreed in our party that we have to escalate the number of the security agencies. We need special training and retraining. We need special equipment, arms, ammunition, and so on to ensure that every square meter of this country is being secured. So security is key, and that's why really we have to carry our people for necessary intelligence to ensure that we have information from every corner, every point of this country, because security cannot function effectively without the intelligence. And of course, we'll use technology so that we can identify people who should be taken to courts and so on and so forth. So security is key. Without it, all other areas, not only education, but even the economy, the infrastructure, and everything will certainly go bad.
Thank you very much indeed. And Mr. Peter Obi, just to reiterate that these are issues that are further threatening education in this country. People have to have the confidence to be able to send their children to school knowing that they'll be safe. What would you do to secure schools in this country?
Well, the issue of security goes far beyond schools. Today we have issues with food security because our farmers cannot go to farms. The same thing goes all over. There's the issue of insecurity and everything. Is to, again, see how we can review and restructure our entire security architecture, which includes increasing the number of personnel, equipping them and training them properly, having a multi-level policing on the police side, local government to state, national level, as well as aggressively and simultaneously pulling people out of poverty. Because this poverty still has a lot to do with this. So if you don't deal with the economy and tackle it simultaneously as you're tackling insecurity, you're going to still have the same problem. You can't have, there's a 3% unemployment in a country of over 200 million people. And you will have crisis. We just said that 1.3 million people live under poverty. You're going to have crisis. You need to start reducing that number. That is what you need to do in order to secure the country.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Peter Obi. And let me make a crucial point here, which is that the audience, both in Nigeria and internationally, are very keen to know how the candidates and their parties are going to do things differently from the governing APC party if they came into office. So it's not just about identifying the problems, it's about the solutions, but how those solutions are going to differ from what the government is doing right now. And let's turn to the crucial issue of healthcare. We're in a country where millions have little access to affordable healthcare, and horrific stories abound about the lack of proper treatment. Meanwhile, thousands of wealthy Nigerians fly out of this country in search of medical care, with billions of dollars lost to medical tourism every year. Clearly, medical tourism is a major problem with such a large amount of foreign exchange leaving Nigeria, money that could have been converted to gains for the country if it had a vibrant healthcare system. Atiku Abubakar, how will you resolve the issue of medical tourism? You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Charles. First and foremost, let's deal with medical challenges at the lower level. Basically, what is required is basic health centers to cater for the greater population, of our people. I think this is where we need to focus as far as the general population is concerned. And I think we are not investing enough as a government as far as that aspect is concerned. And the second level is the medical tourism you are talking about, which thousands of Nigerians go out to receive. Here, we really need to sit down with the private sector and say, look, we want you to invest in healthcare, and we are prepared to give you incentives. What type of incentives do you want? It requires a dialogue with the private sector, because basically it is even those who go outside, they don't go to public hospitals, they go to private hospitals. So if we give the private incentives they need to build hospitals, tax-free, this free, this free, this free, that free, for a number of years until you recover your investment and you make profit, I believe the private sector is going to come up. Nigeria's private sector is a very, very, active sector in this country.
Thank you very much indeed. And Obi And Kwankwaso, millions have little access to affordable healthcare in Nigeria. Meanwhile, medical tourism is thriving. How would you resolve that issue?
Well, directly to medical tourism, I believe there are two things to be done. One, we need to put our house in order. We have to improve as government our facilities. All our health facilities at the university level, and so on, we have to do whatever we can to provide all what it takes to conform with the international best practice, to build the confidence in those health centers and, of course, teaching hospitals. We encourage, say on the same side, encourage the private people who have got interest in establishing hospitals, give them all the incentives to do it, to establish the hospitals. But on the other hand, I think leaders should lead from the front, not from the back. You see, this idea that our leaders developed over the years, that even when they have malaria, they will travel abroad. Some of them have even chosen particular countries. Some have chosen Britain, some have chosen France, some have chosen Dubai, and so on and so forth. That shouldn't be acceptable. We have to come and build confidence. And that's why if you are always going there to your doctors and so on, your PA, your minister, everybody will do the same, will copy from you. And that's why I personally decided that whatever investment I have is in this country. I don't have one single account anywhere in the world except in Nigeria. I don't have any house or any business anywhere because I want to build confidence for each and every person, especially those who believe in us. So I think we have to tackle it from the two sides. As long as our leaders will continue to go out for their medication and so on, even with the slightest health issues, then everybody will do the same. Business people will do it, civil servants will do it, everybody will do it because the leader is doing the same. And I think these are things that we have to tackle from both sides, the quality of our facilities, right. And of course, the leaders must lead by example.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Kwankwaso. Let me come to you, Peter Obi of the Labour Party. Terrible, horrible stories about the lack of proper treatment in Nigeria. The poor, who constitute the majority in this country, having to deal with whatever medical facilities they can get their hands on, whilst the rich are traveling out of the country on medical tourism. How would you resolve that issue?
The first thing you need to do is the issue of primary health care, because that is the basics. And that, dealing with that, first you need to increase the investment we have today in healthcare. Again, let me give you an analysis. Like I said, in education, it's very low. Our total budget in the past 6 years for health is about 2,250 billion naira. That is totally, for a country of 200 million people, that's totally unacceptable. Especially when you need to deal with the issue of primary health care, and especially in the north, where we now have, now we've passed India, a country of 1.4 billion in infant mortality. And the reason why we passed them is because of the situation we find ourselves in the north. Because of not investing in education and not in training, we can't get the pregnant women and everything to follow, going to hospitals, going to this. So we need to invest in primary health care, and first increase funding, invest in primary health care, invest in training the manpower. There's no reason why we should not have, especially now, nurses and midwives are needed all over the world. There's no reason why you should not have school of nursing or midwifery in every local government and be able to train the manpower that is required for this and all that. For the, what I can call the secondary medical care, what you need is insurance. We need to find insurance like other countries, big countries like us have done it. Example is what is happening in Indonesia. They're about 70 million. We can copy what they're doing. There's a way they structure their insurance that the rich can pay, the poor can pay, and everything cumulatively. Everybody have a health care which is covered.
Thank you very much indeed. And thank you to all three of you. And let's cross over to Abuja and my colleague Adeshua Omoruwan, who I believe has some questions with regard to healthcare. Adeshua.
Indeed, Charles, but permit me to please at this point say a very big thank you to our audience at home, wherever in the world you're watching the Town Hall series by Arise News tonight. We are being told that at the moment we have over 8,500 live stream viewers on YouTube, and on Facebook, over 4,700 people are watching from across the globe. Dear candidates, my question to you on healthcare. It is believed that Nigerian leaders do not have faith in Nigeria's healthcare system, and so they abandon it. Can you pledge today to Nigerians watching from around the globe that you would be transparent, one, with your healthcare status, and pledge to Nigerians that you will prioritize the healthcare system in the country and perhaps use them? I'd like to begin with the candidate of the NNPP, because you spoke about leaders abandoning the healthcare in Nigeria. Can you pledge to Nigerians tonight that you will be transparent with your healthcare status, and of course, use Nigeria healthcare facilities?
You see, once you are aspiring to lead people, people have got a responsibility really to know whether you are the best or you are the right person to lead. And the issue of health is very, very important. And I think these are some of the things that this country in particular, based on our experiences of the past, that we need to look at very critically. We have seen cases in the past where people who, under normal circumstances, shouldn't shoulder that responsibility, even if it is because of themselves and their families. But unfortunately, for many obvious reasons, they decided to go for it. And the consequences is there for all of us to remember. So I can assure you that I'm so happy with my health status, and I can assure you that the last medical exam that I had, somebody there, according to the outcome of the results, gave me a guarantee of 30 years. And if you want to see it, I can give you.
Let me go to the candidate of the People's Democratic Party. Mr. Atiku Abubakar, would you be transparent with your health status with Nigerians? And would you use Nigerian healthcare facilities?
If I am required to produce my health status, I will do so. I have it. I have it.
And would you use Nigerian healthcare facilities?
I have it.
And would you use
Yes, the Nigerian health facilities that caters for my health may not be available. You know that we have limitations. We have been talking about those limitations.
Mr. Peter Obi of the Labour Party, your response to my question. Mr. Peter Obi of the Labour
Party. Okay. Well, I believe that it is actually required that those who are aspiring to lead should be able to make available and openly their medical and health status to the public. And two, I have served as a governor. You can go ask if while serving as a governor, I stated some facilities and I use them. And I still use them today. But I believe that if there's issue of referral from them to anybody beyond here, that is a referral from them that they cannot do it. Because it happens everywhere in the world. I will not say everybody must be restricted here if there is. For my own position, I use the facilities there. And I believe in them, and I can tell you they're very competent. All we need is to support it. I've said how we can use insurance to show that everybody can be careful.
Thank you, candidates. I do have some questions from the panelists. First, we'll take I do have some questions from Adepega of The Punch. Please limit your questions on the focus, which is healthcare.
Nigerian health experts are leaving the country in droves. Many doctors, many nurses are leaving Nigeria because of the current situation. I'd like to know what specific policy will you put in place to rebrand the health system and also encourage those who have left to come back and practice in Nigeria? Also, what percentage of the budget will you dedicate to the health sector if you win the election? Thank you.
Thank you. And very quickly to Mr. Sonny Daniel of the Vanguard.
I put the question to the three candidates and they should answer. The healthcare system in Nigeria is extremely expensive to the point that the average Nigerian family cannot access, can't afford. And this has created a lot of problems leading to avoidable deaths, pains, and frustrations. What will you do as a president to ensure that care delivery is not only readily available, but accessible and affordable to the majority of Nigerians?
Right, I don't know if you got that question, but let me come to you. I did that to ease the tension in the room. Let me come to you, Mr. Atiku Abubakar, to answer that.
First of all, we were the first government to set up National Health Insurance Scheme. And what we need to do is to look at the National Health Insurance Scheme and see, is it accessible to the majority of Nigerians? And is it also affordable? These are two major issues that we need to do. But we have a National Health Insurance Scheme, which we established in this country, which is supposed to cater for every Nigerian. But unfortunately, because of our level of education and lack of enlightenment, not many Nigerians subscribe to the National Insurance Scheme. But we have. We were the first government to set it up. And it still exists, and it works. All what we need to do is that why is it not covering the majority of the population of this country? From rural to semi-urban to urban and also to cities. But we have a national insurance scheme.
Okay, let me turn to you, Mr. Kwankwaso, the same question.
Thank you very much. Now, the issue of health insurance is very important and very critical, especially at this moment when Nigerians are finding it even very difficult to eat. Insurance scheme is so important that not only government should set it up, but it should be looked into. We are going to bring a lot of reforms to strengthen the health insurance in this country so that as many people as possible can benefit from that. If possible, we make it almost everybody going to the hospital without necessarily carrying money with him. And that's when we also thought of these accidents and people going to the hospital as a result of either the accident or other sources where police must be consulted before they are treated. All those things were being very much tackled by our blueprint. Now, the issue of healthcare cost, it is very important that we make it accessible for each and every Nigerian to be treated in our hospital through the insurance, and of course through provision in our hospitals, whereby people, even without insurance, can easily be treated in our hospitals. And I believe that's the only way we can help our people, especially the masses who are the vast majority in this country. In this case, we are even talking of 133 million people who are below poverty line as being mentioned earlier on in this program. On the issue of brain drain, our policy should be to train as many Nigerians as possible. Of course, we'll encourage people, especially specialists, people who have specialized in some areas, to come back and work for our country. But of course, we'll continue to encourage Nigerians and train them so that they can work in the Nigerian market, and also if they have opportunity to go out of the country, they will be free to do so. That was why even my nursing school and midwifery in Kano, we try as much as possible to teach them some international languages so that they can go out and become international young men and women. And that's why we even trained pilots and so on. And we appeal to all those whose aircrafts in this country to patronize Nigerians.
Thank you.
Because that's the only way you can have people at work.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Kwankwaso. And Mr. Peter Obi, the same question goes to you.
Well, let me start with the issue of brain drain. I've always said you brain gain. If you go, there was a time the Indians, all the doctors were leaving to the Western world and everything. If you go to the UK now, and everywhere is Indian doctor. But they now have a drain gain. It's all those people who left who are coming back and everything. The idea is to do massive training of doctors, nurses, and everything, those who can leave, who can stay here. But the most important is that you need to increase the investment in the healthcare sector. Like I said before, it is too low, it's unacceptable. You need to have at least 10% of your budget. The overall budget is already low, but if I have opportunity of explaining how I'm going to increase the budget and have at least 10%, today, look at it, 10 years, if I just show you 6 years, our total budget is 2,247 billion. Just call it to about 2.3. So that is a 1-year budget for this size of this country. It won't even be enough. And I make sure that it's properly invested. When you come to the issue of insurance, there's a way you structure it that the government will also contribute. These are areas where you have to do subsidy, not in petroleum consumption. There's areas where government do subsidy, and there's in productive and development areas that are critical, like health, education, fighting poverty. These are areas you need to invest. So there needs to be a fiscal package to support this in order to support the insurance and everything, which will allow them to treat from high to low. It's been done in Indonesia, it's been done partly in India. I can show you big nations that are practicing it. We don't need to invent the way. We just have to learn what is being practiced somewhere and do the same thing.
Thank you very much indeed. And thank you to all three candidates for answering those questions that were coming to us from Abuja. And before we return again to Abuja, I think it's time to change the sequence of questions. So we're going to move to the next sequence, which is the issue of human capital. And of course, human capital is all about the knowledge, skills that people accumulate throughout their lives and which helps them to realize their potential as productive members of society. Examples of human capital include communication skills, education, technical skills, creativity, experience, problem-solving skills, mental health, and personal resilience. Therefore, investment in human capital is obviously important because it helps citizens provide even greater value to their country and can help develop the economy. In a country such as Nigeria, where there are vast differences in skill set and knowledge, how do you aim, Atiku Abubakar, to ensure human capital growth and to ensure that all Nigerian lives matter in this regard?
Charles, here we go again. Human capital, as you mentioned, is driven by a number of factors which you enumerated. And all these factors center around education. Whether it is technical education, whether it is any other form of education, it centers around education. This requires investment in both technical education and other allied subjects related to information technology and also other aspects of education. So I think, again, here we go, we have to invest in human capital development by making sure that we invest more in education.
Thank you very much indeed. Very succinct and straight to the point. And to you, Obi And Kwankwaso, what is your plan for human capital growth to ensure that all Nigerian lives matter in this regard?
Thank you very much, Charles. At this point, let me take this opportunity to thank our great country, Nigeria, for giving me a lot of opportunities to be where I am today. I am one of those who had opportunity from my primary in those days to go to Bodum Primary School in Gwarzo, craft school, technical school, polytechnics and universities. And I'm so happy that I got all what I needed in the education. I had the opportunity to have a PhD and fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers. I'm so grateful to this country. And that's why I have never joked with the issue of education. That was why education was free in Kano. We were providing meals in our primary schools. We are providing 2 sets of uniform to encourage students to go to school. We established 2 universities, one in 2001 and the other one in 2012. And we established 26 institutes in Kano in just 4 years. We sent over 3,000 young men and women who were resident in Kano to 14 countries across the world. We selected universities in Nigeria, private universities. We sent 412 to our university, Al-Kalam University in Katsina State. We sent 300 to Bells University, 300 to Ibnidian, 200 to Crescent University. We sent 25 to Abti in Adamawa. I'm sure His Excellency will remember. So we did all what we could. In fact, at a stage, we couldn't find enough people of Kano origin, not origin, residents to go to our universities in Kano. When I was governor, it went to the level that there was no single person in Kano State who had university qualification or any tertiary education without getting an admission. Right. And coincidentally,
yes.
So I'm just trying to show you that it's something that we very much appreciate, and we believe that by the grace of God, when we have the opportunity, Nigerians will be allowed, will be given the opportunity, not minding their social status, not minding where they come from or ethnicity or their religion. We'll do whatever it takes to have people being properly educated, because I'm so happy with myself. In 30 years, I have been to almost everywhere. Right. I have never been found wanting in terms of capacity, in terms of honesty and so on, simply because, or mainly because of education.
Thank you very much indeed. And Mr. Peter Obi, human capital growth, how are you going to deal with that, expand it in Nigeria?
Well, in my opening address, I did say that human capital encompasses health and education. And the consequence of its being low in Nigeria is the mass poverty you're seeing. Because the more you invest in human capital, the better your development. So human capital first, I want to show people, it's not an expense, it's an investment. Because that's what drives your development in the first place. If you invest in it, you increase per capita, which is the real measure of poverty. So for me, I've said that even if we're going to borrow money, we're going to borrow for investment. And I can show through a budget how we intend to deal with this issue in clear terms that are measurable and people can see it. So when we say we're going to put people out of poverty, we're going to state the numbers and people will see the country increase. And if I didn't have opportunity, I would have shown you using 3 countries to show you what they did with issue of human capital, how they moved their countries HDI from low to medium to high, and how dramatically increase their per capita, which is a measure of wealth. And the same thing for Nigeria who didn't invest, it took the other way around. And that's why you've thrown more people into poverty, where you now have more people living in multidimensional poverty than a country like India that is 7 times your size. And you have more people living in poverty. And use what they've done, and examples are bound. China, India, Vietnam have done this in something that is with effortless ease in pulling, not that it's difficult, but they've been able to show example how you can use and methods to pull your people by investing in human capital.
Thank you very much indeed. And we're still on the issue of human capital. Let me throw to my colleague in Abuja, Adesua Omoruwan. Adesua.
Again, Charles. Dear candidate, you cannot talk about developing human capital development in the absence of an inclusive society. My question to you, how do you ensure an inclusive society? And how do you fund these developmental projects you talk about? Should you become the next president in 2023, you would be inheriting a huge budget deficit. Begin with the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar.
This one. Yes, we are going to inherit a huge fiscal deficit. One way we can go about reducing that deficit is to remove areas of wastages in government spending. Another area we can also remove these wastages is also to make sure that we continue with the policies we had started. For instance, we started removing subsidies when we were in office. We were to remove subsidies in 4 quarters. We removed in 2 quarters. After we left, the whole thing froze. Nobody had the courage and the leadership to continue with removing subsidies again. This is one aspect where we could raise a lot of funding to meet the gap, in our expenditure. The second one, of course, is to continue with the privatization, which we had started. We will realize quite a lot of money. For instance, take the case of our moribund refineries. They have not been working, and we have been expending a lot of money on them. Why not privatize them and raise so much money to meet up this deficit? These are areas, a number of areas you can implement and make sure that you raise the necessary funding that you require. Of course, I have mentioned areas of wastages, which can be reduced as far as the federal funding is concerned. So these are the 3 areas I believe we could get funding to reduce the deficit. And also, another area is to make sure that the central bank, eliminates multiple, exchange rates in our exchange rates regime, because that again is another area where we can also raise funding.
Mr. Peter Obi of the Labour Party.
Thank you. Well, every country of the world owns. So first is that the incoming government is going to face huge debts, which you need to sit down and restructure in order to make it manageable, and then go ahead to restore fiscal viability by one, dealing with the issue of oil theft, the criminal subsidy we have today, dealing with the issue of multiple exchange rates, like His Excellency Atiku Abubakar has mentioned, deal with that issue, deal with the issue of subsidies and areas of waivers and everything, and cut unacceptable cost of governance that we have today. By the time you deal with all this, you will be able to have a situation where you now have to have what you can call an implementable budget, because you now borrow money for investment, and by doing that, you have to bring in growth, and as you grow, you might be able to create more space to be able to borrow more, to be able to invest more, and these are how countries will grow. And with this investment in human capital, your economy will grow, more people will be put out of poverty, there will be more taxes, there will be more income and everything, and you then start reducing your deficit and your debt.
I take straight that we have an inclusive government. Things should be run through merit rather than whatever things that will not help the country. Now, on the issue of budget, I'm happy to say that when I went to Kano in 2011, my second term, the capital was 30%, and of course, recurrent was 70. And before I left the government, we were able to reverse it to 70-30. And I'm also happy to say that because of the fiscal discipline that we had by way of attacking corruption and so on, we were able to run our government first term in 1999, 2003, and 2011 to 2015 without borrowing a single kobo. Unfortunately, of course, at that time, we inherited debt that we had to pay. So twice I was living government house in Kano, twice I was paying all the debt that I inherited as a government. Now, at national level, we were told that there are serious issues now to the extent that now whatever we earn cannot even service the debt. Now, let me say that it is our intention to sit down with the creditors to renegotiate and ensure that we are given breathing space to start the government in the first place. And secondly, we look at all areas of income, especially now that our oil, which is the main source of income, is being reduced from 2.2 million barrels that were given by OPEC, the allocation by OPEC, now to are told to about 1 million barrels. And that's why the issue of security comes in. We'll protect our assets. We'll make sure that we have enough resources coming in. We'll make sure that whatever we are spending is going to be a real value for money. We will not allow people to be taking our resources at the source or at the treasury.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you exceedingly to the three of you. We've just got a few minutes left, you'll be glad to know, and you can all go home and enjoy a drink. But before we go, we're giving you 3 minutes to wrap up for us. Tie all the loose ends together and justify to Nigerians why you should be voted for as president of this country and not your opponent. And I'm going to start with you, Mr. Peter Obi.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. Mine is again, talk about the issues we're talking this night, because that is the issue of foundation of our country. First is to secure, unite the country. Ensure that if government that is going to come into 2023 is a government of national unity that will bring in the best in terms of character and competence, irrespective of whether they support you or they don't support you, in order to save our country. Because we have an existential situation, a situation where we have this huge number of people that are living in poverty, which you need to start pulling out. Our country has not failed in the past, call it several years. And you can use other countries to show, I'll just use their country to show you how badly it was done in a matter of past few years. And that country is Bangladesh. Bangladesh, if you look at the World Bank source, in 2010, Nigeria had a per capita of $2,280. Bangladesh was $781. By 2015, Nigeria was about 2,600. Bangladesh was $1,247. Today, or 2021, Nigeria is $2,058, when Bangladesh is $2,500. Look at where we are. We are one third of our per capita in 2010. And now they have almost tripled it, and our own has gone down by about 20%. That is what we need to deal with. We need to deal with issues we discussed this night, invest in health, in education, in pulling people out of poverty by supporting small businesses, genuinely investing in productive section. Nigeria is not a productive country, and it has to be productive. If you look at our last quarter, just look, in our last quarter, our GDP growth was 2.25%. Our money supply was about 13%. And that is, look at it, what is inflation? When your money supply is more than your growth. So you don't even have growth to be able to, for the money you're printing and throwing into the system. We need to move the country from consumption to production. Once it becomes productive, it will create labor and be able to employ people. And that's what I'm going to focus on. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And let me come to you, Obi And Kwankwaso, the presidential candidate of the NNPP.
Thank you very much, Charles. I'm happy to say that almost everything is working in my favor, ranging from the issue of education, which I mentioned earlier on, from craft school to technical school to polytechnics to universities. I was able to reach the peak. And also in terms of my career, I was a civil servant in Kano for 17 years, and I know the meaning of civil service because I was one. I retired as a principal water engineer in Kano State from an artisan that I was being employed by the same ministry. In terms of politics, I was in the House of Reps, a Deputy Speaker of the House of Reps. I was also in the Constitutional Conference that we had the opportunity to draft the 1999 Constitution. I was also Governor of Kano in 2003. And of course, I was Minister of Defense and of course, advisor to President on Darfur and Somalia from 2003 to 2007. I was also in the NDDC, and I'm sure you know I left NDDC because of what was happening there. And I was also back to Kano in 2011 to 2015. And I was Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in 2015 to 2019. The idea of mentioning all this is to say that the National Assembly, I believe, will be comfortable with Obi And Kwankwaso because I've been part of them. The civil servant, the same thing. Of course, the security of this country, being a member of the extended family of the security in this country, have a lot of respect for them and they have a lot of respect for me. And I believe they will be happy with me as their commander-in-chief. And I have been to NDDC to know the issues in the NDDC, the problems. In fact, it was the issues that I had to live, and given the opportunity, we look at the issues of the NDDC ranging from pollution, education, agriculture, and so on and so forth, and of course the infrastructure that we have there. So in essence, I'm so happy that I've been to almost everywhere and strong enough to be the president of this country at this moment in time. And I'm happy, like I said, the issue of health, the age, and everything is working on my side. And I believe that together with Nigerians, we are going to make Nigeria a better place for each and every Nigerian, not minding his religious or ethnic or regional or whatever leaning that he has. And we have done it in the past, and by the grace of God, given the opportunity, we are going to work with all Nigerians to make Nigeria a greater place so that we can take the leadership of Africa and, of course, ensure that everybody lives in peace across the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Kwankwaso. And let me come to you, Atiku Abubakar, the presidential candidate of the PDP. In 3 minutes, can you tell us why you should be voted for and not your opponent?
These are the reasons. One, I started as a civil servant of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So when you come to the issue of civil service or bureaucracy, I have an experience of 20 years. And thereafter, I began my political career to fight the military to get out of government. In other words, to fight for democracy. In the fight for democracy, I have gone through a lot of challenges, assassination attempts, going into exile, and so on and so forth. Came back, continued the struggle, and was elected governor of my state. And because of my contributions to the party, I was nominated as a vice president, and we won. And I believe since the return of democracy in this country, the party to which we formed and I belong performed wonderfully well. Up till now, there is no other government that has performed as well as we have performed between 2009 and 2015. And with that experience as vice president, I believe Nigerians cannot afford to hand over or to elect any governor or to elect any person who has less experience than I have got. And when you come to the issue of business in the private sector, I have been involved in the business in the private sector, from oil logistics to manufacturing to agriculture. So again, you cannot find me wanting as far as those sectors of the economy are concerned. So I believe that Nigerians should compare our government and the current government and see which served this country better. We achieved tremendous economic success in this country, and we achieved unity. That's why at the beginning, I made a pledge to tackle 5 issues, one of which is to unify this country, because this country has never seen the kind of division we now have. And I said, unity will be my #1 priority, followed by security. What do I mean by unity? I mean making every part of this country to have a sense of belonging in governance. And then, of course, security. I pledge to tackle education. I pledge to tackle economy. We had achieved tremendous economic success. I pledge to continue with that, and also, finally, to restructure the country, because there has been consistent agitation for the restructuring of this country. And I pledge I'm going to implement it if I have the opportunity to be elected as president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. His Excellency Waziri Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party, His Excellency Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso of the New Nigeria People's Party, and His Excellency Peter Obi of the Labour Party. We thank you all for making time to honor the Nigerian media, taking part in this town hall. As you can see, this is a collaboration with not
All right, my mic was off. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen, there it is. So the game has now fully begun. So I hope you were all enthralled by that. That was probably one of the most captivating we've yet seen. So we need the screen to be populated. So we really want to have a conversation around this. So any and everybody click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join us. So come join us. So there it was. But what are we making of it? Is absolutely. So first we have to, before we go into the details of what we've just witnessed, let's address the elephant in the room first. So Ajanle Koko has the answer to this. Ajanle Koko, where is Bola Ahmed Tinubu? where is he?
It's shameful that he's not there. It's shameful that he continues to demonstrate to us that he cannot be a trusted leader. It's shameful that even though the party is a party in power at the moment,
it is unacceptable.
Candidate,
it is unacceptable. Adanle Koko, it is unacceptable.
Unacceptable in totality. And it's shameful to APC as well that they and their candidate in particular are running away from Nigerian people. They are not ready to talk to us. It does not matter to them. They want to do their thing their own way, the way they have been doing for the past 7 years with the present administration. They are doing it their own way. They don't engage with Nigerians. They don't negotiate with Nigerians. And they don't dialogue with Nigerians. And that is the same way that Bola Tinubu want to run Nigeria. Very shameful, one man. And shameful on the
what assurances does he have that will make him this? Because this is the best opportunity yet. And it wasn't even aggressive or combative. It was just a civilized question and answer session. If he can't even handle that, how is he able to govern over a country, 250 million thereabout? It's unacceptable.
It's totally unacceptable, one man. It's just, maybe they need to go and sit down and then reassess their position, they reassess their stance, not to talk to Nigeria or not to engage in public debate or interaction with Nigerians. So this is just a complete. It's complete. It's not acceptable, woman.
Should they not have put a chair on that space to embarrass him? They should have.
Yeah.
Yes. That's what I would have done. Maybe even put a cardboard cutout of his put it on top of it. Put a cardboard cutout of Tinubu and sit it on the chair.
Yes, that is one thing that the organizer should have done, as you suggested, and the candidate themselves should have mentioned it, particularly Atiku Abubakar, because he's the one that, as the leader of the opposition party, he's the one that is more positioned to contest with them. He should have mentioned it that where is Tinubu? Where is the candidate of the ruling party? I mean, he should have said something about it, but he shied away. He missed the point. He missed that opportunity, to attack APC and to tell Nigerians that APC candidate is not the candidate to vote for. The same with other candidates. They missed that opportunity. I don't know the kind of politicians, all these people that are parading themselves as presidential candidate that cannot be very frontal against the present administration and even their candidate. What are they contesting for? What are they contesting for? I mean, they're just they missed that big opportunity to go after Tinubu and even the APC administration. They missed it. They didn't elaborate. They didn't show to Nigerian people how APC Buhari administration has failed Nigerian people and bring it to the awareness of Nigerians, that APC is a failure and they shouldn't be trusted and their candidate should not be voted for. They missed that big opportunity.
All right, people are angry. This is what I'm saying. People are angry because all I can hear is anger. But Ajanle Koko, we still had 3 senior politicians on that rostrum who presented very well. So we'll go into that in a moment. But let's welcome Joe O'Day first, who wanted to comment. So Joe, good to meet you. So my question to you is, Joe, was the next president of Nigeria, was he on that rostrum? And if not, why not? Was the next president of Nigeria on that rostrum?
Thank you very much. One man went to MOW. I've been wanting to ask what MOW means. I guess I'll have a chance to ask that question later.
Yes.
Thank you. It's election time and sentiments are high and all of that. So I tend to understand that most people are dissatisfied with the state of things, and that can make emotions run high and all that. But then again, to go to your question, I would say the next president of the Federal Republic, based on all of the statistics and the trends we've been seeing so far, the next president was not on that rostrum. However,
is that acceptable? Is that acceptable?
Well, to the people who are not supporting the particular candidate, it would not be acceptable, but to most of his supporters, they wouldn't mind. And to me, as a person, I would say it's not as much of a big deal as it might appear to be, because it's not like the candidate has been in the hole or something. He has been making several public appearances. We've been seeing him on TV at rallies. The last time they had an engagement in Kaduna where he had addressed members of the Arewa Consultative Forum and other Northern interest groups as well. It was a public event. The other presidential candidates attended as well. And tomorrow at 1 p.m. British time, he has an engagement at Chatham House in London.
Yes. And by the way, we're on that. So please make sure you're here tomorrow, because it is now under pressure. But carry on. You were going to say, however, carry on, Joe.
Thank you very much. So I was going to mention that he specifically said he was not going to be at the Arise event. His team made it known. I think the Director of Publicity rather, of the Tinubu campaign team had made a public later a couple of weeks ago or a couple of days ago instead that he was not going to be at the Arise event. So it's something everybody already knew he was not going to attend. So if we are on the basis of the Arise event, making it look like he has been shying away from all public engagements, I think that would not be stating things objectively. If you remember correctly, also, there was a town hall meeting of sorts with the Lagos business community. He spoke at the event. Other tech and business people all spoke at the event. And he has that Chatham House address tomorrow, which is an international audience he'll be speaking with and all of that. So if somebody's making such
I wasn't aware that there were voters for the Nigerian election in London. I didn't know that.
Thank you very much for that good point. But if you're going to bring in that angle, then we have to talk of presidential candidates who have made it their business to tour the Northern American continent, and he tries to say he's meeting with Nigerians or Nigerians who are living outside the country and trying to canvass for their support. We're going to put that question to him first, because he has made it look like the campaigns are mostly a North American thing and less of a Nigerian thing. So let's not even go to the aspect. But then again, the Chatham House engagement is an international audience, and of course, Nigerians have access to tune in and listen to. So I wouldn't say it's not focused on Nigeria.
No, it's a closed door thing, because I've tried to get myself in, but they were trying to charge me £300.
Oh no, it's not a closed door thing. I think there's a link going around.
Is it like live streamed?
Yes, it is. There's a link going around the internet that you could click, and I think you can register for the live stream and view it.
If you have it, then please send it to me, because we have to cover it. Yeah.
Oh, sure, sure.
And by the way, that's to everybody listening. If you have any links to the Tinubu appearance tomorrow, please send it to me, because of course it's your expectation that we will cover it. So, but so to get to that, because we have to address that first, the elephant in the room. So that was the elephant in the room, but the daddy of the session, as anybody knows, Alexander Gomez. So Alexander, I mean, Tinubu, you know, he must have some level of assurances for him to act so arrogantly.
Yes, yes. According to O'Day, his statisticians, he know that he's had an above everybody in the race. So as far as he's concerned, this is a slam dunk. He's in London right now, about 40 miles away from you, one man, thinking about how he's going to get international investors to come and invest in Nigeria. That's the way he's looking at it. I think he's looking forward. I think he knows he's got this in the bag. He's looking to convince the international community that, look, Nigeria is the biggest economy in Africa. This is what the enabling environment will bring to the table. So we need you to come and invest in Nigeria. I think that's the essence of this Chatham House conversation. So I know people are not very happy that he didn't appear today, but I don't think appearance today would make him win or lose the election. So that's the way.
But what makes him win or look, the optics does not look good. The optics.
It doesn't care about that. He cares about how to take the country to the next level. He thinks that he's doing the right thing, looking forward to talking to people that matter internationally, trying to convince them that, look, I think I got this wrapped up. Just come and invest in Nigeria. Let's improve our economy. Let's improve our GDP. From my standpoint, I think that's what he's doing. I think he's doing the right thing.
Does this not add fuel to the narrative that is running away because he carries so much impairment? He is physically, cranially, vocally impaired. Does this not add credence to that?
I don't think so.
You don't?
No, I don't. I think he does. I think he does have cognitive issues. It's pretty apparent.
Yeah, but as he continues to run away, that adds more flame to that, doesn't it?
But that didn't stop. But that doesn't stop him from doing a presentation at Chatham House in front of international investors tomorrow, does it? So that negates that line of thought, doesn't it, one man? It really does.
You know, because whatever assurances he has, either, you know, there are two pathways to that presidency, either through the will of the people or through rigging. So those are the two pathways to the presidency in Nigeria. So there is nothing he's demonstrating now that shows that he's canvassing the will of the people. So if it's not canvassing the will of the people, then we're doomed. You know, so it's just bad.
You know what I noticed today for someone who understands that how Northerners act with one another, I don't think there's a good relationship between Kwankwaso and Atiku Abubakar.
Right.
So yeah, so I'm looking at it like this man is definitely going to pack up his structure for Tinubu if he has to do that, and that they're looking at those kind of things. They've had conversations. Look. There's no gainsaying the fact that Tinubu is not the same Tinubu of 1999. Rational mind, if you're watching, I'm addressing you now. He's not the same person. He's sometimes incoherent. He has cognitive problems sometimes, but then you don't turn from a Soludo to a Dundee in a space of 20-25 years. He might not be an articulate person as he was in 1999, but from my standpoint, he's never been an articulate person anyway. So he might not be as articulate as he was in 1999. It does not necessarily mean that he can't take Nigeria to where we're supposed to be, because he is going to ultimately surround himself with the best brains that we have in Nigeria because he has the clout to do it. This guy is someone that I noticed that the elites just gravitate towards him. They like him. They're going to work with him. It would make his job relatively easier. So That's the way I see it. It doesn't is inexcusable that he didn't come to the forum today. But having said that, I can understand his mindset. I see where he's going to. I see what he's playing at. So that's my position. And that's my personal opinion on that.
All right, brilliant. Does anyone else have any thoughts about Tinubu's absence before we delve into the debates that we just heard? Any more thoughts?
Yes.
Sorry.
Man of President, let's take David first. You are a member of the family. David, good to meet you.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Honestly, I feel that Tinubu feel he will be embarrassed in the sense that he has nothing to offer. Most of the question they're going to be asking him is going to meet him strangely. None of them brought a paper or book to write down, or somebody write something for you to be able to answer the question. So the question they're going to be asking him there is not prepared for them because he doesn't have anything to offer. That is the truth. See, I am living in Nigeria. I know what we face here in Nigeria. It will be an insult for a person like that to come and say he's going to want to be a president in this country. Honestly, it's an insult. But besides that, what is he going to be saying this night? Is he going to be saying that he's going to continue from where Buhari stopped? All this hardship, the pains, are being on queue since 2 days. I was not able to get fuel, and somebody will say you want to continue from there. Come on, this is an insult.
David, if you flip this what seems to be a snub on its head, if Tinubu puts up a good performance in Chatham House tomorrow, then it might well prove to be a double win for him. Because hold on, let me present it to you and then you can disagree. Because his absence at this interaction is going to be the headline of that interaction, because that's what we're talking about now. But then if he performs tomorrow, that's also going to be the headline following through. So it's a double win for him. He still dominates the space, whether he's there or not. Would you consider that? Would you consider that?
No, I'm not considering that. I don't believe that he has anything to say tomorrow. I mark my word. They're going to write everything he's going to be saying there for him. And secondly, tomorrow he's going to lay an insult. He's going to be abusing people tomorrow there. That is what
I doubt that. Is with senior people in London. I think they
Can I interject one man?
Yes. All right. Yeah. Come in. Grace here.
Okay. Please. Good evening, everyone. Please, I just want to ask something about Tinubu's absence and his Chatham House movement. Please, tomorrow, is it going to be a monologue where he just talk to the people and that's just it? You just listen to him and that's just it, or they will be asking him questions there and he will be answering? I want to understand something here.
I think what he usually, or did you want to address that? But what I understand that happens is they'll have two comfortable seats, and then he will be with a host who will engage him in a civilized conversation, and then throw open to the audience, and then they'll pan the microphone round, and then they'll put questions to him, and then he'll address it as best as he can. So it's one of those sort of sessions.
Then what you just responded to me defeats any excuses that Tinubu and his camp is giving out there, or anybody is giving out there, or why he has been dodging all these interviews. Because if you can answer questions from people there in Chatham House, why can't you answer questions in Nigeria?
Yeah, because hold on. Arise TV, as you know, is a PDP platform. You know that.
Yeah, but Peter Obi is not PDP.
Yeah, but Peter Obi,
Showore is not PDP. Showore is not PDP.
Don't worry now, but they don't. The competition is with Atiku. That's how he will explain that.
Well, I think you're making this. You're making this up.
No,
that's not an excuse.
I'm not making it up. This is what they have been saying.
It's not enough.
Yes.
No, it's not. This is not an excuse, one man.
It's not
It's not
enough.
an excuse. If he can answer questions from people who don't even live in Nigeria, people who don't understand the pains of Nigerians, why can't you answer questions from Nigerians themselves? That is even double insult. I don't see
Yeah.
reason why people will come up here and start making excuses for him. The whole thing is just so annoying.
It's
Because
annoying.
because I was even thinking that it's a monologue where you just go there and address people.
Hold on.
Okay.
From this interaction that you just saw with the three gentlemen on the rostrum, did you glean anything meaningful, or were you persuaded one way or the other about either any of them? Did anything come out of it?
Yeah, something came out of it.
Such as?
Something came out of it.
Such as?
Yeah, if I will describe the three of them, I would say Atiku, for me, his body language tells me that he just came here there to fulfill all righteousness, nothing new.
No, my wider point is that there was no, hold on. My wider point, why I was asking that question is the whole of because we watched a live stream, you hopefully you watch it with us. It was just a bit of a meaningless nothing, really. There was no punchy question. They asked them questions about what they had already pronounced in a public space, and they just regurgitated what they have repeated copiously on several other spaces. So it was somewhat of a meaningless exercise.
Yeah, but one man understand the humility there. Look, their presence there is saying something that they did not say there. Their presence there is telling Nigerians that they are humble to them. They are ready to serve them. They can listen to them. They can interact with them. They can address them. I think that's just the whole point of it.
No, but it was an elitist space, though. All of the questions, the chairman, director, the editor-in-chief of. So those were it was an elitist space, was it not?
No, I'm just trying to agree with you with what you said. That look, all the whole thing they said there, maybe people didn't even take anything home. Like, okay, because he said this, I'm going to vote for him. But at least the fact that, okay, they attended that debate, it's saying something. It's saying that, okay, these are people that can listen to us anytime we cry. These are people that can address us. These are people that can speak to us. I think that's one thing that you cannot deny.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. I think Tinubu should have been there, and I think it's an affront to the great Nigerians that somebody that wants to be their president cannot even deem them up to par to even talk to them. Because they are so just dismiss them out of hand. So
because one of the things that we are supposed to be correcting from the Buhari's administration, Buhari has never talked to Nigeria. He doesn't talk to Nigerians. And if Tinubu is coming and he's also laying this foundation, it then means it's just telling us that, look, it's going to be a continuity of the Buhari's administration. Yeah. And it's so appalling, honestly.
Yeah.
All right. A couple more comments on that.
You cannot be like Buhari.
All right. Let's hear from you, Gideon. So Gideon, let's hear from you. Let's hear. So what are you making then of Tinubu's absence is what we're addressing first. Gideon, you just unmuted yourself now. Okay, let's go to Man of Prestige, and we don't appear to have Gideon. So Man of Prestige, yeah.
Thank you, one man.
Hold on, wait for Man of Prestige. Yeah, go on, Man of Prestige.
Thank you, one man. I'm glad to come in. I tried to come in yesterday, after what happened on that stuff, but I'm not going to go there. I'm going to say it how it is, okay? And I'm not going to insult anybody. I thank Ajaluko. Ajaluko has said it well, and the two previous callers. What annoys me, in my own personal, is all these Tinubu apologists. I mean, giving all kind of scenario, like giving all kind of excuse. Alexander Gomez, and I had somebody in the comment section said, I think it was Kulata, that when Tinubu go to Charter House tomorrow and make his address, he's going he's going to charter everything. He's going to be the best of the best. What are you talking about? Tinubu is disrespected. I want everybody listening, people in the commentary, people that I just want them to listen. I'm not going to. I will stop naming them. But this is utterly nonsense. This man respect. I don't care what he say. I have a lot of people here. They have anointed him. as the next president. Kudos to you all. You all live in Nigeria. God bless all of you. That's the kind of Nigeria you want.
Wait a minute,
one man, let me land.
Hold on. The politics of Arise TV, it leans itself.
No,
towards,
one man. I don't want to hear that.
ADP.
Don't give me that. That's not
right. You don't know that.
No, I do. Hold on, one man. Come on now. You and I, we are civilized.
No.
And I know you to be very intelligent. Okay.
No, carry on. I have to
Come on, forget about Arise News. Obi was there, Kwankwaso was there. Other people are attended. It has nothing to do with Arise News. After all, Abachi was in there. These people that, the commentators there was pretty neutral. You can see the guy in Abuja and this guy, they are very good.
No, that creates whatever his name is.
So are you going to say his obedience?
Oh, well, I didn't even have to say it. I didn't even have to say it.
Okay, but Obi is not an Arise News person. Hold on, let me finish. I'm just annoyed about all this. I'm not about. Hold on, let me finish, man.
Yeah, carry on.
Let me finish.
Carry on.
I'm just annoyed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be so emotional. Let me calm down.
No, carry on. It's an emotional topic, so yes, emotions are allowed. Carry on. Yeah.
People are intellect living overseas, educated. You're speaking to Tinubu. I don't care if he win if he doesn't win, but respect Nigeria for once. He can come there and address, because what he's going to do at Charter House is to read a monologue to people tomorrow or whatever whatever question. If he's going to take any question, he has already written it out and asked them to ask them. And that's not a Nigerian space to begin with.
How do you mean he has already written it out? What are you talking about?
Forget about that. People in Biafra are not Nigeria. They don't have any vote. You need to just the utterly disrespect. That's the area. I don't have any anything to do with. I don't have any egg in Nigeria. Nigeria doesn't sponsor me. I'm in overseas. So so one man, just go to the next person. Okay, I just hate all this.
No. Yeah. I'm alarmed at your outrage, because if you look at the expediency of it, it doesn't lend to Tinubu being there, because
why?
Because the Arise TV has a traditional bias towards the PDP.
Oh no, one man, stop that narration.
You asked me now. You
and I been on this space for a long time.
You asked me now.
One man, you know me.
Hold on. Let me land the point now. Let me land the point.
Okay, go ahead.
Arise TV has a traditional bias towards the PDP. The anchor of the program has sort of a familiar leaning towards the obedient movement, and of course Atiku and Obi, they are there to cage him. So it would lamb to slaughter. It would have turned to attack. It would have turned to attack Tinubu if he had stood up there.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Hold on, guys. This is still my space. Until one man says enough for me.
No, land that point, and then we take a different voice. Yeah.
Okay.
Man of procedure. Yeah.
The last thing one of the things I was so annoyed. I was so annoyed about the candidate. This is an opportunity for them to bring out Tinubu there. Shame him for not coming to the podium. But they missed that opportunity. I don't know what's wrong with Nigerian politicians. They all do well in their own. They all do well in their own narrative. But that's not the point. The point here is Tinubu
I support you 100%.
All these Tinubu apologies. God bless you. Good luck to you. Okay.
All right.
Thank you, one man.
Yeah, hold on. Let's hear from Gideon. Gideon, let's hear from you.
Can I say something?
Yeah, you can in a moment. Let's hear from Gideon, just so everybody comes in. Gideon, you wanted to come in. All right, the gentleman that wanted to come in, and then after that,
Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, good evening, Gideon. Yes, what are you? We are first with Tinubu's absence, and then we'll get into the debate itself in a moment. So, what are you making of Tinubu not being there?
I like it too. I like it when Tinubu is not there, because all of them there, they are PDP.
Well, that is true.
I don't understand. Which one is all of them are PDP?
Peter Obi is former PDP.
They don't have anything
you should clarify that. He's former PDP. The other one too is former.
Yeah,
so I don't know which one is all of them are PDP.
Hold on. Peter Obi was 10-year PDP till 6 months ago. Kwankwaso was 10 years PDP till 3 months ago, and Atiku currently PDP. So it's
Okay.
a PDP platform, is what Gideon is saying.
Okay. Sorry,
Okay,
I
so the
just want
thing.
to say something.
Oh, shush.
All right, let's hear from Enigmatic. So Enigmatic, Tinubu's absence first, and then you launch us into the debate. So Tinubu's absence, what is unacceptable. I don't think it can be excused. It's not really, it's not acceptable.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I would say good good day to everyone on the platform. It's another privilege to have an intellectual discourse with people who can actually reason beyond primordial sentiments and who can actually see politics as what politics actually is eventually. First, like I said, I will support man of prestige position on the missed opportunities by the trio of Atiku, Obi, and Kwankwaso to call Asiwaju out and to call APC out. And then this actually speaks to the volume of what we've been saying about, the oligarchs, the establishment, and then the status quo all this while. If you look at those three guys on the platform, like Gideon said, take it or leave it. They are PDP because eventually after the election, they will all recalibrate to their natural habitat, which is PDP. If you want to look at it like that, and I've always said it, where you have this kind of arrangement, and you do not have a dissenting candidate, a candidate that can come with a dissenting opinion, with a clear departure from this status quo, you won't see the best of it. Can you imagine if a certain Omoyele Sowore has been a part of this town hall meeting today? It will not only drag the three of them on the platform, it's going to bring even the platform to an absolute disrepute by cherry picking the kind of candidate they actually give the floors to most of the time. Because these candidates are status quo candidates, part of the problems. But why would you not have Adewale and Sowore on that platform to challenge this
Yeah,
status
no, that would be ridiculous though, because that would be then some literary debating society. It would be amateur hour, wouldn't it? If they had Sowore and Adewale, it would be amateur hour.
Yeah, I'm just trying to speak
Yeah.
what Sowore would have done, right? Sowore would have changed the course of the conversation and the narrative over there. They were not able to call out Asiwaju, and this is why it's very funny. By the obedience, always crying about Asiwaju and APC. Why are you guys crying every time? For God's sake, move on and focus on your Peter Obi. You have a candidate. Asiwaju's campaign organization and APC as a political party, they've come out with an official statement that they will never honor anything, town hall debate or whatever you call it, organized by Arise TV. They have a reason for that. The reason may be acceptable by you or not. That is their political campaigns organization stand. So if Obi is not comfortable with that, he can come out with his own position. Same as Atiku. If you look at Atiku's body language, he was there in body but not in spirit. Even Kwankwaso himself. I can even say a little about Obi too.
What do you mean in body but not in spirit? I don't understand that.
There was no, you can't see the enthusiasm.
There was no energy, no energy.
No energy, no passion, you know, because the guy they actually want on the floor is not there with them, which is, as it's been said, the big elephant in the room. Why do they all want him? Look, these guys are politicians for crying out loud. They know themselves behind the scene. Unduka Obaigbena, who is the proprietor of Arise TV, is a political and business surrogate to Atiku. He fronts more than 70% of Atiku's businesses all over the world, including Arise TV. And then Wike himself has come out to say anything that has to do with Arise TV, he wouldn't be a part of it. Because behind the scene, there were videos that were released where they were mocking and talking about Wiki.
I saw that video when they were. Tambuwal was there as well.
Tambuwal was there,
and the chairman of
Dino
Arise
was there. A couple of them were there. Do you know if something like that, if they are private to a couple of videos or some, so we don't know what has happened behind the scene that would have caused, a whole political party and this campaign organization to take a they did not take just a step. They take they've taken an official position. So if Arise TV organizes more than 100 million of the debates and town hall, it's going to be a charade. It's going to be a shenanigan that will be described as, a cacophony of where you'll be speaking jargons and
a cacophony of nonsense. Hold your fire. I say you're ready to go, enigmatic, but hold steady. I want to take all of the voices just in response to Tinubu's absence. We're still going to get into the meat of it because a debate did take place and there were winners and losers, even amongst the people that participated. But let's just take people's sentiments on Tinubu's absence and then we launch it straight into the debate. Sam, you wanted to come in. Sam, let's hear from you.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I'm glad to be here. Actually, I'm a bit surprised and taken aback by the submissions of some people here. Saying that Tinubu not appearing for this, probably Arise TV is owned by PDP or was a PDP surrogate or whatever. I don't understand this. This sentiment, really. How can you say that a man who is running for the highest office of the land is afraid to show up in a conversation of other presidential candidates because the platform that is being used is owned by an opposition party? It doesn't make any sense. P2B was invited by Ahmed Kadria for a conversation, and he went there. He even told her that I have about 10 people on my phone telling me don't attend your program, but I did. This is somebody who wants to sell himself to the people. How can Tinubu want to run for presidency of Nigeria? He doesn't want to speak to the people directly. All he does is go attend meetings where his people are there that will cheer him on when he's speaking to them. Doesn't make any sense.
Sorry, Sam. You said people said you shouldn't attend my program. I missed that. I went to get water. Who's doing that?
No. I said when people went for the program with
okay. Can you justify why Tinubu would not have been there? So we can hear why you think he should have been there. Can you justify why he would not have been there?
All of us know the reason why Tinubu is not there. We all know the reason. Tinubu go on the campaign. You know everything. I mean, all the campaigns he's been holding across the country. He's been reading. Hold on. He's been reading already written speeches to people. He hasn't taken any direct questions from the people. Everybody knows the reason why Tinubu will not want to attend this program. We know that. Even Chatham House will be in tomorrow. We also know that it's going to be reading a diatribe to them over there. This doesn't make any sense to us as Nigeria. I mean, we should do better. We had an administration of Buhari for the past 7 years who wasn't speaking to anybody in Nigeria. And we want to continue with this same trend. I mean, are we not tired of this suffering?
Sam, let me ask you this. Did you think people are outraged that Tinubu was not there because they wanted to see him trapped? Is that what people really wanted to see? They want to see him trapped. Is that what it is?
No, not really. Not really. The thing is this. Tinubu has never honored any invitation to any town hall meeting to address Nigerians, even one. He has not been to anyone. This is an opportunity for him to be able to sit down with 3 other different presidential candidates who are there. And I mean, like you said, this conversation was not even confrontational. I mean, it was just a simple, conversation with this guy over there. And he didn't show up. He has never, come to any of these invitations. He has never honored any of them.
Sam,
any of them.
All right, Sam. Enigmatic wants to put a position to you.
Let me ask you a few questions real quick.
Yeah.
So, would you have voted for Tinubu at all, or do you have a candidate before now?
Listen, the thing is this. This is a campaign season. Everybody is trying to sell himself as the best candidate, right? I mean, if you look, hold on, if you look at some of the polls that have been done, there are still a lot of undecided voters who have not yet tilted a particular candidate. And this is a period where you as a candidate should be able to talk to the people directly, answer questions from the people directly, not going to campaign
and that's
grounds
why I'm
where you
asking
already
that
have.
question directly now, Sam. Would you have voted for
You are not
Tinubu?
you're not Tinubu. If you are Tinubu, I'll be speaking to you directly. I can't be telling you because you're not Tinubu.
Okay.
No, he has the right not to. He has the
asking,
right not to reveal. Yeah, go on.
I'm asking this before because look, you guys look. You have to look at this beyond this emotion. And if you look at those people who are actually,
This isn't about emotion, Chief. It's not
hold
about
on,
emotion.
This is not about emotion.
This is not about emotion.
Now. I say, hold on. If you look at people that are actually worried and then very passionate and being emotional about Tinubu's absences in all of these Arise TV organized shows or whatever, when you trace the demographic, you see it's coming from the same people who basically.
Are you accusing Sam of being an obedient? Is that what?
Of course, it's an obedient. We can tell
right.
if he calls
But
like
I mean,
really?
enigmatic. Don't go there, please.
No.
Don't go there.
Can I ask a question from anybody?
Hold on, everybody. Let's keep it civil as it was. I will enjoy it. Listen, yeah.
Yes, one man. You see, this is the problem we have in Nigeria at the moment, right? We have an election that is like a watershed moment for this nation at this time of our existence. A lot has gone wrong in the past 20-something years with the PDP, with the APC, with every other person, politicians who have been in charge of Nigerians' Commonwealth. And at this moment, we are trying to move into a different dispensation or move into a new dispensation, right? And somebody is accusing me of supporting a candidate because I'm trying to interrogate.
It was speculating. You know, every opinion.
No.
Political.
He said.
Every opinion is political now, is it not?
You know how enigmatic
I am an obedient.
Oh God!
You know who he is.
No, don't personalize it, please.
No, you don't personalize things.
He said I was an obedient.
You don't.
Hold on, everybody.
Can I have a question from enigmatic?
Yes.
Can I ask a question from him?
All right. Let that question come in. But let me just lay some ground rules before we carry on. Let's don't play the man, play the ball. So keep the conversation as much as is possible, just to the topics. But yeah, let's carry on.
So he said he was accusing me that I'm an obedient. I'm an obedient. He doesn't even know what leaning or whether I support a Kwankwaso or something, which is really terrible out there. But what I'm saying is this. This is a situation or a place where we should interrogate the candidates who are standing for this election, be it whoever it is.
But that never took place. That did not happen. Did that happen?
I mean, even if it did not happen at this time, I mean, other times we've had the opportunity of interrogating these people because we have been at some of these meetings and we have thrown questions to these people personally to answer questions. And these are places where you want to speak to your candidate. I mean, all over the world, in every election all over the world, all the candidates stand out and talk to the people. Why would Nigeria be different? Why is it that one person will come and tell us a different story and say he will not honor any invitation to any TV program because it's being owned by an opposition party? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
It does make sense, but hold on now, enigmatic. Ajan Lekoko wants to put a position, I think, actually to you. Ajan Lekoko will come in. Yeah.
My question to enigmatic.
Yes, sir.
Are you telling us that Tinubu have done well not to come to that town hall interaction? Is that your position?
Okay, let me answer you. That has never been my position. That wasn't my position. That is still not yet my position, and it wouldn't be my position. But I'm speaking politically now, right? And this is why I'm actually trying to let other candidates, instead of crying over spilt milk, you have candidates. There's Atiku there, there's Kwankwaso there, there's Peter Obi there, there's Omoyele Sowore there, there's Adewale Adebayo there, right? So if a candidate, quote and unquote, within the Nigerian parlance is falling your hand, go with the one that you believe it's not falling your hand.
No.
It's a crime.
Enigmatic, hold on right there. Look, we have 4 candidates being positioned to us as people, as the leading candidate. And obviously, we can rank Tinubu as number 1 among them because he represents the ruling party today. How dare we want to have a person for the most important position in that country, number 1 position of our country, and the candidate of the ruling party is not showing up for interview, for town hall meeting, for any debate whatsoever, and you are saying we should accept it like that? Or what is your real position?
No.
Hold on now. Ajanle Koko, Kulata actually answers that question with a super chat. He says, people should stop acting like they don't have a choice. Exercise your right to choose. If you don't like if Tinubu doesn't do what you like, vote against him. So this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity to campaign against him.
This is what I just told you.
Kulata got it wrong.
Thank you for the super chat, Kulata.
Hold on. Kulata got it wrong, and people that are speaking this way.
Arome, I'm coming to you in a moment, but carry on.
Kulata got it wrong, and people that are talking this way in defense, they are talking like this as if they are defending this barbaric and irresponsible habit by irresponsible politician.
Barbaric.
Barbaric. Barbaric.
Let me come in.
Irresponsible politician that we should just let them continue to do it the way they like. Just let them just run their campaign and lord themselves over us the way they like. He doesn't want to interact. He doesn't want to face hard questions. He doesn't want to interact with Nigerian people. And you say we should not talk. We should just go with our option and vote for another person.
I never said so.
Hold on, Ajanle Koko. That wasn't the Nigerian people, by the way. That was an elite space. The interaction was with an elite space. Yeah.
Well, we have to. Look, we have got to a time, a time in the history of our nation for us to enlighten our people. We, as the enlightened ones, should be able to ask questions and raise the consciousness of our people that vote just anyhow in the past. That this
I
is not
agree
the
totally
time
with you.
to vote anyhow.
Nobody is stopping them. Nobody is stopping anyone.
I agree totally with you.
No one is stopping anyone from doing that. What we are saying is there are choices to be made.
We all know that, but what
there
we
are
are
18
saying.
candidates. Hold on, there are 18 candidates.
Hold on.
They are acting like this is the only candidate that they, because on a very good day, hold on, Baba. This guy is Peter Obi was not in Nigeria for like almost a week or thereabout. Nobody spoke a word. Nobody knew if he was out of Nigeria or not. Whenever he's in Nigeria, nobody cares about him. PDP, I don't even think they care about him. I don't think VPC cares about him, right? And then this is a political season. In America over here, we just finished a midterm election. There are some candidates who failed to show up for debate, for town hall. They voted against them. Tinubu is somebody who you guys believe.
We will vote against Tinubu. We will definitely vote.
Hold on. One voice at a time.
One man, can I come in?
No,
go
hold
ahead.
on. Can you hold on? Let me bring Arome because I want all of the voices to have their say. But hold your thought, enigmatic. Let me bring Arome into the conversation. So Arome, good to meet you. But a lot of people now. Tinubu, divergent opinions, some saying that it was political expediency for him not to have been there, but others are saying it is sacrilegious for him not to attend an event where he will address the voters directly. Arome, good to meet you. Unmute.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yeah, concerning the Ashwaju Ahmed Tinubu that you guys are talking about. Hearing some other persons are talking about like, okay, even if he didn't show up, because PDP, Channels TV belongs to PDP or whatever. But that is not true. or even if he belongs to PDP. Peter Obi is not a PDP man right now. Okay? Even there's this woman that works in NTA that Peter Obi went for interview. He went for an interview with her.
Kadiria. Yeah.
Very correct. Now, even he told the lady that he had about 10 messages on his phone that people were telling not to attend that interview. But because he believed in himself and he know what he's fighting for, okay, he don't have anything. So he went there and he went there for the interview. So I don't see any reason why Bola Ahmed Tinubu, even if the station belongs to PDP, if he's sure of himself that he can stand in the presence of people to answer questions without being written, okay, or maybe without him going through his book to read, then I don't see any reason why he should not be there. Okay, somebody like, okay, we have alternative, like, okay, we should go for maybe Peter Obi or Kwankwaso or the other people. Yeah, that's the reason why we are talking about this. That's the reason why we are here. We are discussing the very issue. So that those people that don't know about Bola Ahmed Tinubu, they should know. Okay, the position is fighting for is the #1 position in the country. Okay, even if maybe you see yourself like, okay, you are in outside country, like, okay, sometimes it affects you indirectly because your people are back home. Okay, so there's no reason why Bola Ahmed Tinubu will not come to that very debate. And everybody, it's obvious that everybody knows the reason why he did not show up. Because he cannot.
If you vote against him, that's what I'm talking about. There are choices to be made. There are alternatives.
There are choices to be made.
They don't have to do what Bola Tinubu want them to do. So instead of them crying and whining every time, they should nobody's any of the choices. Let me recommend Shuwore to you. I have a candidate for you, Omoyele Shuwore. Are you going to vote for
let this guy talk now?
Excuse me. Only Eddie Makin is talking. Give us a space, not only Eddie Makin.
Let the guy talk now.
No. Hold on, guys. We are not going to allow it to get. It's not going to get rowdy. So I can assure you of that.
Yes.
So Arome, carry on. And that was to everybody. I know that it's a charged up situation, but Arome, I'll land your point. Yeah.
Okay. Right now, the other guy was saying like, okay, we have other choice. Like, okay, Peter B is there. Yeah, Peter B is there. Everybody knows Peter B is there. Kwankwaso is there. Shuwore is there, and some other persons are there. Okay, but we are here to discuss the very issue to let some other persons that are not aware that it's very important that Tinubu Ahmed is supposed to be there because he need to talk to the citizens of Nigeria. Okay, if those people are not aware, so that's why we are here. We know we have choice. Yeah, and most of us have made our choice. Even that maybe we are far away, that we cannot vote.
If you have already made your choice, then why are you outraged?
Yes, why I'm outraged because I want some other persons that are on this platform that they don't see reason why they should vote Bola Ahmed Tinubu out, so they should know. So that's the reason why I'm here, and that's the reason why I'm speaking right now.
Good enough.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, brother. Thank you.
Can I talk? Please.
No.
Oh God. Let it not get out of hand. But let me play you. Hold on. Let me play you a clip. And
okay.
This will add something to it. Watch this.
Watch this video clip where the Arise TV owner, Ndoko Baigbena, was just having fun and singing and gyrating. But what was he singing about? He was singing that Tambuwal is a great man, but at the same time, heaping insult on Governor Nyesom Wike of Rivers State. He was calling him Lule. That's a Yoruba language, I guess it's for a loser. A loser. So you have to watch the clip and hear for yourself. And it is actually unfortunate because Ndoko Baigbena was having the burial ceremony of his late mother. And they used that occasion to do this kind of, exhibit this kind of attitude. Very unfortunate indeed. But what could be the problem between him and Wike? Nobody knows. But Governor Tambuwal of Sokoto State was sitting at his right hand. So as he was singing and praising him, he decided to use the opportunity to heap insult on Wike because Wike himself fell out with Tambuwal. They were best of friends, but now they are on different paths because he believed that Tambuwal helped to deny him the presidential candidate ticket of the PDP. And Tambuwal was enjoying himself, but he was a bit miffed with Obaibana calling Wike Lul, and he was kind of not happy. You could see that in the sign that he gave. He didn't appreciate that one. But anyway, that's what happened. But you know, Wike is like, you know, they say action and reaction is equal and opposite. So Nduka Obaibana has invited ants, and they will definitely feast on him. Wike will now find an opportunity, a project to commission, a speech to make somewhere, and he will hit back at Nduka Obaibana, the owner of Arise TV. Watch out what's going to happen. Just watch out, and you will see for yourself. I don't know where the trouble started, but that's where we are at the moment. So watch the video, watch the singing, and watch the fun that the people were having and using Wike as an scapegoat, object of fun. See you in our next video.
Presidential candidate.
So what you saw there was the chairman of the Arise TV. You saw Tambuwal, of course, to his side, and you could hear what he was singing and joshing about. So already, so does that not add to why Tinubu would not be there?
Okay. I've watched the video right now.
Right.
But let me tell you something. I believe Tinubu has a TV station too.
Right.
I bet you. Okay, you should even go to that very TV station for them to interview him, and you will see he knows the reason why he cannot show up, and we cannot vote that kind of a person. You understand? He knows the reason. If you should go to his TV station so that you interview him there, or they should invite Peter Obi to that TV station that is owned by Tinubu, and see if Peter Obi will not go to that very place. Because he knows what he stands for. Because he knows the position he's fighting for. And he knows that his hands are clean and he can stand and answer any question. Tinubu cannot do that. And so that's the very reason most of us are angry. Okay,
sorry.
This kind of a person is not even supposed to even. No, maybe he's a good governor during his time when he was a Lagos State governor. It's okay. But at this time right now, age is not at his own side right now. He has a health challenge. So many things are involved. So right now, what we're trying to say here is this. Okay, he's fighting for the #1 position in that very country. Okay, so he's supposed to respect the citizens of that very country and come out, even if the station is owned by PDP or whatever. If he's assured of his own self, he will be there and answer the questions. If he cannot answer, at least he will talk to the citizens. But not every time that we invite him for an interview or a debate.
Arome, he has been speaking though. He has been speaking. Has he not been speaking?
From where? The rally in which of this TV station?
No,
where?
What does it matter? TV station. He spoke at the Lagos Business Forum. He spoke at the Arewa Consultative Interaction. He spoke at Niger State. He spoke at Port Harcourt. He's speaking on all of these restaurants where people are picking up all of these.
We are not talking about. We want
Arome,
him
please
to
face your candidate and leave Tinubu, okay?
Sorry, can I say something?
We will not leave him. We will not leave him. We will not leave him.
Sorry, let me see something.
One man. All right, hold fire, everyone. I think Enigmatic is about to leave us, so let him have a little.
One man, let that lady speak.
No, we've been trying to come to her, but we'll come to her in a moment. Enigmatic, give us a few more words because you said you're about to leave.
Yes, what I just want to let people understand is, first, by February, when the next president wins this election, some people who are not doing their homework now, chasing shadows of other political parties' candidates, they will cry far about rigging instead of following through their own strategy how to win the election. I can bet on this platform, all these people crying here, they've never voted more than PDP all their lives, or any political party affiliated to PDP or with PDP. Past or present, even in their future, any political party that is associated with APC wouldn't be in their consideration. So all of a sudden, you have a grand opportunity, a golden opportunity. I've had a family member who was running an office, and then when the opponent skipped several interactive sessions, debate and everything, we saw that moment, we seized the moment as an advantage. This should be an advantage to the oppositions instead of them crying. What is the cry for? Are you going to vote for?
Nobody's crying, my brother.
One
man, let me reply. Let me reply in a
No.
Are you going to vote for this
let me reply in
the first instance?
No.
No. So
please let me say something.
Everybody, I have a candidate in Omo Eleshuwore. I know his capacity. I know how long he can go.
Be happy.
Okay, but you people should be happy. If Tinubu drops dead tomorrow, you guys should be happy. If you can't speak, you guys should be happy. If all his gaffes, all his disappointments should be he came out to choose a vice presidential candidate, you guys cried. He came out to make statements, you guys cried.
Do you know why these people is not happy? Because they know that Tinubu is the next president of Nigeria.
The reason why we're not crying, nobody's crying, nobody's fighting anyone. But we are here to still let some persons to know the reason why. No one is crying. No one. It's to our own advantage, my brother.
Look at what Wike is doing to Atiku. Every deficit of Atiku now is a capital in Wike and G5's group.
One man, please, can I say something?
Why this fixation and this obsession?
You can't speak over somebody else now.
Why this fixation and this obsession about just only one candidate? Are you guys afraid that he's probably going to be the next president? If that is the question, that is fair. But if you believe your candidate has a chance, just like he does, you guys should be happy that, oh, thank God, this is the platform to nail this guy down. Atiku was there tonight. Kwankwaso was there tonight. Obi was there tonight. Tinubu was not there this night. What should you have done? You guys should go bake cake, celebrate, pop champagne that you won the election because your greatest enemy is not on the platform. So why cry then? When your enemy is messing up,
that's the reason why we are speaking out here. We are not crying. We are still jubilating that because everybody knows that we are not. No one is crying here. Okay, no one is crying.
All right.
The optics of politics. The optics of politics is you focus on the strategy that pays you. If APC's strategy does not sync with your own strategy, which you shouldn't expect, because they have their strategy. Obi and Labour Party, they have theirs. Atiku and PDP, they have theirs. So you shouldn't expect that Atiku will do what you expect him to do. Tinubu wouldn't expect Atiku to do what he expects him to do.
We are holding fast for
Enigmatic.
Okay.
Enigmatic.
All right. Let's hear from Tiger. Tiger, good to see you.
Enigmatic. I'm actually happy to Tinubu. I was thinking before I joined this program, I'm actually happy that he did not come. This will show a lot of Nigerians what Tinubu is made of. That is, he has no substance to be the president of Nigeria. And should this election go to second round, I bet you some of those two candidates or three candidates will work together and Tinubu will get there. Trust me. This is very good for Nigeria.
That is a lie. Tinubu is the next president of Nigeria.
Okay, then is it
that's
president without voting, without vote? You want to rig the election? Is that how you think? Without voting, someone become president? At least we go through the election first before someone become president.
But Tiger, you
People did
understand
not
what
know
I'm
the
saying,
road
right?
that Tinubu will use to go to
Yes.
that presidency.
Enigmatic. I understand the angle you're coming from, right? But I'm so happy he didn't turn up. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
because Atiku did turn up, right?
Tiger. Do you think anybody was surprised that he did not turn up?
No, no one was surprised, but because we've been saying all this time, Atiku has never turned up. But now that Atiku has turned up, it puts Tinubu in a big bad light.
But Tinubu has already said he was not going to turn up. He said that weeks ago.
Then if he's not going to turn up, then he
three different official statements from APC and Tinubu's PCC's group, the campaign organization. They made it very clear, and it was very succinctly, narrated. They would never. So this should be a
please let us say something too.
But this will help a lot of Nigerians to make that easy decision. Some of them are still in between. So those who are in between, they can make that decision now based on that Atiku has appeared, Tinubu hasn't appeared, that Tinubu don't want to be eligible to them, or he doesn't want to face questions.
Do you think Tinubu? Do you think Tinubu not turning up for this debate will affect how anybody makes the decision to vote?
No.
It will affect. It does affect some people.
No.
You think so?
It does. Yes, it does. It does. Like one man, you said.
Even the lady don't have anything to say.
Hold on. The lady
can you let the lady speak?
No, sorry, man of prestige. I need you to just settle down and let the flow go. But sorry, back to you, Tiger.
Okay. How do you saying this? The airlight. No, are you an airlight woman? If I may ask you, but you did watch it. We are not airlight, right? So same thing with Nigerians. They can watch it online as well. So Nigerians, like we said, they have the data to watch this. They watch YouTube and other program. So people will watch it. People will know that Tinubu don't want to be accountable to them, and when he becomes president, he will not listen to them. So they can make that choice now. I think I'm happy he didn't turn up. People can make that choice now. So no more excuse for anybody.
You live in the UK, don't you, Tiger? So in the UK, they say today's news is tomorrow's chips paper. They will use it to sell chips in the shops tomorrow. So this only stands in this moment. By tomorrow, when Tinubu makes his speech in Chatham House, then the story changes again, doesn't it?
No, I don't think so. But
you don't think so?
Yeah. Hold on. You know why? But Atiku coming and this debate, it will be tomorrow's news. Tinubu's news will be on Tuesday when he makes Chatham news. But for tomorrow, this will be news that Tinubu didn't appear. So every day has its own news. But for now, this is the news, and that's why we are talking about it.
Yes, but what I was yeah, go on, enigmatic here.
A quick question, Tiger.
Go on.
Carry on. Is listening.
Okay, we've just seen a town hall project now from Arise News, right? Now, what are we discussing? We are discussing the only candidate that was absent. What does that tell you?
No, we are discussing it because we are one man has a fora where that can be discussed. But in between that discussion, right, later on today, we're going to delve into who performed well in this debate. So it's part of the debate. It's part of the package. It's not in isolation. So everything will be discussed. The same thing if people are talking about it elsewhere, they will talk about it as well. So it's very.
Tiger, would you have voted
very
for
relative.
If you had the opportunity, or maybe, and it's open to anybody on the platform. As anybody on this platform, would you have voted for a BAT, a Shuore, or have you voted for any political party that is associated?
No, I've been. What man knows? I've been Baba Sokwe. So I've not voted.
No, anybody can answer that.
I've not voted.
I will vote for Sowore.
No, hold on. I've not voted.
Have you voted for any political party?
No. I've not voted. I've not voted. Hold on. 2011, I did support Buhari. I must confess, but I wasn't in Nigeria, so I didn't vote. So I've been following the election, but I have not voted. I've voted in Nigeria, but not in the new dispensation. No.
If you were in Nigeria, if you were in Nigeria in 2015 and 2019, would you have voted APC?
2015, I would have voted APC because it was so. I mean, everything was so bad. Like we were sold. Buhari was sold to us, so I would have bought into it because it was sold to us. So I would have bought into that as well. So I would have voted for Buhari 2015.
One final question, one man. Anybody can answer this too.
All right, but I want to make sure I bring in Gideon and then Folly so that all of the voices are But I asked that question. Yeah.
Sure. In the past 23 years, since 1999, right?
Go
South and Southeast. Tiger, can you tell me the political parties they've been voting for? At least at national level.
You are talking of PDP, right?
No, can you just say it?
Yeah, I said PDP.
He said PDP. Okay. He said.
So now, what do you think? What do you think they would have done if Peter Obi did not move to PDP to Labour Party?
No, because vote that's going to come from Southeast, it's a protest vote. So
no,
hold on, because I know where I'm
you
driving.
asked the question.
Vote that would come from Southeast is a protest vote. Let's assume Peter Obi is not even contesting. They wouldn't have voted for Atiku because why? It's a protest vote. They felt that Atiku came. In PDP had agreement in place that this dispensation, this political dispensation for the PDP party, the contestant will come from the south, not from the north. So by Atiku coming there, that's why a lot of people they're not gonna vote for Atiku in PDP in the southeast, and we know that. But the elite might say vote for them, but the people would not vote for them because they felt that they are being denied the opportunity as well. So that's what I'm saying. So, yeah.
Tiger. All right. Have that last word. Then I want to hear from Gideon as well. So Gideon, let me hear from you. Where we are at the moment is Tinubu not turning up for the debate. So you've heard mixed bag opinions, but we'll be hearing you interject. So you don't seem especially offended by it. Tinubu not turning up. Gideon.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
For me, I like because the three people there, they are PDP member. You understand? Everything they need in that place is Tinubu, because if you see their followers, they're after Tinubu. Tinubu this, Tinubu this, Tinubu this. And that one, it will make people to vote for Tinubu. They don't know. Before me, I'm not a Tinubu supporter, but now I'm a Tinubu supporter because of that thing that they are doing.
What thing? What made you start
because
to support?
they are saying Tinubu is not well, he's sick, it's like this. It's cocaine. Me, I want to. I need a cocaine president now. So
that don't even make sense. You're just making things up.
No.
It's not lie. I'm just telling you the truth, though. I'm just telling you the truth.
What she's saying is she's off-put by the aggressive campaign of Kameni.
I don't believe that.
Atiku is there. You cannot cut Atiku.
She's saying it now. You have no
they are not
reason
cutting Atiku. You people, you are from the same side. You are cutting Tinubu this. It's too much. You understand? That is why I'm going to vote for Tinubu. Me and my family, we are going to vote for Tinubu.
Are you in a position to vote?
Win this coming election, this 2023 election.
Do you have a PVC?
Yes, I have.
Right.
I'm going to vote for Tinubu. It's my president. It's my president.
All right. Let's hear from Folly. So Folly, we're with the debate that's just happened, and we've not really gotten into the debate yet because, of course, the elephant in the room was Tinubu not turning up. So what's your reaction to that? A lot of people are offended, and I think it's disrespectful. Folly. All right, we don't seem to have Folly for the moment. So Enigmatic, back to you. Give us a few more words.
Yes. So what I'm just trying to say, like you just heard Miss Madam Gideon. You heard her voice.
Yes.
One man, there's too much can be too much sometimes. This guy already, you guys know within the recesses of your minds that come rain, come sunshine, you guys you've never voted for Tinubu's political party, past and present, and even in the future. You will never vote for APC. You will never vote for Tinubu if Tinubu is the only candidate. Then, all of a sudden, Tinubu makes any move, he has made a mistake. He doesn't speak. Oh, he's not speaking. He travels out. He travels. Everything is, why don't you focus? Because we already know one man, South and Southeast, right? Since 1999. Since the nascent stages of Nigeria's second political dispensation democracy now. Go and look at the voting statistics and the data in the Southeast. They are the party. If you are hearing Nigeria is in a deep hole now, the Southeast and South, they are complicit because they've been the one that propped up and enabled PDP for 16 good years until APC to continue from where they stopped. So all of a sudden, because you now have a Peter Obi, Tinubu is everything bad. Why don't you focus on your Peter Obi? Because if Peter Obi had remained in PDP, it would have been Atiku, because Atiku would have won the ticket anyways. Now Atiku that snatched the ticket from the folks in Southeast. They are not going after Atiku. Atiku is a perfect man, but it's only Tinubu they are yelling about. Everybody is Tinubu. Are you going to vote for Tinubu if Tinubu were the only candidate? Because in the first instance, ab initio, you will never vote for him, dead or alive. So what is the cry about it? Let him make his moves, then you capitalize, leverage on that move, and then use it to your advantage. For Peter Obi, why crying? That's politics here. The guy is doing his own thing. He knows he will never get any vote in your region. He didn't come to your region during the primaries. He knew where his numbers were. He was knocking on the door. He knew where his numbers are now. How many times have you seen Tinubu in Southeast? One man. How many times have you seen Tinubu in the north?
It was in Ebonyi the other day.
Since when? Since the campaign started, only once.
Yes.
Only once. Because Atiku, Buhari in 2015.
But is it not better for him to bring the Southeast on board rather than to cut them loose?
No, you can. It's definitely going to build them, but you have to win an election first, right? Before you bring people on board, regardless of their politics. Now, you're still going to bring them on board when he wins. But before you bring them on board, you must have something to bring them on board to. You must win first. But this is the only. It's like they are all campaigning against only one candidate, and that is the problem. They are missing it. They did this during the primaries.
Enigmatic. One man, can you give me a minute to reply?
Say something, please?
They did this during the primaries. All of them, only one guy, and then he came back to whip all of them. Like,
let me reply him, okay? Please, one man, before you leave.
Say something.
Yeah. Hold on, Ola. You come in after. Sorry, Ola. I know you're there, but let Enigmatic have that interjection. Then we hear from Folly. Ola, you come in, and then Kulata gives us his opinion as well. So have that interjection, man of prestige.
Okay, this is directly to Enigmatic.
Don't get
no, I'm not going to make any insulting language.
Leave us.
All right.
Okay. This is the point. We are here talking about Tinubu not showing up, which is a particular party, APC, is section on that area. But you are taking it to a different narrative. Now you're sectioning, talking about Southeast. Everything is Southeast. Every time you have tendency to do this. I don't know what the Southeast has done to you. If you listen to my comment, I may get mad to everybody, anything based on party or person. I never mention any part. I'm from the Southeast. I never mention any particular. I have my best friends are from the Southwest. I don't place a section of bias here. You have that tendency. I don't know what that part of the country has done to you. Tell me, my brother. Tell me what I don't know.
No. To be fair, man of prestige. To be fair, whenever Enigmatic mentions the Southeast, it's never out of the context of what he's saying. You know,
Are you serious?
No, it's in the natural course.
Okay,
Well,
okay.
No, it's in the natural.
Go ahead.
Hold on. It's in the natural course of a narrative that.
So why is narrative most focused on this? Why did he divide the narrative to mostly Southeast? Everything in Southeast about what we are talking about. It's only Southeast. Is it the only Southeast that is criticizing Tinubu for not showing up?
Hold on. You can't curtail his free speech now. Let him.
I'm not curtailing. I'm asking him a question. He's not curtailing. I can't curtail. I mean, he's very outspoken. I can't curtail him.
Enigmatic. This is enigmatic.
Yeah, hear from Tiger. Tiger, come in. Yeah.
The enigmatic, please stop moaning about this, right? Because at the end of the day, this is politics. This is a forum we discuss things, right? So we talk about this is a forum where things are discussed. It's not about only Tinubu.
What are we discussing on the platform?
Tinubu is the focus.
Hold on, Tiger. What are we discussing? What is the
politics?
All right, we're debating. Okay, so if we're okay, gentlemen, if we're discussing politics, let's veer back to that. So back to it. You were painting the picture, enigmatic, that if Tinubu had not turned up, which he hasn't, then of course that makes it easier for decisions to be made. So yeah, carry on from there.
One man, when you are approaching a certain matter, right, you have to go to the root cause of that situation. There's no way we will be discussing subject matter as of this nature, right, without actually speaking to the nitty-gritty of the political events that actually shapes this idea most of the time, right? Because when you see, I've basically asked one time that, look, what is these guys saying with you guys? Because it seems like a focus on a particular candidate. You can have issues with Buhari. You can have issues with Tinubu, with APC. Until recently, one man who was the victim, he was the Fulanis and the Hausas because of Buhari being the president, regardless of the fact that they voted 5% in the whole of the federation for that guy. Did that stop him from being the president? No. But when we are talking politics, right, I will go back to it again. A region that for over 23 years, they've been voting for a particular political party until 6 months ago that they believe they have a candidate who they want to bring as a mystical person that has never been in the Nigerian political system, that has been in politics for over 20 years, and then PDP suddenly becomes a bad political party or a bad political platform to them. And then you want to tell us the narrative of Nigeria politics. And I'm saying it, take Tinubu out of the equation now, put somebody else in that equation. Have you guys, past or present or in the future, if I've seen your past that you voted for a political party, and then the present, you have voted for that political party for good, not 2 years, not 4 years, 23 years. And then the political party, the opposition party is doing what they want, and then you are crying about that. What are you crying for? Go ahead.
Let me respond to you. I mean, you see the problem. We are changing the narrative. We're not supposed to go deep to where you're narrating to. It's not supposed to be there. You're the one that making it sectional, Nana. Southeast. I don't know why, but anyway.
All right, let's bring it out of that space and take it to Ola. So Ola, it's really Tinubu not turning up. It's just personally, my personal view, it's unacceptable.
I'm even surprised that we are using this opportunity to switch the emotions in favor of Tinubu. Look, like Enigmatic said, this should have been an opportunity for people who want to move against Tinubu without making any big deal out of this. Not that it's not a big deal, but it should be a big deal for you to take your decision, but not for you to make it a big deal enough to be at the jugular of one another. See, initially, I was a little bit angry too. I have to calm myself down. Do you know why I was angry? Because Atiku was there this time around and Tinubu was not even there, or his deputy. But when I listened to Uncle Alexander, brought another perspective. Oh, I said, okay. Now, it now switched my own perspective. Okay, when did this guy agree on this? I am aware that Tinubu was not going to honor anything coming from Arise TV. It's not as if of today. So that thing, they made that thing public before. I agree with that. I agree with that. But is it that it's acceptable? I don't think it's totally as acceptable to me, but I can use it to take my decision. But anytime I'm taking my decision, I don't want to be irrational and because of emotion alone. Because, I've never said this enough that in 2015, we were too emotional that we, to the point of just throwing Jonathan away without even trying to measure. Now, someone is saying, talking at Chatham that, oh, that's not talking to Nigeria. See, we are missing critical things there. It's not an excuse for Tinubu because that is his alternative now. Whether the alternative is acceptable is another issue entirely. When you are talking at the international community, talking to international investors who can turn the fortune of the country to the better, it's another thing entirely because Nigeria is no longer a local country in one West Africa. Nigeria is part of the global village, which will attract interest from the international community. If you look at it from that perspective, what Tinubu is going to do tomorrow is still something that is laudable, even though we still be, because there's no way you can balance everything. Like I said, I will not make excuse for him totally, but yet it has provided alternative. Let's exploit that alternative and see whether that is even better than what we have today. No, and I think what we should be looking at is what they discussed today, because we forgot about what these people discussed today, because I listened to that and I saw a lot of, in fact, it was the organizer that was even trying to even give the candidate ideas, because if I will rate these people initially, I will not even rate most of them the best of them more than 40%. I was listening. They asked these people.
Yes, I was listening now and I was taking notes too, but we'll get to that in the second phase of it. But I want to sweep through the reactions to Tinubu not there, just to get that elephant out of the room. But thank you, Ola. Let's hear from Folly, because he's joining us from Nigeria. So Folly, Tinubu not been there, mixed feelings. But what is yours, Folly? Tinubu, Olule, Folly. Oh, wait, so Folly, it's connection problems, you see, because Folly is a Showore man, of course. So that question then to Kulata, so Tinubu Olule, or Cholule, or Didi Lule,
Tinubu Olule, Konkona.
All right.
Tinubu told you, I'm not attending, and he did not attend. So what's the hula boo? What's the noise over the fact that he said he's not attending and he followed through? And it's a game of choices. It's a bad choice according to you people. So why are you having high blood pressure for a bad choice? A bad choice is giving you clarity that don't vote for me. So don't vote for him. You guys are just screaming, being all emotional for trying. You bust the blood. You're gonna pop a blood
vessel. Yes.
For nothing. I mean, he said he's not going to come, and he did not show up. Big deal. The people
let me interject to my brother, please.
Let me finish before you interject, because I'm driving. The people that showed up, assess them. If you've not made up your mind, pick the one that did the best. If it fits the criteria, pick that person. Vote for the person. The person that doesn't show up, go and talk to all your friends that this guy is a no-show. His gun's going to be like Buhari. APC has ruined the country. Then don't vote for them. It's a simple case, and we should move on.
But it's still unacceptable, though. I mean,
if it's unacceptable, what's the rational thing to do? Do you belly ache or you act?
Okay,
what is belly aching going to give you?
Does Tinubu not showing up show that he has regard for the electorate?
He doesn't have regards for the electorate. He doesn't. It's clear enough. And it's unequivocal enough that he doesn't have regard for the electorate. So if he doesn't have regard for the electorate, what should the electorate do? Why are we making noise? Punish him
Okay,
at the booth.
Kulata, we are not making noise, okay? I mean, we may be so emotional sometimes, but that's not what it is. We don't have a
What
vote.
is it?
But okay, let me give you just a minute, okay? You and I know each other in that regard. I mean, it's not about emotion or whatever. When we're speaking out here, we don't have a vote. So you say make a statement. We are just making a statement. We don't have a vote. So we are letting people know we are not happy of him not coming. That's all. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
We are speaking to the people in Nigeria. We are just giving our opinion. That's it. So we have a right. He has a right not to show up, and we have a right to speak against it. That's it.
Yes, that's good. I mean, it's part of the circle of life. You have a right to lament, you have a right to complain, and you have a right to canvass against him. But people I just find it amusing that someone is telling you, I don't give a rat's about you, and take him up on that challenge. Don't vote for him, because most of the people that are complaining are the people that have already made up their mind, especially the voters. If you're obedient, why are you complaining? Isn't that more reason why you should go and canvass for Obi? I don't get it. I really don't get it. And now the thing I'm saying is, because this guy is living rent free in many people's heads, whatever he's going to do tomorrow is going to suck up the oxygen in the room, and everybody will continue talking about him. And that will be consistent 2 days of Tinubu news that you are not talking about Peter Obi. How about that?
It's not going to be a good narrative for him.
Kulata, it's not a good excuse. I mean, this is a discussion place.
It's not an excuse. It's not an excuse. I was clear enough to tell you.
I understand your position. I know. I understand your position. So people here, mainly, they're not. I think all of us here in this forum, I don't think we are planning to go to Nigeria in February to go and vote, including the lady who said she and her family is going to vote, because I think she's abroad.
I'm voting.
Yeah, you are voting. You are going to Nigeria to vote.
And you know one thing, I appreciated Gideon just to show voter behavior. You could see that for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Where all you guys are pushing, you could see a voter like Gideon that got pissed off at the incessant abuse.
Kulata, that's not true. She already made her mind up before. That's not true.
You don't know. You can't say that. And there are many people voting for this man out of pity, just simple pity, and you can observe that on this platform there and there. The same way people shouting Muslim that some candidates are going to church. It's the same way Muslims too are also galvanizing. It's numbers. For every reaction, there's equal and opposite reaction. It's better to just make your case based on merits and let it be on that.
Yes, the same way, Kulata, the same way Tinubu didn't appear, some people will not vote for him. If they've decided to vote for him before, they might have
I want to believe that every single Tinubu voter that has made up their mind are not going to change their votes because they didn't show up for town hall.
No. You can't say
people
that.
Going to change their vote for sympathy if you're going to say it like that.
I believe that, but I showed you an example of a sympathy voter in Gideon. That's an example.
How you know? You're not in her mind. She may come here and make us talk. People do that.
She said.
Because she said that make it true.
I'm supposed to trust her first.
You know her?
Hold on, one at a time. Yeah, but
you know her, Kulata?
No, but you don't know her either.
Yeah, I don't know her, but Kulata said I trust her. Like she doesn't.
Hold on. You were speaking on her behalf. And you don't know her, but she's there to speak for herself. But yeah, go on. Carry on, Kulata.
Inherently, the same thing will happen if people who are determined to vote for Tinubu and they see that he's not coming and he will not be accountable to them. Some of them might also change their mind as well. You can't say that cannot happen.
You're right.
Exactly.
You're right.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
But you're right. So no, the thing is, he's giving you opportunity. He's giving you negativity. Use it against him. Don't cry for me, Argentina.
I don't think voters in Nigeria will even care at this stage. At this stage, they know Tinubu will not turn up. They know, but in this forum, we're only talking about it because we are based abroad. We're not gonna vote, but we just want to touch on that angle. I don't think that people voting in Nigeria they're going to care if you come or not because they know it's not gonna turn up.
Enigmatic is going to vote, but you know,
it's only 1 out of a million diaspora. Enigmatic.
Right. Yes, sir. What's up?
Yeah. So, would your vote make any change?
Don't worry about that.
It's a question. It's a question.
Well, every vote, there's no something as every vote counts. Vote. Yeah, of course.
Exactly. That's what I want to hear. Every vote counts. Good question. Good answer.
Oh, is busy doing other things. But let's hear from Thomas, who is in Nigeria. So, Thomas, let's hear from you.
Good evening, one man. How are you?
Oh, I'm well. So the debate, not the Tinubu debate, but the debate.
Yeah. What baffles me is that some people using Panadol for someone else's headache. Before now, almost 1 month ago, these guys came out to tell Nigerians that he's not going to attend any debate. It doesn't come to me as a surprise in any way. So I don't know why people are crazy about what the guy is doing, and forget about the emotional. People are too emotional. Emotion don't win election. So this guy has said it countless of times. It's not going to show up. But that should be an advantage to the opposition parties to leverage on that and vote against him. But I don't know why people are crying foul all the time. I don't know. You know me, I'm not a Tinubu fan, but no, he said he's not going to show up. Let's go to the vote and vote against him. Not this crying foul, crying.
So Thomas. So
Emiloko is not Tinubu fan.
So Thomas, what you are saying is that people should not express their disappointment that they didn't show up. It doesn't. I mean,
they
people
can.
will vote
I was disappointed as well.
Hold on. People will vote for whoever they like, but we are just talking about one of the candidates, particularly the leading candidate, number one. He's number one, whether we like it or not. Tinubu is number one, considering the fact that it's their party that is ruling the country now. Is the number one to beat. So, him not attending anything organized by the media, we know the rule. We know the rule that press play in democracy. You don't have a press that function vibrantly in democracy, then your democracy cannot work well. The press is organizing this thing on behalf of us, the people. This man is rejecting it. It's not coming. And that is why we, the people, have to talk. That is why we have to speak against him that it's not acting right. Yes.
Baba, I understand.
So it's not that people... No, look, hold on. It's not that people are crying. I hate when I listen to you guys, some of you, why people are crying. No, people are not crying. People know those who they want to vote for. But when you see the leading candidate, person that is possible, he have the best chance to be our president in 2023. And he's acting this way. So that is why we are talking. It's so barbaric.
Ajale Koko, is it not the opportunity for the opposition party to leverage that to win this election?
Look, that one, we know that people will vote for whoever they want to vote for, but it doesn't stop us at the same time to say it loud and clear that this man is acting irresponsible.
All right.
An irresponsible person can never be our leader. So that is why we are talking.
All right, I concur with that. So, Thomas, I want to move it away from Tinubu and then go to, because some people did turn up and the conversation was had and an engagement took place between them and Nigerians. So I want to move it to the show and what transpired there. But on my way there, let me acknowledge the super chat that has been coming in. Of course, you know who, Alexander Gomez. He says, I see Prestige wears his emotions on his sleeves. So there he is when Prestige was getting somewhat, I won't say agitated, but somewhat not even worked up. He was giving full.
It was getting thirsty.
Yeah, it was giving full expression to his thoughts. We will put it that way, by way of loud and sort of wimpy voice. But there it is. So emotions, of course, is an emotional topic. So, but Alexander Gomez still, if I were a Tinubu advisor and heard what EPA said yesterday, I'll definitely advise him to stay away. No point. EPA declared him the winner yesterday per his pronouncement. It is a slam dunk. So there is Alexander Gomez conversing with the platform as he usually does via Super Chat. So it's not exclusive to Alexander Gomez. Anybody can Super Chat and then we'll read out your comments. So thank you, Alexander. I'm not quite sure that that was quite where Simon Ekpa was headed yesterday, but certainly you can extrapolate and project as Alexander has just done. So let's take it now to the substance of what was said. So a debate was had. I was flitting in and out of it, but the one thing that came up, Tinubu not being there, which we have addressed. Who paid attention and who wants to go first on that space? The actual debate itself. So we're going to pick winners and losers at the end of the conversation, but maybe we kick it off. Who wants to kick it off?
I'll go.
All right, Tiger, I did have you in mind. So there it is. So kick it off. How was that experience? How was that experience for you, the debate? Talk us through it.
One man, I'm going to disappoint.
Yeah.
One of my eye was on the football between England and
3-0, Abby.
Senegal. One of my eye was
Bukayo scored now, so at least we have Nigeria. We have Nigeria of some sort. Is still Bukayo scored.
One of my eye was there on the program, but I think for me now, there's no one who hasn't known the candidate now, apart from Atiku, who is just doing his debate now. I think they've come to know Kwankwaso, Obi, and the rest, what they stand for. So I don't think the public, even though if some of them didn't perform as expected, I don't think it's going to be an issue for them anymore because they know where they stand now, and the election is getting much closer now. So the only person who could make difference is because Atiku, because he's just appearing for the first time. That's the person they will try to assess again, and it will take more than one debate for them to assess Atiku because this is the first time he's appearing. But knowing who performed best or not, I didn't pay much attention to that. So that's my
all right. Just in broad strokes, then, do you think that debate? Do you think it will affect any voter movement? Will it move votes? The debate will it affect anybody's decision making?
Like I said, the people it will affect is for people who are still waiting, maybe looking at Atiku in a way if he has some tashif to say. But if they assess him at this first stroke and he didn't perform, I don't think they will pay him much attention again. But the rest, they've already seen them, Obi and Kwankwaso. They've appeared in 2 or 3 debates already. So, but for Atiku, he's the one people will assess. Maybe some people might try to give him another chance again in order to see him, or some people might rate him in whatever he says. So from now on, I don't think the election is getting closer. We're in December already. So it's for Atiku only now. But I don't think there'll be a high percentage of shift in what people how they want to vote again.
And what do you think they take out? What do you think the headlines will be tomorrow in the newspapers regarding this debate?
Tinubu is avoided debate. Atiku appeared in a debate. It could be one of those headlines. That's what it's going to be. Yeah. Either one of it. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. I watched it, of course, and I took some notes. So as we go through, just chip in as you can. But let's hear from Enigmatic. Did you watch the debate? Did anything substantial come out of it? And also, if you did watch it, who came out the strongest out of that interaction? Enigmatic.
Yeah, I did. Briefly, but from what I was able to see from that debate, like I said, low energy, no passion, no enthusiasm, and then this wouldn't change anything because the way Nigerians are wired, it's just like we are just like natural Republican and Democrat voters in the US here. For instance, I like to give scenarios. For instance, look at the runoff election in Georgia now, right? On a very good day, no sane human will want to identify with Herschel Walker, the Republican candidate, but it's head to head with Reverend Warnock, right? That is politics for you. So when you are looking at what happened today, no, if there should be any changes or if there should be anyone who could be changing their mind, probably you would have seen maybe one person from the obedient camp say, okay, let me consider Atiku because Atiku was presidential, he was confident, he was impressive at the point, and then Kwankwaso too. So if I have to rate them, I will rate all of them below 50% anyways. And that's just probably been conservative. There's nothing else.
But the other thing we have to factor in enigmatic in all of the pollings that we have been reading, as most of which we have dismissed, the one thing that has been consistent is somewhat a significant minority of undecideds. So they are still there to be persuaded. Is it not spaces like this that would persuade them?
But that is what I was just telling. When you say it, they say you shouldn't say it. The only political party who should be trying to persuade the undecided or those who are actually sitting on the fence now are the obedient, because they are the fringe political parties. They are the one who command the most structures and the polling units on social media and online. They should use that power to get those independent or undecided voters instead of chasing Atiku or APC or their candidate, because those ones, they already have their base. They have their base already, right? PDP they've been running elections since 1999. They've had 2 or 3 presidents, right? And they have almost seats in almost all the available, political offices in Nigeria, same as APC and the incumbent party. And then you being a fringe political party, but you have somebody, who has a region behind him now, instead of you focusing on the untapped, that you are still singing to the audience of one. How would that change anything? That's what they are not getting. And that's why we always talk about the politics of it. Of course, it's no brainer to say there are undecided voters, right? But the undecided voters, who has the capacity to actually sway those? I would say probably Peter Obi. Is he doing much to sway them? Absolutely not. He's not doing that. Instead of doing that, they are engulfed in so many, crises.
But really, the strategy to sway them. So there are 2 ways that Peter Obi can sway the undecided voters. It's either to bring out an excellent plan of action, which he released yesterday, but there's some things that have come out regarding his manifesto, which was going to be the topic of this session. But this session now will surrender it to the presidential debate. So it could have either persuaded them with an excellent plan or play a negative politics of a campaign of calumny to undermine his opponents so that the choice is then him. So I think that's the strategy. So all of these things that we're hearing is still canvassing the undecided or the bulubalas and whatnot.
Yeah, man, like I said, right, the bulubala, the articles issues with not being able to unify his party and then stuff like that. You are dealing with legacy political parties. They have structures, they have the men, they have the capacity, they have the budget. How much is causing problem in Ogun State Labour Party? Less than 20 million, right? So just leave that by the side. But when you have an avenue to actually, leverage on the fact that you have to tap into winning some independent voters, You are not doing that. Instead of doing that, you are chasing political parties, candidates, your opposition candidates. How does that help your campaign? How does that help you? You already forgot the fact that this guy, if you probably you should go back and check Peter Obi's calendar. One man, go and check his calendar. You will see how many weeks he has missed. More than 2 or 3 weeks, right? So when you are missing that, you are supposed to compensate with something different. And when you're supposed to do that, you travel out of the country and stay 2 weeks or 3 weeks when you don't have where you don't have voters. All the voters, all those folks who are online and everything, they are here in Europe and abroad and America and stuff like that. They don't have voting capacity, they don't have voting power. Where the numbers are, you are not doing that. So focus on the tangibles and leave all those irrelevancies. Those are ephemerals that wouldn't get you any vote. And these folks understand, and that's why they are playing the high wire political game with him. But he doesn't know. I think he knows because he's smart. He's a politician like them. But unfortunately, those he's leading, he's leading them to to nowhere because it's like they can't see. There's still a fertile ground of independence that they can tap from. They're not doing that because already take it or leave it. One man, take it or leave it. PDP and APC, you cannot compare them with Omoyele Showore's AAC, or because AAC and Labour Party and SDP and NMPP, I'll categorize them on the same platform. The only difference is Obi has a whole region behind him. Showore does not have that advantage, same as Adewale. So when you have that kind of advantage and you have a couple of South folks who have been voting PDP naturally, right? So by default, they are switching to you because their allegiance will always be PDP or anything related to PDP. So you have that window. Why don't you try to go extra mile to see if you can convert, some independents instead of chasing shadows and going to churches and doing stuff like that? How would you do that? And you go abroad. So when Atiku goes abroad or Tinubu goes abroad, they go. It's part of their strategy. You've missed more than 3 weeks of the state in Kano State. Go and check his calendar. Don't take my word for this. Pick up his calendar and look at how many states he has missed. That counts a lot. It means a lot. And you are still a fringe political party, but you have a whole region behind you because take it or leave it. Give him that credit. Give him that credit. He's going to have a good show in his region. We are not going there today. But how does chasing irrelevancies win any non-convert for him? How? And what is he doing about that to win those non-converts?
All right, brilliant. So brilliant. So yeah. But I'm hopeful that somebody did actually watch this session. So let's go to Ajanle Koko because I think we watched it here together. Because there were some highlights and lowlights in that interaction. But Ajanle Koko, what did you make of that interaction? Kwankwaso, Peter Obi, and Atiku. So Atiku was the main star turn. So Atiku was the main star turn, but he turned on.
Just let me say hi to everyone.
All right.
So, well, it's been a very good session. Share, subscribe, and like. Don't be mad at the messenger. Just listen to the message. And if you want to be mad at the messenger, well, you are very free to do that at your own volition. Good luck.
Right, all right. So long as thank you, Enigmatic. I was dreading that I would say something about Transformers just then, but no, thank you, Enigmatic. So Ajanle Koko, yes, to the substance of the debate, or what's their substance? And I'm saying the only thing of note was Atiku turning up, which is what our Tiger somewhat hinted at. Ajanle Koko, what came out of that for you?
Thank you, Woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. At this time, please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see, Woman, the way I look at the town hall and the candidate that participated I see all of them as member of the same family, PDP. They are all PDP candidates. It's just that, I mean, they are all from the same political party. It's just because of reason for, I mean, their political ambition. That is why they went a different way. Obi went to Labour, and Kwankwaso went to NNPC, while Atiku remained in PDP. So they belong to the same political ideology, but I can describe that debate as between Kwankwaso and Obi and Atiku combined. Kwankwaso versus Obi and Atiku combined. Because if you listen to their substance, you can see that Kwankwaso is more of a government strong involvement in education, in healthcare, and in others area of life that matter to the development of our people. Obi and Atiku are more of private-driven, economy. So, but Atiku showed a very impressive outing today. Even though he's a very old man, 78, maybe 76 or 78, he was able to portray a picture today about himself that, look, I am not weak mentally. I am conscious of every problem in the country, and I have the experience better than this guy to solve the problem. Even though the pattern you want to solve it, the direction you want to take it is a market-driven, market-driven system. So
He doubled down on his traditional policy positions. He doubled down on his traditional policy positions.
Oh yes. So he showed a man that is more prepared. He showed a man that every question being asked from him concerning the problem we are confronting, he showed that yes, he have a solution to it, which are more inclined with the manifesto of their party, and he really articulated the manifesto and his plan very well to Nigerians in that what do you call it, in that
debate.
In that debate or town hall interaction. So while on the other side, Kwankwaso elaborated more about his success in the way he governed Kano State, his success in the area of education.
There were instances that I thought his responses were not consistent with the questions being asked.
What did you say?
I said there were instances that thought his answers they were not consistent.
They
with
were
the
not
questions.
consistent. Yeah. Kwankwaso, in the area of education and what to do on education and what he has done on education while he was governor of Kano, he was able, to elaborate and, articulate it very well. But in the area of economy, on how he's going to weak in that area, particularly. But on healthcare, on education, and other,
Woman, am I allowed to ask a Jalico question?
Yeah, you can, but I want to get to Alice
Because
quick.
on that education, Ajane Koko said Kwankwaso talk very well, which I don't think so. Because my question will be how did he elaborate very well on that education? Because he disappointed me, being someone that said he went through the technical education, he went through polytechnic, went through technical school, then university, polytechnic university up to PhD. Then when this guy was talking of education, he focused mainly on ASU. He was not even talking about the skill development, all those skills that can actually take people out of poverty at almost the short term. And he was only talking about how he bossed ASU, that ASU, we have to get permission from him before they could go on strike. See, those things, to me, the guy, personally, I don't know of others, he failed. So how did he perform very well in that aspect of education? Ajane Gogo. Can anybody hear me? Hello.
I can hear you.
I can't hear Ajane Gogo again because
I think we may. I think we may have lost Ajane Koko, and we lost Alice too. I wanted to hear her come into the conversation now, no, I think we do. Yeah, we have Tiger back. So Alice, if you want to come back, people want to hear from you. So it says, so this is Diopol 80 speaking to Enigmatic. It says, Enigmatic, stop propaganda. That's not Obi's calendar. So responding to Enigmatic's insertion at some point. So Ajane Koko will rejoin. You could hear he was driving, of course, network problems, third world countries like the United States and all that. But thank you. Let me take the conversation to, let's go to Gideon and sample her opinion. So Gideon, what did you take out from that interaction? Who were the winners and who were the losers? And what were the highlights for you, Gideon?
For me, Kwankwaso and Atiku. Kwankwaso, 45%. Atiku, 35. Obi, 35.
Why?
Stop.
Is that your son? All right. I think Alice is on mommy duties at the moment. So on mommy duties, hopefully Kulata not on daddy duties. So Kulata, of course, a man of detail. So hopefully you are sat in your seat with your glass of wine charged up, Kulata. So now let's delve deep into it. So the debate, how did they come across?
You guys may hear kids swimming in the background and making noise because I'm at the pool with my kids. So the debate, I watched it a little bit because I was watching England whoop Senegal. But
hold on, you sounded like you delighted in that. Where is your allegiance? Are you not an African anymore?
No, I mean, the Yoruba got revenge against Fulani. I'm just kidding. No. I supported Senegal, but once they started giving them through, I lost hope. I abandoned them and switched my allegiance. I always like the winner. Anyway, the debate, I didn't pay too much attention because I was watching it and I was watching football at the same time. But I first start with optics. All of them looked well, calm, composed, and they stuck to their talking points. So there were no gaps. I don't think there were a lot of errors of omission or anything. But there was one particular part of candor in the debate when they were talking about health. And Atiku kind of like said that, I mean, look, I'm not going to shift my healthcare to Nigeria because he said something around like, I mean, something around managing his condition still relies on him getting treated abroad. I felt that was a movement of candor. At least he did not promise that he will not continue to see his doctors abroad. So I caught that. Atiku, I will call Atiku the winner, not substantially on points, just because he showed up, and he showed up to remind people that he was still in command of his faculties, and also to bring back all the golden days of PDP plans. So he brought that up. Obi didn't mess up. Obi,
Just on that health space, Kulata, it says, will you be transparent with your health status and use Nigerian hospitals? That was the question. So Kwankwaso said, I am happy with my health status and I can provide proof of good health. And then Atiku, he said, I will provide proof of my health status if requested, but not use Nigerian hospitals. And he went on to add that, look, there are certain things that the Nigerian hospitals are not equipped for, and that is part of the problems that he's looking to fix. And Obi says, if I am required to provide my health status, I will use Nigerian hospitals and hospitals abroad.
Yes. So that part caught my attention. The rest of the other conversations, honestly, they were just giving their talking points. I didn't see anybody deviating too much from their talking points. So it was kind of like a low energy debate. I mean, if I'm to call it a debate, a low energy town hall. It looked a little bit more, they stuck to the script way too much. So there was no vibrancy. But you could notice a cold tension between Kwankwaso and Atiku. So I don't think there's any love lost between both of them. So anybody like nursing that Kwankwaso will step down for Atiku, I think you can bury that thought, because I don't think I think there's personal animosity between both Northerners, and it was also awkward to see both of them wear socks in traditional. How do you wear socks with Agbada?
I do as well, by the way, but my wife says that makes me a bushman.
That is so weird. I couldn't stop focusing on black socks in Agbada.
Oh yeah, Bimbo, come and say hello to Kulata. No. She looked up when I said that. Carry on, huh?
So nobody, please don't wear socks. At least don't wear visible socks with native, please. It's a no. Don't at least wear ankle socks or something. Anyway, the problem with that debate is there was no enough contrast, because like Ajande Koko said, because I was going to say, he stole that from my brain. Like, all these guys are PDP guys. So when you're looking at that debate, you're not making a clear choice between PDP and APC. You're only making a choice between three PDP opinions. One, not much. Within the same shade. So you want a PDP that's a little bit more left, go for Kwankwaso. You want a PDP that's a little bit more in the middle with some youth spice, go for Obi. Or you want the traditional PDP. So it was like PDP Pro Max, PDP Light, and PDP Mini. That is what it became. It's a shame that Tinubu did not show up. At least you will have provided the right contrast. That at least this is who all of you are gunning for. But Tinubu stuck to his guns, is not showing up. I think we've belabored that point. So this particular town hall.
Hold on. Is it a shame though that he didn't show up? Because there'll be booby traps set for him if he had showed up. If he had shown up.
Is it a shame to the process, to the tradition of democracy? Yes, it's a shame to the tradition of democracy. Is it a shame for Tinubu? No, it's not a shame for Tinubu. Tinubu will get nothing for going to that debate, because all he's going to get is going to be booby traps and gaffes and then viral videos the next day. So what is he supposed to get from that? Because are we kidding ourselves? No, everybody, the performance in today's town hall is not going to win a single polling unit, not even a polling booth. Any performance on this debate is not moving a single polling booth, not to talk about moving the election. So while it's a tradition, at this point in time, a lot of people have already made up their mind. So from a Tinubu perspective, he stands nothing to gain. And again, Tinubu is playing the game. He's playing a game of catch me if you can. So is not that available to the public press. Is available. I mean, where he chooses to be available. So by tomorrow, maybe newspaper headline will say, Tinubu didn't show up, the rest showed up. But there is no clear winner in today's town hall. And next Tinubu says in Chatham House, maybe he makes a gaffe or something. That will now take over the news. If it doesn't take the gaffe, APC spin machine and spin doctors will get to work. That look, he's negotiating deals with Nigeria. He's doing this. He's doing that. It's presidential. I mean, they'll put on the spin because yes, who is that?
Please.
That's
You
Gideon.
said Tinubu make gas, and Janikoko make gas too. He said NMPPC. You know.
I can't even hear again.
No,
Tinubu fan.
I've lost my. I think I've lost my connection. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can. If
I can hear you.
Yeah. Oh, he lost his connection. So there it is. Let's hear from Folly. Yeah, who joins us? So Folly, take us to that space. We've been trying to hear from you. So Folly, start off from where we started. Tinubu not turning up. What's your reaction to that? It's not a good look, is it, Folly? Oh, Folly, man. All right. Yeah, sorry, we are trying to get to you, but we understand that the connection in Nigeria. But pick it up from where Kulaka stopped off, Ola. So he was telling us then that Atiku may well have come out on top in what was rather a tepid interaction.
Yeah, see, I among the three, even though I was not that impressed, but Atiku appeared to be the one that carried the day, probably because of his experience. Because for everything they ask him, he could easily make an example because of being the vice president. For example, they asked him about, although he didn't convince me totally about that education, not until the moderator was now trying to refer to that they should not focus on tertiary, that they should come back to the basic education. So he fell back on the UBE, the Universal Basic Education they have, and some kind of task. Although I'm still trying to understand that education tax, because I'm still trying to understand that. But when we talk of Universal Basic Education, then I knew that it was a compulsory thing, so that people were forced to go to school. But where they are not addressing this thing, because I was expecting to hear something about when that program failed, especially in the north, when people were not following that thing. What exactly did they do? How are they going to make sure that people will take their children to school, that they will not keep them at home and be giving them some kind of education that will not make them useful for themselves in the future? So they fail to address that. So to me, is okay. I would say it's okay because Kwankwaso and Obi seem to be lost on that, because what Obi was actually saying was what he was able to do in the past, which everybody in the country may not really relate to it. And then the same thing, Kwankwaso too was talking about how ASU we have to take permission from him and all those stuff. So it makes it look like more dictatorial, because when you it's like you are using intimidation for people to do the right thing. So if you are not there tomorrow, how are you going to sustain that? Because that's not the type of thing we want, whereby people will only comply when they have strong leader. So what of tomorrow when there's no strong leader? So that means that everybody will go back to what they were before. So I wasn't impressed on that. Then when they went to all these local government,
hold on, Ola. I'm going to do it section by section, because I've itemized this in sections. So hold your thoughts on that space. Only for me to acknowledge Alice, who's joining us for the first time, just to hear. You know how we always welcome. We're always eager to hear new voices and document their politics. So Alice, I thought you said you'd gone to bed and you could no longer be here. Alice, good to meet you. Unmute, Alice. Alice in Wonderland, or wherever it is that you are. Alice? Hello? All right. I think Alice is I think Alice is playing hard to get. So thank you, Alice. When you're ready, let us know. So
should I continue?
Yeah, carry on.
So when all of them were now talking that they were going to increase funding and all those stuff. Yeah, you were going to increase funding, but for what? You are not even talking of how you are going to increase that funding. You see, now they said they have about 2,000 plus ASU demand. How you are going to meet? See, you don't just come out and promise what you are not even sure of. You don't even know if those demands from ASU are reasonable. You only concentrate on those demands and how you are going to make sure you meet the demand. What if that the demand will crash the country? So they were not really convincing about. I like this guy. Obi quoted his statistics as usual, talking about 3.3 trillion invested in education for the past 6 years, and how he's going to increase that. Increase it on what? Because for example, if you know that there are some certain area that we are low in skill in that country, for example, you are not even talking of how to make sure that people go back. Because I remember when I was growing up, people will go to technical school to learn some kind of skill like trade job, like welding, carpentry, and all those stuff. Those are the type of job we are importing from Togo and the neighboring country today. Nobody is addressing that even if you try to, because that should be a short-term, it should be a short-term project that should not even be a serious problem for the country to solve. Nobody among them is even identifying that, even after the panelists gave them some expo, so how do you make sure that carpenters are not all Okada driver and Danfo driver on the street, that carpenter will be carpenter, welder will be welder, and the bricklayers will be bricklayers? So those are the things that they fail to address it. So to me is just another chat. Is nothing is so inspiring along that. So that's why along that side. So that's why I still say, okay, even among the bad people, not among the bad people, among the if I were to take from the presentation, I will still go to Atiku Abubakar, because he was able to stay something that he was able to do. I know Kwankwaso made an example, and I know Obi made an example, but to me, they were not really addressing the issue of education in the real time of it. Because in Nigeria, we focus too much on on university. University should not even be a priority. It should be something that people will look at. Okay, let me improve myself, or the basic one should even make you sufficient. When we're growing up those days, we have people that say they never went beyond secondary school, and they were clerk in the banks. Some of them even rose to a reasonable level. But today, you'll be seeing you will be seeing someone with master's degree will be doing the work of cashier. So why will you waste money to do that when you can actually make someone from that finished SS3 to have that confidence? So if you cannot address that, it simply means someone that cannot go to university and will not train to have skills. What will the person do? It will contribute to the insecurity in the country. So to me, I score them low there. So I will give Atiku 40% there.
Don't give them scores, yes, because we'll score them yeah. But Ola, let me hear from Foley. It's only because it's in Nigeria, and it's been in and out. Hopefully a better connection now. Foley, are you there now? Foley. Okay.
Yeah,
Foley,
yeah. Good evening, everyone.
all right, good to have you, Foley. And also, Alice, are you now with us,
Yeah.
or are you still in Wonderland? Alice in Wonderland, are you still in Wonderland? Alice Edem. Oh, all right. So to you then, Foley. So to you then, Foley. So now, Tinubu not turning up was where we started from. I'm sure you were not pleased with that, but were you surprised that he did not turn up, Foley?
Well, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Actually, that Tinubu didn't turn up is not. To me, I'm not seeing it as something we are not. Someone should not be expecting before, because turning up in that kind of in that kind of environment, I think it's going to be a dent to his own what's it called, abuse. Yeah, abuse. Um, Even apart from Tinubu of a thing, I'm sorry to come up this way. Each time I come to this space and I'm expecting people like you guys debating how we're going to get Nigeria better, and we are still trying to like bring ourselves back to these people again. These people, they know how to play their game, and they are playing it in their own best way to make sure that we don't have the real and organic person to represent us at the presidency. And we are falling to the victim. We are actually falling to their plans, because I don't see any one of them that are different from what we'll be talking about. None of them. They are the same set of people, the same
Ajale
birds, the same
was just
feathers.
Folly. Ajale Koko was just highlighting that it was essentially 3 PDP candidates on the rostrum. All 3 of them just PDP. Folly.
Yeah, all of them are PDP. Even the Baba Tinubu itself is these people they are friends, they are families. They do things together. I don't know why we are still celebrating any one of them. We should be thinking about how do we get a new system, a fresh idea to come into our political arena, so that we can be able to drive something that can lead our future generation into a country that they will all be proud of. Because if Nigeria is a food, I'm sure nobody will ever cook it to eat in his house today, because of what is happening in the country.
Folly, with the media narrowing the field, because the invitation only
So
to
at this junction, I think first
Atiku.
we're looking, where can we get?
Sorry. Yeah, I was just going to ask, with the media, and Alice, if you're ready to speak, you can just come in, because I think people want to hear from you. But Folly, with the media narrowing the field to Showore, Atiku, Rabiu, and Peter Obi, to the exclusion of people like, no, not Showore. So with the media narrowing the field to the 4 candidates, is that the media then telling us that this is the space that Nigeria's president is going to come from? And what do you make of that? Because I suspect that you are saying that that is not acceptable, that people like Shore, they are not given equal voices, never mind having an equal chance. Is this where you are, Folly?
Yeah, definitely. If you're talking about media in Nigeria, you should know that, believe me sincerely, in the media, they actually hate Shore, because he actually disturbed them of their job. And the media we're talking about today, do we even have media in Nigeria? If not because of social media, by now all of us would just be like a chicken in the hands of politicians. We'll just be coming to pick you, kill you, you know. But because of social media, that's why we are still getting what we get today. Look at what happened between Aisha Buhari and that small guy. Even because of media that people used to. Do you hear any news station to actually come up and say something tangible about the matter? That is where we are. That is where we find ourselves. The media they were tools in the hand of the politicians. They use them the way they want. So even the so-called journalists that we have nowadays are no more journalists. There's only few of them that are trying to like come up now. And I'm not sure we should be allowing our oppressors to be the one that will be dictating how to do things for us, because these people have already hijacked the space from us. We should be more organized now than what we are doing here. Tinubu, Atiku, Obi, Kwankwaso, all of them, they were friends. These people, when they attend the same function together, if any one of them is doing a children's wedding, all of them will be in the same reception. They will be drinking, whining together. Whereas we, the oppressed here, we are the ones suffering. We are the ones facing the challenges. We are the one making, we are the one receiving the heat here. But yet, we always organize our own action, our own power to speak on their behalf. I don't know why. And I'm beginning to doubt.
Folly, the alternative options like Showore, Adewale, etc., they are not making available of alternative spaces like this sort of places to bypass traditional media, because this sort of spaces that we are now is a very, very powerful space that can really make changes, but they're not availing themselves of these spaces. And they just seem to go around complaining that traditional media is not giving them airtime. So are they also complicit in the surrender to the old guard? Why are they not making
No.
themselves present in social
No.
media? Yeah.
No. I'm sure you are not being fair with Showore. Showore, there is no a day that Showore will not be on space. Showore is always busy talking to people on space. I don't know if I don't know why we are still not getting him here, but I know it will still come here. But Showore will never underrate what the spaces actually stand for. And we are making use of that platform to make sure we get our message across the board. Okay? That we are not coming, that we are not yet here doesn't mean we are not speaking to people on spaces. Showore speak to people on space every day. So we use it. Showore was one even encouraging where we are now, that we should be able to like speak up our mind through the social media spaces, apart from the normal media that we have in Nigeria.
All right. And to the debate, though, what did you make of what you saw and heard from all the three that turned up?
Actually, in that debate, I think Kwankwaso is more better. Obi follow, and me, I don't want to be reasoning with these people. I don't know why, because I'm not seeing anything good coming from any one of these people. I'm not seeing, even if they are good, people following them will distract them. They won't give us what we want. We need a governance that will represent people, not these people parading themselves. These people are just a cheater. They are just like a white animal that are looking for a small chicken to kill.
But Folly, the unfortunate reality is that your next president is going to come from one of these people, so you have to pay attention to them. Folly, that's just the sad reality of it. Yeah.
The one thing I want you to know is this: there was a time that slavery used to be a business of the day. Some people rise against it and they put an end to it. So you don't just think that we cannot do anything about it. It may take us. I don't know why people, even the Bible we're all reading, even for Israelites to leave the Egypt to get to their promised land, it took them 40 years. And that 40 years, people don't believe that at that period, people will die. A lot of people will fall sick in the wilderness with them before they now get where they are going to. So we should be expecting the same thing here. For us to live recently to where we are going to, I think we have to pay a lot of sacrifice. So, and that is what we're doing here.
All right. So it's a long-term project. And by the way, we are all on board. Nobody, I'm sure you know that nobody is pleased with what is available to us. It's just that we cannot just say how we can get somebody like Showore in. Maybe you say if we all join hands together, then we have a better chance.
Yes.
But
there was one illustration that was making the last time I was speaking on one platform like that. I said, if people in diaspora alone were for Showore, and they are not allowing the sentiment of ethnicity to overshadow their brain, to overcome them with their reasonings. If all of them alone, I know most of them don't even vote. They didn't have their vote in Nigeria, but they can influence their voting in Nigeria. They can call 2 or 3 people in Nigeria that this is who we want you to vote for. If it is all about 5,000 they are giving to them, they can promise them the 5,000 naira. So don't collect from them. I will give you my own 5,000 just for us to like key into that system. We can do this. We can make this happen. Let's assume these people want to use money, but people in abroad can actually key into that system as well. Okay, if it's 2,000 they are going to share during their election day, we can as well promise 2-3 people in our family, in our environment, influence them with their own 2,000 naira as well. Instead of you collecting these people's 2,000 naira, we are going to pay you that 2,000 naira. Vote for this candidate, and we will make it, and we will have it done. It will happen. These people know the power of our votes. Our vote is count now, but they actually know how to play the game so that we will not cast their votes in the right direction. That is what they were. That's why they are bringing down their money to make sure that people are poor, so that they can be able to buy their vote from there. The vote is counted nowadays, but they are buying it. People are selling because of ignorance, and people that have the exposure, see how the politics is being run outside the country. They are the one that will that will have to be involved fully in the political process in Nigeria to come and change the narrative. You are the one to tell people here that this thing is not right. If you continue like this way, we are all going to be perished. And people that have the experience, that have the exposure, are the one that can inject what they've already learned from outside to people in Nigeria. A lot of us here were here too, but our voices are not coming up yet. But people in abroad have the people they can influence in their family as well. We can do this thing. We can make this thing happen. These people cannot. This our present leaders. None of them. I don't even call them. I call them rulers, because they are even slave masters. I call them slave masters. These people are not. They didn't mean well for everybody, for anybody in this country. They're only going there to represent themselves, represent their family, their caucus, and their members alone. They're not even going there to go and work for Nigeria, to make Nigeria work for the people of Nigeria.
Why do you think Nigerians are not reacting against them? Because all of these things that you have.
So I mean, I was going to I'm saying this. I don't get where this is going, but it's not like I want to put. In 2019, the diaspora was entirely for Sowore. We got 30,000 votes out of it. So are we talking about 10, 15, 20-year project, or we just want to look at how we can get by in this election cycle?
Let me tell you, in 2019, a lot of people don't really believe in Sowore. What's it called?
Almost every platform I was experiencing in 2019 were all for Yele. Almost every cycle. Nigeria is just Nigeria is not just ready.
Let me say, people in diaspora, they love Sowore in 2019, and they are all for Sowore in 2019. But that space that we're supposed to be using now is what Obi has taken over now. Obi have taken that space already, because during that period, Sowore was not really up. For the Sowore is up, but the Nigerian government make sure they didn't allow him to come into the limelight before Obi came in. Obi have already taken over the space before they now allow.
Yeah, but isn't there an argument? Isn't there an argument for someone like you to be supporting Peter Obi, since the people that will make a president accountable and the youth are all for Obi right now, and there's no chance for Sowore in 2023. So if you want to, let me just quickly finish. And if you want to build Sowore up
Hold on. Let collateral land. Yeah.
If you want to build Sowore up for 2027 or 2031, then maybe you should join Obi camp and try and win this election. And then Sowore will be the natural, will be the natural person that will inherit that movement. And that movement, because Sowore did not do a good enough job of that movement like Obi is doing. Obi took that movement and expanded that movement drastically, that we're talking about someone that will actually move and shake this election. So if you guys join the Obi, is a flawed candidate, yes, we know that. But if you guys join Obi and at least win this election, then Sowore has a chance, because when you win it, you'll be part of it, you'll keep Obi accountable, and naturally it will shift to Sowore. Sowore will inherit it. Sowore needs to play politics, and the cleanest he can do from all these candidates is to join Obi. And I'm being it's just commonsensical thing to do, because you can't do a purity test now.
I think I get your question.
Let me just add to that, Folly. if Peter Obi wins this election, it will end the old guard permanently, and then it will open the space for people like Showore, Adewale, whatever, because it will be a new broom of politics, which is what the Obi space represents, Folly.
Okay, I think where people are getting it wrong is this. In 2015, when people think that Buhari will come and do that miracle of a change of a thing, we stand out then. We told them that this man, this set of people that is bringing this man on board, they will never allow him to achieve anything good. Okay? But in Obi's case, okay, if the problem I think I have with Obi is this. Obi movement is bigger than even the Obi himself. And the problem I think Obi is having with this movement, Obi doesn't have the charisma to lead the people that is following him.
It doesn't
Because
have
the
charisma,
people that is following Obi, they have that zeal, they have that passion. They are looking for a good Nigerian. They want to stay away from all these old politicians. They want to do things different. But the Obi that is leading them is still telling them that these people are still my mentor. These people are still my boss. That cannot do something without them. The same Obi they are following. So that's why I said Obi. These
Why can't
people are
Showore be the
actually putting their.
Joshua? Why can't Showore be the Joshua to Obi being the Moses? Someone Obi may lead the way, and Joshua will be the eventual person to take Israel. I mean, to take them back
I
to
think
Israel, because
I
it's
think
the
you
only
know
sensible
about.
thing to do. That's the only sensible thing to do, honestly
you know
speaking.
Joshua only follow Moses because he know Moses are actually going towards the direct part of the journey. Moses confronted the pharaohs and he make sure that he lead the Israelite out of that space they were before. But Obi is not even ready to leave the pharaohs now. He's not even ready to follow to instruct to reject the pharaohs. So you don't expect Joshua Showore to follow the Obi that is still praising the pharaoh. That's the problem here.
Foley, do you think it was a mistake for Showore to have attacked Obi initially? That attacked a lot. Do you
Please
think that
speak
was a
loud.
mistake?
Speak loud.
Do you think it was a mistake for Showore to have attacked Obi?
No, Showore has never attacked Obi. If you are getting
No,
this
he
wrong,
has. No,
Showore
no,
use
no.
his case. Showore
No,
use
no,
his
no.
case.
He went
Use
against.
his
No, do
own
you think
case to fight for
no,
Obi
fully wait,
when
fully wait.
Labour want to deny Obi. Showore use his own case study to fight for Obi.
Was it wrong for him to
Showore is
have gone
just here.
against Obi? Fully, was it wrong for him to have gone against the obedient and Obi? Yes, he did go against them. He did attack them. He
No,
did fully. Let's be objective here. He
let
did
me
go
tell you what
against them.
happened. Let me tell
Was
you
it
what
was it a
happened.
wrong
When
for him
people
to follow?
said, let me tell you where people get it wrong. Initially, Showore make a pronunciation, make a statement a month before Obi even go to PDP, then go to Labour Party. A month. Go and check the video. Where Showore said Labour has become what's it called? A refugee camp for the old politicians that fail in their own party and they used to come to Labour. A month before Obi come to that political party. Go and check the video. But people use that video to attack Showore, that Showore was attacking Obi. Go and listen to that video. You will see the date that video was made. It was a month before Obi even come to PDP, to Labour. Because
Mr.
Showore
Foley.
was the one. Showore was the one that Labour were even trying to bring into Labour. But Showore said he's not going to leave his political party because that is where the aspiration is. And people like me will never follow him to Labour, if at all, if he does that.
Mr. Foley.
So that Showore is affecting. Showore is fighting Obi. Showore has never for one day attack Obi directly. He's only telling us what we should.
Foley, take a question from Tiger. I think Tiger wants to put a position.
All right.
Tiger.
Okay. Yeah, I want to say two things. One, Mr. Foley, Showore, to be honest here, Showore has attacked Obi on some issues, but this is a learning curve for Showore. You don't attack the same people on your principle or near level to your principle, that area politically. You don't attack them, you attack the other side. That's number one we've learned. And that's what Obi did. Obi initially did not attack Atiku because he need Atiku supporters to come over to him. That's why initially he wasn't attacking Atiku. And if you see him now, he's not still yet attacking Atiku because people he needs are people from PDP who usually vote for PDP. By not attacking Atiku, people will see Obi in a different way, saying he's not attacking this guy. Maybe we can go and vote, we can go cross over to him. But Showere did that, thinking that he can bring back his supporters to his base again, those who are supporting him in 2019. That's a mistake. That's a learning curve for Showere. And that question I would like to ask. Question. Okay, hold on. You can answer, but let me ask the second question that you can answer. You can answer it, or you can defend your position or Showere's position. I learned recently that Showere is joining an alliance with a political party. If Showere formed this alliance in 2017, do you think Showere would be able to contest for that political party in 2017 as presidential candidate in 2017? Because he's forming an alliance with another political party. You think they will not say, Showere, you've had your time, let someone else contest? And what would happen then? Because for me, by Showere forming alliance with that political party, I think there is a potential for a problem for him there. I don't think they'll give him the space to contest.
Let me tell you what that political party stand. Do you know Barabe Musa? Do you know any history?
Yes.
You do know history of Barabe Musa?
I know Barabe. I know the older Barabe Musa who's dead now. I know.
Okay.
I know maybe
the party is actually Barabe Musa party. That party based their ideology on the same thing that AAC ideology stand for. And that's why that party has not become popular in Nigeria. So once they see a party that suits their purpose, that is why they switch their support to support that political party. PRP of a thing, they were exactly of AAC with ideology. They are they share the same ideology, the same mindset, the same purpose. What those guys were looking for is a Nigerian that will work for Nigeria. So they are not being, since they have been having their political party, have you ever see them becoming more that popular like? Because what they carried, Nigerian people don't really buy the truth nowadays. They always go after their liars, people that will lie to them and tell them.
You see, Foley, where all I'm hearing is purity, purity, purity. It's not a purity test. There needs to be some pragmatism in this thing. Showere can, if he stages himself correctly, he can become the automatic successor of Peter Obi if Peter Obi fails or if Peter Obi becomes successful. All he has to do is to join Peter Obi from a distance and naturally inherit the group. But we're talking about all this ideology, this party. For you to be able to govern Nigeria, to get close to it, and to make sure you are not as encumbered, Peter Obi represents the best shot. As bad as he is, he represents the best shot out of this mess.
Please, I think
you can't build any movement from scratch at this point. This is the best shot for Showere to maybe endorse Obi or join Obi and inherit his movement.
Let me tell you something. You people that you think Showere's follower are following Obi, no, it's those people that will just wake up. Okay, you are sleeping, wake up from your sleep. They were the one following Obi. We have wake up since, so we can't follow Obi because we already know what we carry. So it's those small boy who are just waking up. Okay, come, this is how we should go. They were the one that are just coming up to see. Okay, Obi is the one driving this car. Let me join the car. But if you are talking about the real organic follower,
you're still talking about the purity test. You're not talking about numbers. You're still talking about
I'm telling you
purity.
what we stand for. I'm telling you what we stand for. You people that you just wake up and following Obi, by the time your Obi disappoints you, you will come and join us later. But
the more reason Showere should join Obi so we can keep him accountable. And if he disappoints, he will inherit that following.
By the time we join Obi and Obi fucked up, that time, if you come out again that we want to come and say anything, people will tell us that when you are supporting your Obi, this your Obi, that fucked
You are
up
the
now. You
one.
are the one of the
Joe
people that
Warren is the one
supported
going
him.
to keep Obi accountable.
The same way you are it's only show if Obi people are really serious, they have their number enough to hold Obi accountable. So let Showore be on his own track. Let's continue be on let us continue on our own path. And by the time you follow your own trend, and your trend lead you to where you think you want
Folly, do you think the
to
Sowore
be
journey do you think it's a
you will
long-term journey? Do you think?
join the real wagon here that will take you to the promised land.
Oh, all right. You're breaking off heavily, Folly, but stay there.
Mr. Wama, you can say it's a long time journey. Nobody expected
No, I'm asking.
that we'll have
I wasn't saying. I was
in
asking.
2020 October. Nobody ever expected that we'll have that kind of movement we have in Nigeria. And it came with like
Sorry, you're breaking heavily, so we can barely.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you hear me now?
Yes, a bit better now. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't hear the question.
No, I was asking. I was asking if I was actually asking if Showore is a long-term project. So I'm not saying he is, but I think his narrative is suited more to like an epic piece of work than anything 2023. So obviously, not likely to be the president in 2023. I think it's not unreasonable to say that. But then the political journey that is embarked upon, if he wants to fast forward it, he can latch onto the Obi movement and then take that movement from Obi in 2023, when Obi would have run his course, and then but Showore will be consistent to that space. So would that not be a better Folly? All right, we've lost Folly. So let's get back.
Woman, can I add something here?
Yeah, come in. Yeah, come in.
Yeah, I think Foley fails to understand. Like Kulata said, it's not about puritanism. It's about politics. You understand? And you cannot do politics in isolation. No one wants to work with main political party or those nearer to main political party want to work with Showore. What Showore doesn't understand
it's working with PRP, but
yeah, PRP there. How many space? How many people do they have? You see, PRP. I didn't even know that there is a party called PRP this time around. To be honest with you, until I had it.
It's the oldest party in Nigeria. It's the
Yeah,
oldest party in Nigeria.
yeah, but they are not at this point in time. They are not that popular, and they won't get enough vote. But what we are advising Foley is, Showore need to go back to drawing board. Why are people not drawing to Showore? Like, he's calling people who are drawing to be a small boy. See, that's the mistake he's making. So when the same people that were with Showore in 2019, they are the same people where some of them are still with Obi, majority of them. You can't be calling people small boy because they made a choice. What Showore should do is is learn. This is politics. We all learn. You see, we take benchmark. So after 2023, he can go back to drawing board, still be consistent, try to get in the media, speak more. You understand? Showore himself has a media. He has a media outlet to reach to people. There is nothing stopping people going to Sahara Reporters and getting information on news as well, because Sahara Reporter did play an important role in the emergence of President Muhammad Buhari in 2015. They did, because that's where they were putting all their information. APC, we are getting out it was an outlet for APC people to put out their information. Nasa El-Rufai, CBN governor, and all those information, it was there. So people were buying into it as well. So there's nothing stopping Showore. Go back to drawing board. And
It doesn't. No. It doesn't have to go back to the drawing board because he's on the right trajectory. But he just needs to re-strategize that journey. because everything that Sowore is talking about is everything that we need in Nigeria, but it needs to form alliances and change the nature of its politicking.
Yeah, you can't be saying, oh, if he's calling other people, they are old people, they are part of the old system. Who's gonna work? Who are the people who are in control? They are still the same people, but sometimes old people want to shift.
Is this saying the truth or not? When he called
No,
them old guard, are they not? What are you
no, you
talking about?
can't say. Say,
No.
Mr.
Answer the
Adeloko, try and
question. Are
understand
they
me, all
not
right?
old guard?
Listen,
Are they not old guard? Are they not the same
no,
people? What is it? What is your
they are
saying wrong?
politicians.
What is your saying wrong? So what is saying?
Listen, before
What
you
is
can
saying
take.
is wrong? Is that what you're saying?
No. The way he explains politics, it doesn't work in Nigeria. That's what we're saying.
Hold on, guys.
It's not.
Hold on. What is it? The playing of politics that really matter, or somebody with solution to the problem, with ideas on how to solve the problem?
And
What
can win as
really
well.
matters to you?
And can win. You must be able to win the election as well. You can have all the politics, but you must be able to win as well.
What is it? Okay, those that have been winning with their politics, that they play right, according to you guys, what are they giving to the nation?
No. I'm saying, I agree with what you're saying, that he has to have the right policies. But coupled with that is the ability to gain traction with the people. That means winning elections. You can have all this good stuff all you want, but without being able to win, is a waste of time.
No. What you guys don't understand, and what you don't want to share with, I mean, what you don't want to, and what you don't want to know that is going on in that country is that you have a system that doesn't want fresh, new blood to come in and, change the direction of the country.
He's not getting traction is the point. He's not getting traction.
Hold on. I don't know what you are talking about. You send him money, according to you. What was he doing right then that make you be donating money to him in 2019? And what has changed?
No. That's
hold
me.
on, Babati, hold on. What has he done wrong now that you didn't see in 2019? Or you people are not resilient people? Or you people are people that cannot stand the test of time?
Ajaleko, you're focusing on the wrong things. You're totally focusing on the wrong things.
No, you people are not resilient.
You're focusing on the wrong thing.
You people are not resilient people.
Hold on, Ajaleko. Let Kulata put it to you. Put it,
the reason you're focusing on the wrong thing is, of what good are all these good plans and good ideas if you don't have a following? You will never get them implemented. Nobody will vote for you. You have ready-made cloud. You can evangelize to them when they're on your side, but you're almost kind of like saying, oh, you people should realize this guy is good and you should move. That's not how life works, except one of the ignorant of how life works or how politics works. If Sowore is going to become a thing, he needs to inherit Peter Obi's following. That's a massive following that Sowore himself will not grow.
He doesn't have to inherit. Hold on.
Then it's just then we're going to be having this conversation every 4 years for the next 40 years.
Let somebody else speak. Let somebody else speak. You have been saying this all this while, and I've been listening to you guys. Why must it be Obi people that he have to go after? They don't have to be obese people. Look, these are two different parties with two different ideology, two different ways they want to take the country. So when you are saying that, oh, did you go and merge with Sowore? Why did you have said that PDP and APC should go and merge?
No.
What is the difference have you seen in them? How have they governed the country differently that you have seen that been good to the people of the country?
That is not what we're saying. We're talking about ability to win elections,
I don't get the way that you guys are.
Okay, wait.
You just want to say, oh, he should go and do this, he should go and do that. Why must he go and join with wrong party that have not done anything good to Nigerian people?
Let me reply you.
So it's something that is wrong with Nigerian people, that Nigerian people are the people that are doing something wrong. It's not Sowore, because Sowore is providing solution to your problem, but you don't want to follow him.
No.
You want to continue to follow the politics of corrupt politician.
Wait.
Gentlemen, let's see if we can. So I beg your pardon, Babati. Just hold our thought in abeyance for a moment. Let's see if we can hear from Alice, who has been trying to come into the conversation, but has not been. So, Alice, are you able to speak now? Alice. Look at that. All right, back to you, Babati. Sorry, she was trying to come in.
Okay,
Yeah.
put you back to Atiku. I'm with you in terms of his policies and his heart, where he wants to go. But let's remember something very clearly here. Some of these obedience, what were they before Obi came on stage? Some of them were supporters. Let's not forget.
No. To you. You said you like. Hold on. You said you like.
Yeah.
You said you like.
Yes.
Yeah. But what is the problem for you to follow him? Hold on. What is the problem for you particularly? Forget about other people. What is the problem for you particularly?
Okay, let me reply you.
Yeah, tell me the problem for you particularly. Don't talk about other people.
Let me reply you. I have said on this platform that he has not improved his craft as a politician. He still has that mentality of being an aluta. He has this issue with transition from what he was before into politics. And I gave 2 examples, not their politics per se, but the way they moved. And I said Oshiomhole, for instance, where he was a labor guy, but he moved into politics. So you can see that transition, not his politics per se, but how that was done is my concern with Showore, and I've not seen that done enough. And the evidence of that is because it's not gaining traction. Once you move into that political space, I need to see people following you in mass. And not only he has lost his own followers to Obi as well, because he had a very huge following in that Edo space. That Edo space used to be Showore dominated before.
So what can dictate to you who for you to follow, according to what you are saying now, is just the trend.
No.
When you see the trend, that is where you go. That is what you are looking for, according to what you are saying now. And that is just. I mean,
let me ask you. No, because I know you love Showore so much. Let me ask you. From 2019 to right now, has Showore increased the number of followers he has from 2019?
Is it the follower that really matter to you, or
how are you going to win?
Hold on.
Elections. You must have followers.
I am asking you a question. Hold on. I am asking you a question.
Right.
Is it the number of followership that really matter to you, or what you see in him, the solution he has to to our problem, and the capacity that he has demonstrated as a person that hold on. Is it the capacity that he has shown as a leader that can solve problem, or just the followership that matter to you? What is it that really matter to you in this situation that we find ourselves in this country?
To me, I'm sold on Showore as I believe in him as a person, but also you gotta have people that believe in that will vote for you en masse for you to get into office, to enact those things that you speak of. You can have the best ideas in the world, but if you don't have anybody following you to vote for you, what is the point of
Babati, can I ask you a quick question?
Showore have to play tribal politics. All these people. Hold on.
Babati, let me ask Babati a quick question.
He doesn't play that tribal politics, and as such, you don't see strong followership behind him. So he's not playing the politics right.
Babati, can I ask you a quick question?
Babati, hold on, Babati. Take a question from Kulatak. Yeah,
Babati, just based on your own personal politics, are you interested in grandstanding, or you are interested in pragmatism, being able to pragmatic way of getting ideas you care for your interest to be executed by one politician or the other, or you're interested in this ideology till death, even though you can't grow a following? What will you do?
Who is grandstanding? Who is pragmatic? Who is grandstanding? Who is pragmatic?
Let me reply him. You see, this purity test of a thing is not practicable in Nigerian political space. You can't have a purity test. It does not work. So even I'm not really fully with Peter Obi, to be honest with you. I'm not the biggest fan, but it's like he's the skinniest kid in fat camp. That's the way I see him. He's still one of them, but at least it's the best that we can do for now. For now, that's the opportunity for it. For now. But Peter Showore, unfortunately, has not only he's lost traction and has even lost members to Peter Obi. I would have said, don't abuse the guy, don't abuse the movement. Hopefully, maybe Peter Obi loses, then you can then move into that space with them, bring them into the fold. That's what you do. You don't go against the people that you need for in the future. It's counterproductive. So I would say, to your question, I would say yes. His own approach to things does not work, and so it clearly does not work. And all this beauty testing is not practicable. You must get people like Peter Obi or people that have had that kind of experience in that environment, and vote for him. And hopefully, you can put his feet to fire. Have Showore join in, for instance, and put his feet to fire. Like, okay, we have the people's movement by you. You must do our will and take it from there. But Showore right now is not getting it. As a matter of fact, the man is losing traction right now. He's not getting anybody so far for the last 4 years. And I don't see any improvement with the way he's behaving. So what's the point? You can have the most amazing ideas in the world, but without followers, that means you need to change something in your own movement. That is on you, not the people.
Babati, the way you are changing position is so surprising to me because hold on. Let me tell you. You have said it here before, and a lot of you have said it as well, that a lot of his supporters have moved to Peter Obi. Yes. They have and who are the majority of people behind BC? Tribal support. So if Showore is that a person that is playing that tribal politics and is having followership, it will not resonate with you that, yes, it's it's attracting followership. But this guy is stable. Hold on. This is a stable guy. This is a very consistent guy. This is a more reliable guy than every other, and with solution to your problem, with capacity to lead. But because it's not playing that tribal politics, which we should eschew as people, and you people are saying that it's not playing the politics. I don't get it with this generation, man. I don't get it with this kind of people that we have in Nigeria. Are we doomed people? Is it the politics they play that really matter to you, or someone that has the capacity?
How would you win if you don't play the politics? How would you win?
One of the candidates. How are you going to win? One of the candidates that have been positioned as the leading candidate is never found to talk with you people, to interact with people, for people to question him. But he's still being positioned as the leading candidate, and you believe in him.
How is he working?
I don't get it, man.
No. How is it so far? Is he working? It's not working. So what's the point? Yes, man. If it's not working, you change, you modify your stance.
Babati.
I'm hearing you.
Let's hear from Foley. Foley, come in. Foley.
Yeah, Babati. You know what? I don't know why people think by winning election it has to be the number one target for a candidate. Because I don't know, people have been winning election in Nigeria, and Nigeria has been celebrating them, that their party, their follower, this person that are supporting is willing. It has not led us to anywhere. For the first time, we've seen somebody that will have a vision that can lead Nigeria to a particular destination. We are not care whether he win or not. We are just supporting that movement. You're willing that you have been winning that have not taken us to anywhere. We are not ready to do that any longer. We want to follow the organic someone that is ready to lead us to a destination, not by willing. We have been winning for many years. Nothing happened.
Fully wait. Do you know why I care? Because, like I said, I believe in his politics, in his policies, not his policy, his politics. If a man that has his politics right can win, then I know when he gets there, he will do the right thing. That is the reason why you should care. So don't tell me I should go and vote for Showore without caring that it's going to win. Because if he wins,
And who is that person? Who is that person?
So what
who is that person?
I just said that right now. Are you paying attention? I said you said we should not care about winning. I said you should care about winning, because if you is that
no. What I'm saying is no. What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying, you people are saying that we should follow people who can win, and we see Showore as that person that carry a vision that think it will lead us to where.
Can he win is the point. Can he win?
He can win. He can win.
No.
Yes.
Hold on, Foley. He cannot win.
He can't win. That's my point. There's no
win.
traction, for God's sake. So what's the point of supporting?
So are you not telling me? Are you not telling me now?
Hold on, Foley. Hold on, Foley. He cannot win. He cannot win, and that's one thing. We all want him to win, but we all know he cannot win.
No, you are not. You don't. You don't.
Let me land it now, and then you can disagree. We all want him to win, but we all let me not say we know. We all want him to win, but we all suspect that he might not win, because the probability is more that he will not win than he will win. If he doesn't win, everything that he stands for, everything that he believes, all of the plans that he has, they mean nothing. Do you see? So they mean nothing. But so he has to form alliances with a space like Peter Obi, for instance, still holding on to his principles, but politicking with somebody that has in the same ideological space as him, so that he has to do that. Otherwise it would just be a good idea, but never gets to fruition.
Yeah. I think this is 2015 repeating itself again. Because Buhari has been contesting for like how many years? Almost 4 times, right? He does not win election until he align with the people that we think that can make him win. But today, we all see the results. We are here today complaining bitterly. So we shouldn't be thinking about.
But let's not use Buhari. That's a straw man argument. That's a straw man argument. Don't make Buhari a straw man. I think the practicalities of what we're talking about here is this. Let's not lie. Showore is not going to win 2023.
Let me ask them a question.
If you want him to win in the future, he needs alliances. You can't convert everybody to your side. That's not how it works.
Not with the same.
And again, I was going to ask one question to everybody here, regardless of.
Not with the same people who are running for. Not with the same people who are running for.
Let me ask them a question.
Hold on.
Let me just.
Let Kulata land, please. Yes,
regardless of country, I've thought about it, sat down to think about it. Like, who are your best leaders? The most effective leader, even if it's USA, if it's Britain. You look at someone like Winston Churchill. You look at someone like Kennedy. You look at Ronald Reagan. You look at them. These are world leaders. But look at them. They're not even pure. They're not good people to an extent, but they were effective leaders. So all this game of purity needs to stop. If you want to make a difference, you need to get the people behind you. If you can't get the people behind you right now and you expect to convert people to come and conform to you, it's not going to happen. Then we're wasting our time.
Okay, let me ask a question.
Come in, Ajale Koko.
Okay, to everybody, particularly to Kulata. Let me take on Kulata. Are you looking for a change?
Hopefully. Hopefully.
Does Tinubu represent a change for you?
No.
Does Atiku represent a change for you?
No.
Does Obi represent a change for you?
No.
Does Showore represent a change for you?
Perhaps.
Yes.
Perhaps.
Does Adewale represent a change for you?
Yes.
Perhaps.
Yes.
Okay. Hold on, gentlemen. So Obi, Atiku, Tinubu does not represent a change. But Showore and Adewale that represent a change. You don't want to support them. Does that not tell you? Hold on, gentlemen. Does that not tell us that something is wrong with you?
No.
Can I interject?
That is the fact. That is the fact of the matter. That is the fact of the matter.
Let me answer
That is
now.
the fact of the matter. A lot of you, let me speak. A lot of you not supporting Sowore or Adewale, something is seriously wrong with you guys. And that is the problem with Nigerians.
All right, Ajaleko, let Kulata respond, and then when Kulata responds, let Ola tag on to that at the end. So Kulata, yes. Something I've always suspected, though, but now we have confirmation. Something is wrong with you, Kulata. Something is wrong.
Wama, you forget me.
No, sorry, Thomas, I'll come to you in a bit. Yeah.
Okay, so because I believe one person represents a change, but I can see with my eyes, still 2020, I don't use glasses, that he has no road, he has no path, he has no following. Then I should just forget about my other interests and just follow the person that maybe 10,000 people will vote for. And then I've said, okay, my priority, someone is not going to execute my priorities. I'm an adult. I'm not stupid.
All right. Ola, add on to that. Yeah.
The 10,000 will have 10,001 now if you join them.
Ajanekoko, see, I keep saying this thing and I will keep repeating it. It is the duty, because the change you mentioned, for example, even we are going theoretical to practical now, into practical. When you want to change something, it's the duty of that agent of change to win people to his side. It is not the duty of the agent of change to keep blaming people for not believing in him. That is what we are saying. When we talk of change to where? Change for people voting for someone cannot win election. I was discussing with Organa within the forum, for example. There is something that make people, whether a movement or whatever it may be, that make people trust so much in Obi to follow Obi, and the same people will not adopt Sowore. That is what we are saying. We cannot just say, oh, this guy, we don't know this thing. It means that you would not convince me. If I still go back to that old thing that we believe is bad, it simply means that the change that is coming to me is not the type of change I want. The change is not able to convince me to come and adopt that new culture. So I think this idea of Sowore, honestly, personally, from my angle, I think we have succeeded this thing because this guy is not doing the right thing to make people to win followership. Go and do that. It's not that I can say, hey, we cannot do this thing. But would I just follow Sowore just for the sake of following him without even knowing where I'm following? So that's all I have to say.
All right. Let's hear from Thomas. And then I want to go back to the debate because they spoke a lot about the deficit. And I'm curious to find out what people are making about that. But Thomas, let's hear your voice joining us from Nigeria. Thomas.
Good evening once again, one man.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that we are saying we want to go away from this status quo. Oh, God. Peter Obi, stupid Peter Obi, stupid Atiku, and stupid Tinubu. But Sowore present himself to us as a good candidate, even though I know he can't win election for now. But I don't think we should be talking down on this guy. We should be encouraging him much better. That is my opinion. But if people are saying I know he can win, but I will never talk down on him. I will never talk down on him. Ajaleko just ask a reasonable question now. Is Peter Obi a change? Blatant no. Is all of them, are they changed? Blatant no. He said Sowore. Kulata said perhaps. That means perhaps. That means he may have something to offer. Adewale is my candidate. I would say yes. So I would not like, as we can say, Peter
Showore is in our category of age and our ideology. But if we are talking on this guy, I think it's not fair. It's never fair on him, in my opinion. I think we should be, even though we know he can't win for now, but we should be encouraging him more. So what Showore is passing through, can we pass through that?
Thomas.
So that is just my opinion, Wama. I just kept, I'm not Showore fan. You know me, I'm not Showore fan, but talking down on him is unfortunate. It's unfair.
Thomas, BT here, please. Let me just make something very clear here, just to make sure everybody knows what I'm saying. There's the politics and there's the policies. I think even K here, we agree that Showore has good policies. We are talking about his politics. That's the problem. So nobody's talking down on him. Let him modify or change his politics, not his policies. That's what all I'm saying. His politics is not getting traction. Is all I'm saying, talking about, not his policies. I know he has a good heart and he wants to do good for the people, but nobody's following him because he's yet to get his politics right. Once he gets his politics right, beyond the tribal sentiments, then I can then say, okay, let me look at him again. But until then, it will be where it is. So let me just be clear. We are discussing his politics, not his policies. Thank you.
And to take it further, what we're recommending is we have a large number of voters that don't want anything to do with APC or PDP, but they found Peter Obi as their candidate. So if you want to leverage on the number of people that are more dissatisfied with APC and PDP, why don't you tactically, it's a tactical move, pragmatic move towards that side of Peter Obi, still stay with your ideology and everything, and whatever happens to Peter Obi, if he fails, try and inherit it. If he passes, you can still join that space and make him more pure, so you are visible and you'll be the sole inheritor, the natural successor to him. That's all we're saying. Practical politics, not all this, everybody come to our side, everybody come to our side. That's not politics. Nobody's coming to your side if that is not obvious enough.
All right, brilliant. So let's take it back to the main topic of the day, because of course we were discussing the debate. So let me take you back there. But on my way back there, let me acknowledge the coffee buyers. No surprises. Ayo, of course, has been holding that space steady. So as ever, Ayo in that space. But Ayo this time around joined by Meadowman. So Ayo and Ayo and Meadowman. So Ayo and Meadowman. So they've done that so far. So well done. Thank you to the two chaps. Anybody that wants to join, go ahead and do exactly that. And if you see how liberal they have been, you'll be as equally liberal. So let me take you back to the politics of it. So there was a space that I paid particular attention to. The question was, how do you handle the deficit? And this is what Atiku said. He said he will remove areas of wastage, continue with policies PDP started, such as removal of subsidies. And then he went on to expand that they had removed subsidies in 3 to 4 tranches on their in their administration, under their government, before Buhari took over, and then they abandoned the phasing out of it. So that's what he said. It says they will remove. It says remove areas of wastage, continue with policies PDP started, such as removal of subsidy, privatize government assets like refineries, CBN remove multiple exchange rates. So that was what he said. He said a bit more, but those were the ones that I noted down. Obi said every country owes. He will deal with oil theft, subsidy, multiple exchange rates, cut cost of governance, borrow money for investment. So Kwankwaso, he says, we will do whatever it takes to have an inclusive government. He spoke about the budget, and then he said, I paid all the debts in Kano. We will sit down with creditors and negotiate a breathing space. We will protect our assets and give value for money and cut corruption. So that was roughly what they were saying. But from all of that, who came across to you?
One man, let me go on that. From what I've
Yeah.
heard now, all of them, all of the ideas are good. Then the only question is that when these people come into government, will they carry out these promises? That's the issue here. It's not that we during 2019, 2015, we know that Buhari promised so much but did little. So that's the problem. The challenge politicians face. They will promise so much, but they deliver? All of these policies, all of them are good on the book, but can they deliver these promises when they get into government? That's what we should be asking them. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. But in terms of the actual policy themselves, Tiger, which one sounds more coherent as a plan? So, article to remove areas of wastage, continue with policies of phasing out the subsidy, privatize assets such as the refineries, remove that arbitrage that Kulata talks about in the exchange rate. So how does that sound?
Yeah, one of the things Atiku has been accused of is privatization, right? People
Right.
did not trust Atiku on privatization. Let's get that right. And they
Oh,
always
okay.
say,
Hold on. Suspend the element of trust for a moment. But as a policy, is it viable and is it the right direction of travel? Whether Atiku should be the man to carry it out or not is that's subjective. But is it the right policy to privatize assets like the refineries and all of these white elephant things that we have all over the place?
I think given Nigerian situation now, they are having problem with oil, um, um, with the production of oil and refining oil here. Even if you want to go to privatization, it should be within a government, between government and private company. So if the government have some shares there, government will be able to have some input in that company. Then the private companies will be able to do whatever they want to do, but the government can uh, have the interest of the people, make sure the oil prices are not over exploitative. A case study is Dangote. Dangote refinery had problem, right? And the Nigerian government had to contribute some money. So in that way, they were able to have some shares into that. So Atiku idea is good, but like I said, it doesn't really work. Privatization is good, but when you become a national asset, refinery is a Nigerian national asset. I think at this point in time, privatizing it is not the best idea. So what government should do, they should go in partnership with a private company to build refineries and remove subsidy if there's subsidy. But I don't believe that he's honest. They're saying when PDP they were around, they've been removing subsidy limb by limb,
They
because
did
I
it. They
remember.
did it under Jonathan. Did they not? I think they did
No, they
under
didn't do
Jonathan.
it. They wanted to do it. Then there was protest in Ojota. I remember that big protest nationwide. That some people said, including Erufai and co, and including saying, "Oh, there's no," including Buhari himself saying, "Oh, there is no subsidy in oil. That is all lies and all that." So they didn't carry it out. I think they didn't carry it out. I think they just increased the petroleum price in Nigeria. I think by 20. I don't know, by 21 pence or 20 pence. I can't remember, but they didn't carry it out. So Article did not say the truth. They are saying they've been removing limb by limb. They didn't.
All right, and to Peter Obi's as his panacea to the deficit, he says every country owes. He would deal with oil theft, the subsidy question, of course, the multiple exchange rate. It will cut the cost of government and borrow money for investment. So I think the cut the cost of government and borrow money for investment was the only really deviation from what Atiku already said. But what are you making of Peter Obi's plan to tackle the deficit?
Yes. Let me start from the level of oil theft. Oil theft has become a big problem and big challenge for Nigerian government. So it means that with the oil theft, Nigeria we are not able to produce the 3 million capacity the OPEC assigned to them. If they're able to eliminate that, number one, eliminate oil theft, cut government, because we know so many functions, Nigerians, especially in the civil service, they are doing too much. One, you can see 10 people doing the same function. And because they are not being paid, some of them are not even going to work. So they don't even come to work for 2 months, 3 months. So if we're able to marinate, like have a system whereby cost of governance can be cut down, people are not doing the same 10 people are not the same functions, people are allocated their functions, and then they'll be able to save money from waste. There are too much wastage in Nigeria, and also the Nigerian people don't know they build an infrastructure. Maintaining infrastructure is a big challenge in Nigeria. You find out over 5-10 years time, the infrastructure starts decaying. So there's no level of maintenance in Nigeria. People are not assigned to maintain things. They just know how to build big elephant project and no maintenance. So cutting the structure of government, reducing civil service, it will help. If it helps, like retain some civil servants, pay their pension, it will save them a long money in the long run, and centralize the system of civil servants. There are too many parastatals in the Nigerian ministry. It's too much.
Yes.
It's wasted.
Even in governmental agencies, too many duplicitous agencies.
Hello.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
No, I was just agreeing with you. I was saying even with government agencies, there are too many duplicitous agencies that pretty much do the same thing, like ICPC and EFCC and the police, all three doing the same job.
Exactly. So what is their job then? Police job it should be within dealing with civilians. The same thing we have with the army. Why is army people in the civilian area? They should go and defend our border, fight terrorists. They are meant to fight war. They are meant to put up defense for the country militarily, but they are inside civilian areas. Woman, I hardly see military people in Britain here. I hardly see one.
I've never seen one. I have never seen one ever.
Yeah, they live in their barracks. That's where they live. And when there's war, they go out and fight the war. Not many roadblocks in major street area. That could be done by police people. I wonder what the military people are doing. And one thing should this: if any army, a military head of the army is not doing well, they should still sack them. If they're not doing anything, they should just replace them and bring people who can do the job. I see there are people in Nigeria who can do better job than the people we have now, So, and I've never seen a military man general here fat with stomach, big stomach. You see Nigerian general with big fat stomach. It doesn't mean they're not being trained. They're not healthy.
They're always sleeping at all these seminars. Anytime you see pictures of them, it's like they're just slumped over sleeping, the generals. But Peter Obi's saying that he will borrow money to invest. Is the country not already over leveraged? And can he not start the investment from all this cost cutting and savings that he has already identified? Because I think if he's able to carry out the slash against the waste that he has insisted that he will do, he might well not need any cost to borrow money. So what are you making then of all this borrowing template that he says will carry on?
I think Nigeria need a catch-up. Nigeria will still need to borrow money. Borrowing money is not the problem. It's what you do with the money. If you make investment, put proper infrastructure that people can pay money, you can derive some amount of taxation or employment. People can be engaged in that sector, then they'll be able to pay tax. So that would be okay. But if you just put up borrow money for, building road to Niger, and you forgot the industrial locations in Nigeria where what they need and build electricity. We need electricity generation here in Nigeria, because if you put good infrastructure, roads, there's power. Believe me, Nigerians will do the rest. They will do and security. Nigerians will do the rest. You see, Nigerians, especially people who are into real estate, they are developing towns in Nigeria. Nigerians will do the rest. So borrowing money, if you borrow money and use it for investment that could generate employment and tax for people, or that can, bring development, that will attract investors because you have infrastructure. Countries like Kenya, they are one of the top investment destinations in Africa. Egypt number one, Kenya number two. So if you have infrastructure, people will come there and make investment in your country. So yeah, borrowing money is not a big deal. It's what you do with the money.
And to Kwankwanso's idea, we will do whatever it takes to have an inclusive government. He spoke about the budget, how he handled his budget judiciously in Kano. I paid all the debts in Kano. We will sit down with creditors and negotiate a breathing space. We will protect our assets and give value for money and cut corruption. Does that answer show an indication of where the question was pointing? Because they were asking him how we will handle the deficit. So does that answer address that?
I don't know what he meant by inclusion government.
It
Does he
was
mean
just
that?
talking nonsense. He was talking about that. Yeah.
So I think he meant to say that people who were not included, some areas who were neglected by Buhari, maybe some regions or particular places were neglected by.
But that wasn't the deficit. It wasn't that question didn't fit in with the that answer didn't fit in with the question being asked.
Yeah, it didn't fit in, and I don't think creditors will give Nigerian breathing space now because they've borrowed Nigeria a lot of money, and what did they do with the money? So and with the consequences that some Nigerians are corrupt and they were able to trace money in their account, even though within Nigeria. Imagine the guy who got corrupted about 80 billion naira. Imagine how did he get into that? So I don't think the World Bank or China would not. I don't think so. Rather, China will give them more higher interest to pay. So and I think we can't even service our debt. So but let's see what is either one of them, either Tinubu, Atiku, or Obi or Kwankwaso. Those are the four people we think because of their uh, voters' capacity that might come in to be Nigerian presidents. Let's see what they can do. But I don't think any foreign body, bank, or any creditors will give Nigerian allowance. They don't do that anymore. Rather, they will give them more interest. And China has been seizing people's property. They will come and take up a Nigerian Ports Authority or whatever and say they will have that to be controlling that. So,
yeah, go on.
Yeah, I think whoever is coming in now, it's not gonna be easy, but there is not gonna be speedily development for whoever is coming in because they need to reorganize many things that the Buhari government has done in order to set up a good foundation so that they can keep the ground running. But it is going to be, I think, for the next 4 years, it's not gonna be easy. They might even come in and put in some austerity measures with measures in order to have some resources to build upon.
All right, and I'm not sure if I asked you, did you think that the next president of Nigeria was sitting on that rostrum? Was the next president of Nigeria sitting on that rostrum?
It's difficult, one man. We can only say we don't know. Let's come 2023. We will know.
We'll push you. Respond instinctually. Your gut feeling. What's your gut?
Okay.
Is your gut feeling telling you that? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't. To be honest, I think it's gonna. To be honest, it's gonna go second round. When you go second round, then it becomes then. When you go second round, according to the voting pattern, we will know who's gonna get there. I don't think anyone's gonna run away with it in the first round. I think there's gonna be second round voting. So I won't like to make a prediction, but I would say it can go both ways. It can go, I think it can go Tinubu, it can go to B. I can even go to Kwankwaso. Like you said, someone was making reference that the body language between Kwankwaso and Atiku weren't good. But you can see that. Yeah. But you can see that from that they want to fight to finish the northern vote because both of them, that's where they have their stronger voters from. So they are fighting there to occupy that space because if they're able to occupy that space, then they stand a chance for second round. But if they don't, then imagine if Atiku and Kwankwaso share the vote in the North, Tinubu will become president. That's how I see it. If they share the vote, because they won't have the full capacity, voters' capacity to form the presidency, to become president of Nigeria. So yeah, let's see how it goes. 2023, by God's grace, around the corner. We can't wait, because this has been it's taking a lot of energy from us.
Yes, hopefully we'll come back together again as a country after it, because everybody seems to be just entrenched in positions, and a lot of it, Tiger, is tribal. People will excuse that, no, this, that, and the other, but a lot of it is tribal.
I'm leaving very soon. Can I just make one more point before I leave, guys? Sorry. I'm sorry.
All right. Let me come to you then, Babati.
Let me just to address Foley, please. Mr. Foley. First, with all due respect,
don't run away because it's here. Yeah. So yeah.
Foley, AAC is a political party, not a political movement. Okay? Once again, AAC is a political party, not a political movement. And do you know the job of a party, the first job of a primary political party? Winning. You have to win first to implement your policies. Without winning, all the things you have does not make any sense. You will be on the streets. So take your mind off take it back movement. Forget that movement. You are now AAC. Focus on being a party and what it takes to be a party. That is the most important thing that you have to do. Your mindset has to change. It is a party, not a political movement anymore. You have evolved past that space. Thank you, Omar.
Did they ever told you that they are? Did they ever told you that they are not a political party?
Yeah.
Can I respond?
Yeah, Foley. Yeah, go on. Go on, but hang around for the response, Foley. Babati.
Yeah.
Foley. Yeah.
But
hold on. It's not personal though. What he's saying is that the idealism is one thing.
No, I understand, Babati. I understand what you're saying. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Thank God you said it's a political movement, that we are actually doing it to win. Fine. That you know that it's a political party now. Because that means we should bury our ideology and join your own ideology that you call
Foley,
the winning movement.
No, Foley, because that's where I come in with the policy and the politics. That means
that's why we stand on our own. That's why we are doing what we know is the best for us.
Right?
So you guys are saying that we should join you. We face our movement and we are doing whatever we know it will lead us to that winning path.
Party. So you keep doing this movement.
Yeah, we face our ideology with our party, what we stand for.
Movement, please.
No, it's you guys that are making this thing to be somehow. We are not the ones saying you should come and join us now. We are only telling you that this is what we stand for, and this is what we are going to do it, and this is where we are going to be doing it till we get it right. Okay? So we are not competing with you guys. We want to win the election, but we have to win based on our own ideology, not someone else's ideology.
Can I say something real quick? Because I've heard you people be arguing this, and I was like, I think the point Kulata and Babati is making is this, that politics is different from policies, but there's a connection. You guys might have a policy, you might have ideologies, but your ideology or policies cannot can make no impact if you people are not in politics. Now, the argument is that Showore needs to make formal alliance. Yesterday, okay. I think I heard you people had an alliance with PRP. They endorse your candidate, Showore. Now, my question to you is this, because I still have a lot of things to say, but I just want to ask you a question. And I want you to give me a real quick answer on that. Do you and PRP, do you guys have the same ideology? Because
Definitely.
Oh, can you share that briefly? Just share that ideology for us.
Do you know Barabe Musa?
I know Barabe Musa.
He's the founder of that political party, and you should know what Barabe Musa stands for. If you know Barabe Musa, you know Barabe Musa actually stand for what Showore stand for. Exactly what.
Yeah, but what's the ideology? Just articulate the ideology. People don't know Barabe Musa. I don't know.
Whatever you.
I don't know Barabe Musa.
Okay, Balarabe Musa is one of the best governors
Yeah,
so
but
far in
talk about
Nigeria.
the ideology. Forget about the person. What's the ideology?
Yeah, ideology of Balarabe Musa is to make sure we have a movement that we can call a people's political party. That will not be all this transactional business political party we have been having in Nigeria. That will have people that with good intention to lead Nigeria
Yeah,
to the
but what does
promised
that
land.
mean in terms of policies or policy positions?
Politics or policies
Are you like
positions?
are you more intense towards government-led economy? Are you like social? What is that what kind
Are
of
you a
economy are you
socialist
running?
or are you a
We are
capitalist?
socialists. We are socialists. Yeah, we are socialists. Yes.
But PRP is PRP a socialist?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now that having said that, now no problem. If you people have an alliance with PRP on that because you share the almost similar
Yes.
ideology,
They are
but
socialists.
then
And that's exactly what we have.
you won't tell me that among, because I think I heard Showere, was it Showere, somebody saying that you guys are still having talks with other political parties, and I know some
We're
of these
having
people
what?
that people
We're
are
having
having.
talks. Yes.
Yeah, having
Yes,
talks.
we are having.
Some of this,
Yes, we're having with
Showere said
people.
they're having talks with political parties of the same ideology. Same ideology.
Yes.
Now
Yes. Yes.
hold on.
Yes.
My point is this: among some of these parties you're having talks with, I know that not all of them are more socialist. You have capitalists among them.
Everybody everybody we are having talk with should be a socialist.
Should be a socialist.
Like Adibowale.
Okay. Now, let me just go to this. Let me just go straight to what I'm trying to say here. I share the view of Kolata and Babati on that Shore would need to come into mainstream politics. He's not really practicing. He's not really into mainstream politics right now, and the reason is because he being a socialist, which I'm not saying is a bad thing per se, but he needs some people on board to also give that movement, whatever movement it has, to give it that real how do I put it? I mean, what it really deserves. Because without him being in that politics, whereby he can implement those socialist policies that he has, there's no way you guys can. You be all talks every time he comes online on TV station, on forums. He only talks and nothing gets done.
Let me respond
to form an alliance with people.
Let me respond to that.
Prepare you people forward. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I don't know if you can, okay, let me make a proverb in Yoruba language that my grandpa used to tell me then before he died. He used to make a proverb that he said, suffering will never make a man to speak truth. And for you not to speak truth, you will never lead you never escape suffering. So it's better for you to speak the truth so that you can escape it than to continue deceiving yourself. That by you continue lying to yourself and you think the suffering will stop one day. At this junction, we don't need to deceive ourselves. People have been aligned to each other in this political party has been aligned in this country, and they have been giving us the worst results. So why are we not looking for people that share the same idea with us, and let's continue moving ourselves till we get it right? Nigeria were looking for somebody that will come and rescue them, but the problem is this trust is no more there. If an angel come down today to promise Nigerians that he's going to give them honey, give them life, Nigeria will still doubt you. But with time, the truth that we have been saying will definitely manifest. People will see it. Sure, will represent that truth. Everybody knows. And by the time people like us are now coming on board to begin to share the spirit to the grassroots, people that doesn't believe in that truth before will begin to see it, and they will be keen to that idea. So we are not here to deceive people. We're actually here to tell people where to go. So it's better we continue that journey that we started. 2018, Showore said something. He said, I've destroyed media space. I'm now here to destroy political space. Showore coming to Nigeria is the reason why we have Kwankwaso, reason we have people like Obi movement, either we like it or not. And
why is that? Why is that? No. How so?
Oh, okay. If Showore didn't come to Nigeria, many youth today won't have know what they actually need to do to the politicians, because NSAS actually opened us to another realm of politics in Nigeria. It's only Obi asthmatic the movement and he take it over. Fine. We love that. We love that people are even following, people are even waking up to see the reality. People that doesn't even believe in voting before, we are now trying to come out and vote in 2023. That's what we want. We want people to be reawakened, to see politics as that thing that affected their life.
Fully,
They should get involved in it.
Can I quickly say this to you? 2019.
Yeah.
You know that Showore made an alliance with the Labour. Do you know that? At least he went there. Let me not use the word alliance, but he went there seeking for their vote. There is
no.
Hold on. Let me land.
No, that's not true. They didn't have alliance, and you keep saying you want us to land. Where are you landing at?
Hold on. Let me rephrase my. I just said it that maybe not an alliance. In 2019, when he was campaigning, there's a place he went. He had these labor people around him. A lot of them at their work, maybe their factory or whatever.
Yeah. Let me tell you something.
Hold on now.
Hold on. Fade, let him land it, and then you can correct it.
There's a video which he was doing live then when he was going around campaigning back then. Now, of course, he must have seen Labour as people who share the same ideology like with him, because the mind he was talking about making $100,000 naira monthly salary for people. That's what Nigerians should be earning. So my point is this: if he's looking at that he wants to make alliance with people like that, like Labour, the Labour movement, because even though he didn't make alliance with them, and let me not use what the research of it, alliance, he was seeking for their vote. He was talking to them to join his Take It Back movement back then.
Okay, are you lying?
So are you not seeing that as something that is doable too?
Hello?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hello?
We can hear you fully.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fully. Take him to where you want him to be.
Hello?
We can hear you fully.
Oh, one man, I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you see me? If you can see me, that's me saying yes. Okay. We can hear you. Yeah, thumbs up. Yeah.
I can't hear you too.
We can hear you. Yes.
You can hear me now, but me, I can't hear you.
Yes, I don't know, but we can hear you.
Maybe from my own end anyway.
Yeah, it may well be.
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Go out and come back in.
Okay, I don't know if you are listening to me. If you can hear me, I will answer that question. There is difference between Labour Party and Labour movement. As I'm talking to you, Labour movements are not yet supporting Labour Party as at this movement as I'm talking to you. So you should not have that illusion that Labour Party and Labour movement are the same thing. Their agenda are even different. Okay? Are you clear with that?
No, you're not. You're not making any sense. You're not making sense. Maybe you have to go in.
Rational mind, just listen. You are the one not listening. Because you already just hold on. What is telling you? Trade. I mean, what do you call this? Workers' unions.
Trade unions.
Yeah, trade unions.
Labor union.
Yes, trade labor union. They are not with Labour Party. So don't see Labour Party as a party of that all trade union are supporting.
I disagree with you on that. I disagree with you on that.
Okay, that is what he is telling you. And as a matter of fact, what you are saying that Showore was lobbying Labour Party for alliance in 2019, that was not true.
I'm not saying Labour union per se, but there's a video.
You say Labour Party. You said Labour Party.
No. Maybe
You said
I
he was trying to form alliance with them in 2019.
Hold on. I tried to make myself more understandable when I said it. I said maybe that's what I meant to say. But I said there's a picture, there's a video of him when he was going campaigning. There was one industrial place he went. There were so many people in the, I think they're in the labor union, whatever, and they were all around him. You said what?
Labor Union.
Labor, not Labour Party. Labor Union.
Well, whatever it is, but I'm saying that my point is this: maybe not Labour Party. I'm not saying Labour Party. That's not what I meant. But he went talking to these labor unions, asking them that they should give him his vote, and it was kind of like making an alliance or a promise to them, which in a sense could be referred to, could mean that he sees them as people he can work with. Right?
Yes, because they are the one that is coming to rule.
Those are Nigerian workers. Those are Nigerian workers. They don't necessarily represent Labour Party. Those are Nigerian workers that is even fighting for, that are even, he's even telling that he will increase their salary to 100.
What people are saying. Hold on, let me say this. Because the present Labour president, he was in a meeting with Obi and Labour Party some few weeks ago.
Okay.
He was in London. He was in one of the European capital recently, where he was talking.
Okay.
And he was talking about Labour Union and Labour Party. That is the president of the Labour Union, Nigerian Labour Union.
Okay.
So there's an alliance with them. So it's not entirely true. Maybe you can say, hold on. Maybe you can say the individual sub Labour union, maybe the TRC, this one.
Sorry, Rational Mind. Are you saying the distinction that Ajanle Koko and Fode are making? Yeah, they are distinguishing between Labour Union and Labour Party, and what they are saying is to rest relationship with the Labour Party, with the Labour Union, is essentially a symbiotic relationship, because that is his space anyway. He's a pro-worker sort of a person, and then the unions, of course, they want the best for their workers. So that's it's like saying that somebody has gone to canvass with I don't quite know an analogy that makes the point, but I think you get the point.
I get it,
the Labour Union completely distinguished and distinguishable from the Labour Party.
Well, I just believe that.
And even recently, earlier this year, when the labor unions were demonstrating in support of ASU strike in Abuja, Shore was there.
Obi is
you
not
didn't
there.
see Obi. Obi was not there. Shore was there with them all day long, with Falana, with all these people. Shore was there.
Obi is not there.
Obi is never there. Obi was never there. So that should tell you the difference between them. Shore is a pro-workers party, entirely pro-workers party. Does that really mean that Labour Party represent the interests of Labour? No. Labour, with the new manifesto that just came out yesterday by Peter Obi, it shows that Labour Party has compromised what the... Look, hold on. Let me tell you this. That Labour Party you are saying today has compromised the interests of workers. They don't represent the interests of workers anymore with the manifesto that Obi released, because that manifesto is purely pro market driven economy, and that is not what the Labour Union stand for. So take it out from your mind. Labour Party is dead. They are not representing workers of Nigeria. Showore is the one.
It's representing Nigerians.
Representing Nigerians and the interests of Nigerian people. That is it. Just get it right. But for you to say that Showore should come and play politics the way they are playing it in Nigeria, I think you people are just shooting yourself in the foot, because politics of corruption, politics of looting of state resources is not the politics that Showore want to play. And Showore will never form alliance with those kind of people that you are expecting him to form alliance with. ẹ̀yin lẹ máa pẹ́ ń bẹ̀ ẹ̀yin lẹ máa pẹ́ ń bẹ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn you people, let me tell you what is happening. What you guys are doing today is hold on, rational mind. I'm not referring to you.
I'm sipping on my whiskey here.
No, hold on. I'm not referring to you. I'm referring to us now. All of us that are supporting politics instead of supporting the right way,
ideology.
Instead of supporting the right ideology that can take our people out of poverty, that can give our people the future, the generation, our future generation, that give them life, that can give them better future. I mean, we are not doing right.
Ajani Koko, what's your favorite?
It's so shameful.
Ajani Koko, quick question. What's your favorite president of all time? Not Nigeria or any country.
My favorite president of all time.
Can I tell you?
Okay, I will tell you this. Fidel Castro of Cuba.
Okay, that's fine. Foley, what about you?
I think I want to choose Cuba and what's it?
Lula of Brazil.
Okay, socialist, extreme socialist. Communist too. Castro.
Go and see. Hold on, Ajale Koko. I hope you know that you're about to be. He wants to stereotype you. I hope you know that's what.
Jacko stereotype me.
He wants to corner you and stereotype you.
He wants to corner
you.
So you stand for communism. So you and Foley stand for communism. You guys would not be successful.
You don't
in Nigeria.
You don't get it.
Bottom line.
Look.
I think we get it clear enough. You are communist. That's it.
Well, you can describe me. You can describe me.
That is it. Now Castro is a communist.
Hold on.
That's why the people in Cuba are suffering.
Hold on. Communism is what transformed China to what China is today. All right? Just hold on right there. Hold on.
Yeah.
Lula, you cannot describe Lula as a communist. But Lula is a socialist, and we have seen what it did. It was during his time that Brazil became one of the best economy in the world. It was during his time that it transformed. It was during his time that it transformed Brazilian economy. And that is what Nigeria made Brazilian people. After him, they saw the difference, and Brazilian people have elected him again because he is a pro-workers, is pro-people, and is pro-future for Brazil. The same thing Chore is telling you people that let us take the same course and let us take our people out of poverty and give them better future. But people like you, and some of you that are brilliant, sharp, intelligent guy that should be on the side of Chore, and let us do this thing together, and let us help our people out of poverty. Let us give that country better future. You want to continue to say, politics, and you want to continue to support criminals that have destroyed and looted your resources.
I'm going to state this categorically. If you arrest us for communism and extreme socialism, I will never be in support of that.
Me too.
Hold on.
Did he express that he's a socialist? Did he express that he's for communism? Did he tell you that he's a communist?
No. Hold on, Ajale Koko. So Chore is a socialist, but by the nature of his politics and the presentation of his person, he is a socialist. There's no doubt about that. Surely.
That is not my own ideology. I don't believe in extreme socialism. I feel there should be elements of socialism in the society, but the society should be largely market driven, and we help the people that need help. But I don't believe in this extreme share all the resources. No, I don't believe in it. There should be merit. There should be place for merit, and there should be place for capitalism.
Sorry.
Sorry, I think you have to go and read your manifesto very well before
I've
you
read it.
jump into
I've read it.
What is there to be
I've
read
read
again
it.
now? What are you talking about?
I've read it, and I'm not a
Do
fan
you
of
know?
it.
Okay, do you read his manifesto about agriculture?
I've read his manifesto, but it's been a long time ago. He's had his manifesto for a long
Okay,
time. He's one
I'm
of the
just
people
telling
to
you.
impress.
Do you go through his process?
Look,
His way
let's not complicate things.
Hold on. Take us to the point you want to make, Folly. What, because his manifesto, is it? Are you saying it's capitalistic, or is
No,
it?
it's socialist.
Right. That is a socialist now. Yeah, of course.
Everybody knows.
But is he a communist? Even it sounds like a communist as well.
Izoli Showore is trying to make is doing something that Nigeria don't ever think that it can be a reality to the country. That's why people don't really see Showore as if he's actually making a lot of senses with whatever he said he wants to do, because they never see that coming to Nigeria. They make us believe in the way we are doing things, that things cannot change. We have to continue this way. So if anybody is coming another way of how we are going to get it right, Nigeria don't believe. People like my boss there, he can't believe that kind of ideology that it can actually come into the system and change the whole narrative.
Okay, some of us are center right. That means we will never believe in that kind of ideology. We feel there's space for it. We feel there's space. We feel there's space for
who represents your ideology? Who represents your ideology? Who represents your ideology?
I've always told you
who
now that
represents your ideology? Tell us.
Atiku. I've said it many
shame
times.
on you. Look at you. Can you see? Can you see?
That's fine. That
is so shameful. One of those that we don't want.
I'm not ashamed for capitalism.
You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be very ashamed.
No. Because it works. Now it works. I don't want to get myself involved in something that's unsuccessful.
Atiku for that country.
Hold on.
Listen to my stand. Don't judge it.
Atiku. Hold on, Kulata. Sorry, Kulata. Ajale Koko. I don't. Please correct me, Kulata. I don't think Kulata is saying he supports Atiku.
That is what he said. That is what he said. That is what he just said.
Hold on. He's not saying he at all. He's saying he doesn't say he supports Atiku. He says he supports Atiku's ideological thrust.
Once you support somebody's ideology, you support him.
What does that mean?
It means if I'm in the US, I will support market-driven policies. If I'm in the UK, I'll probably support Rishi Sunak. If I'm in Australia, I'll probably support the Conservative Party, because I feel you get out of poverty through market-driven policies than redistributing other people's money.
Okay,
that's my stance.
Atiku, as we know him today,
Atiku not as a person. I don't care about him as a person. He's an incompetent person. But if someone can implement that ideology properly in Nigeria, I think that is what will expand the economy of Nigeria.
Fine. Hold on, forget Atiku, but the ideology is what he's talking about.
He believes in that ideology. He believes in PDP ideology. That is what it means.
I believe in market-driven ideology.
That is the ideology that have ruined our country. That is the ideology that have been practiced, that destroy our country, destroy our economy, destroy us as people, and put us in a situation where we find ourselves today. And we are saying we are not going to follow that ideology. And reasonable people, reasonable Nigerians, must never trust this ideology that have been practiced, that never empower the people. So it is. I mean, I like this. The
ideology.
I like what we are doing today. A lot of things have been revealed by
the ideology. Calm down.
Can I ask a question? I just want to know.
Let me quickly.
I just want to know. Just a question. I'm not prolonging. Do you think socialism is good in a country whereby we have gross thieves? That thieves are too many? That's just my question.
Well, no, that's a different space, isn't it? As an ideology is better a question, and then if it fits into the idea, because we cannot keep using the. Hold on, we cannot keep using the corruption as a stumbling block for either ideological thrust, policy positioning, or everything. So we should have those ideological thrust, policy positioning, and then we'll see then how to remove corruption so that those things can come through. So that's just what I think are fully coming.
Woman, can I say something?
Yeah, so sorry. Let's fully have a quick say, then we hear from you, and then we hear from Dapo, who joins us again. Yeah, it's fully coming.
Yeah, if I really want to talk about the situation of the country as we speak, the only thing that can work for us is socialism. Anything short of that, we are going nowhere. Because already out of what is happening now is because of the poverty in the land. Is what really caused major problem that we're having today. Because if you are talking about insecurity, I think that is exactly what really bring out the insecurity to the large extent that it is today. If you are talking about people not trusting the government, it's because of the situation of things, the hunger in the land. If you're talking about the vote buying, the corruption in the politics, it's the same because people are hungry. That's why people are actually falling to all this. But if we have a leader that can feed people, that can give people back the trust they want in government, by the time you want to start doing any other thing, they will definitely support whatever you want to go for. But first thing is to feed them first. Let people know that government is ready to feed their bellies at this particular time, and government is ready to solve their problem. You don't know how much we are spending on school fees here. You don't know how much people dying here. If we are telling you what we are passing through here in Nigeria, you will not believe what we are passing through today. Today you can't even afford to buy fuel. You have money.
But fully, socialism failed in China, Russia, Cuba, and everywhere else. I think Venezuela as well tried. It's already been established as a process that cannot work. So we can't have. What we have to have is a hybrid. So politics is centrist. So you have to come to the center and then via towards your bias. But you can't be a socialist country. It's just not possible anymore.
But at this junction that we have in the country, we need the money that politics has been stolen to be given back to people to solve their problem first. There are a lot of problem here in Nigeria. People are suffering, as in suffering. If you know what Nigerians are passing through, as in Mr. Woman, I think you saw that man face when I gave him 10,000. You are complaining that it's too small. Do you know how that guy felt? That guy nearly cried. That guy refused to stood up from where he is to come and say thank you to me. It's his friend.
Mr. Foley, how successful was Trader Money?
Are we doing Masters now?
Sorry, Foley. Sorry, I don't know why I said that. How successful was Trader Money?
Trader Money is just a vote buying money. So
that's socialism now. You see now.
Yes,
that's socialism.
It's vote buying. There is an idea that is different between an idea that somebody have to let people out of poverty than you giving people's money, going to the market, go and be sharing 10,000. Okay, forget that. That thing cannot work. We're talking about somebody that is ready to empower 1,000 youth in niche local government, empower them on agriculture, let them go back to farm, let each one of them employ 200 people in his farm. Let them bring out products.
Yeah, but fully working in farm doesn't mean it has to be socialism. You can have a market-driven economy.
In fact, that's capitalism, really.
That's capital, because look at America. America is a mixed economy. America is a mixed economy.
Foley, let me say this. Foley, let me say this.
Hold on, Foley. Hold on, Foley. Yeah, come in.
Foley, let me say this. You see, Kulata have demonstrated what I've been describing by Nigerians as, their state of instability in what they really want. Earlier, when I asked him that question, that does Atiku represent change that he wants, he said no.
Yeah, but that's a
But
person, not
hold
an
on, man.
ideology.
Hold on.
No. I won't let you conflate my words. Ideology is different from person.
Okay. Hold
You're
on.
conflating both of them together. That's not fair.
No. Wait.
You are. That's exactly what you're doing.
Oh, okay. Let me. Can I land? Or you don't want me to? If you don't want me to talk,
No,
I'll let
if you're going to conflate, ideology and person, no, I won't.
Hold on. That point is taken, Kulata. Land the point. And then after Ajale Koko lands the point, I want to bring the super chats into the conversation because people have been super chatting into the conversation. And then I want to bring X0 and Dapo into the conversation as well. But land that point, Ajale Koko.
So, if he does not represent the change that you want, but him represent the ideology. He represents the ideology that is selling to you. I mean, can't you see the contradiction there? Contradiction of position. So the person that represents that, hold on now, hold on, let me land. The person that you see on that ticket carrying that ideology is not your candidate, but you like the ideology that you represent. Where do you stand?
Where
do you stand?
So if one person, wait. You asked me a question on where do I stand?
Hold on. Sowore represents my ideology. The ideology that Sowore stands for is what I believe in, and that is why I'm voting for Sowore. But you are saying that, but Atiku represents your ideology, but you will vote for him.
Adale Koko, hold on. Sowore represents the ideology that you believe in, and that is why you are standing by him.
That is why I will vote for him 100 times.
Yes, hold on. But those ideologies that you hold dear, they stand outside of Sowore. It is only because Sowore represents them that then he adds on to that then you pack your support with him. So what Kulata is also saying is the market, the capital market thrust of Atiku's ideology is what he stands for, which Sowore's far left ideology is what you stand for as well. So that's 50-50. But then Sowore also, he has the belief systems and he has the credibility for that space. So that's two to you. But Atiku doesn't have the credibility or the honesty. So Kulata doesn't support him. So it's an ideological thing, isn't it? You stand for two ideological thrusts. That's the thing. But let me bring this super chat in because hold on.
So he doesn't have a candidate. He doesn't have a candidate. He doesn't have a candidate.
Adaleko, why are you finding it difficult to divorce the person from the ideology? Why is that so difficult?
You don't have a candidate, but you want to chastise other people's candidates. You want to describe other people's candidates as somebody that is not fit for the job, as as an ideology the ideology you stand for.
You're conflating so many things.
You are the one that is conflicting. You are the one that is running a contradictory position right there.
All right, gentlemen.
Can I say something?
Yeah, you can, but let me bring the super chats into the conversation. Otherwise, if I leave them too long, they'll be outside of the space they wanted it inserted to. And it is Jafar pointing in your direction. Kulata, it says democratic socialism is not the same as communism. So that's to you, but it comes back still at you, Kulata. He adds on with the second super chat. It says Kulata is part of the 1%. He will definitely protect their interest, by taxing the poor so that he and his 1% friends can continue to live their lavish lifestyle. So let them eat. You know, there's thank you for the super chat, Kulata. There's the wife of Louis the Fourth she's Mariam.
Let them eat cake.
Yes, Maria. Let them eat cake. Let them eat cake. So let them eat cake. So that's what Kulata is saying. Let them eat cake. So there it is.
No,
so,
you see what I'm saying. That's why I said center right. I would like a market-driven society, and then for the poor and vulnerable, you'll have some social welfare system for them. But it's not going to be permanent because you don't want to give them incentive to stay where they are. You need to try and incentivize them to be productive. But you need to give them, guy, let me talk. You need to give them like some welfare umbrella to allow them to get on with life. Don't perpetuate that cycle of poverty. But if the society is largely productive, there'll be capital. There's difficulty in implementing socialist policies in a very heterogeneous society because it will bring out a lot of trust issues. That's why where socialism is a little bit more successful are homogeneous countries, largely like the Scandinavia, where most of them look alike. In a society like America, any social welfare given especially to people that don't look like the rich people, the example of the blacks, it comes with a lot of mistrust and a lot of misgivings. But you need a productive society. You can't just say government control this, government control that. In the kind of society we live in, it will not work. It's always just going to be corruption, corruption, corruption. Give it to the market forces. They know how to make money. They know how to be productive. The market is going to expand. People are going to keep buying things. It will trickle down. And then for the people that are very, very vulnerable, give them give them the padding that they need to move on with life. And so you can raise them and move them out of that vicious cycle. But just don't say, oh, government should come and control everything, control everything. We're back to where we are. The largest expansion we've had in Nigeria was under Obasanjo's government. And it was largely because it was a center-right government. Because people are corrupt doesn't mean the ideology is not right. Take a socialist person that's corrupt, you get the same result or worse. So because Atiku is a corrupt guy, I'm not supporting him because he's not a competent person. He's a very extremely greedy person. But do I like the ideology? Yes, I would like to privatize the refinery. Why should government be controlling refinery? It should be run by business people that know how to make it efficient. But does it mean because Atiku is a bad guy and I don't like Atiku, then my ideology is somehow wrong? No, my ideology works. It works in Hong Kong. It now works in China. It works in the US. It works in Singapore. It works in all the successful places in the world. So what are we talking about here?
Hold on, Foley. Let's bring in voices that we've not heard yet because there are people.
I just want to say my last one before I leave this space. Sorry.
All right, go on. Why are you leaving us? Oh, it's so early in the. Okay, thank you anyway. But go on. Yeah,
I'm actually using my Wi-Fi phone since my phone is down already.
All right. Thank you. Go on.
Yeah. I will watch this my brother that is talking about the capitalism and what's it called and socialism. I can bet you to that whatever that will make Nigeria work is what Shawara is going there to do. Whatever that will make Nigeria work is what Shawara is going there to do, to deliver. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Let's bring X0 into the conversation. X0, you're up late. X0.
Yeah, I'm up late because I'm doing some video editing.
All right.
Yes. I heard what you guys were talking about capitalism for Nigeria. And one man, I must say, I always disagree with you sometimes. I must say, when you said socialism failed, I don't know if you've read about Marxism, Leninism. You'll find out the world is gradually turning back to that ideology again. You see, capitalism can only go so far. It flourished when we were in the Industrial Revolution, when the world was just exploring a lot of new ideas and new forms of new industrialization. But at the point we are now, the world is gradually discovering that we cannot continue like this. Money is being printed day in, day out, and there's a lot of US has never experienced the kind of stagflation they're experiencing as today. Nigeria has gone through multiple recessions. As we have found out, there's no pure capitalist country anymore. There has to be a supported welfareism. Otherwise, the country there will be a cataclysm. And Nigeria is not a unit out of the world. Nigeria is still in the interplay of the world, which means your overcapitalism has a ceiling. Your capitalism has a ceiling. There's a point to which the world is going to say, look, you are exceeding, you are using this carbon, there's too much carbon emission, you have to taper down. So the capitalism we are talking about, I mean, to what extent, these people are greedy. Look at the capitalism Nigeria has been practicing. It only favors a few. That means the government must intervene. If a government is sincere, you must think about the labor and don't allow a few people to just take over everything. Look at Dangote. Is that capitalism? That's not capitalism. You just gave somebody the rights of the whole country. So I think that when we talk about capitalism, we should also be careful, because there's no country that's flourishing, that's practicing pure capitalism. Like you said, one man, there has to be a form of hybrid. Nigeria is overdue for a hybrid system. This capitalism has turned Nigeria to something else. Nobody is benefiting apart from a few 2%. So I just want to make that clear. You guys can go study Marxism, Leninism, and then understand it. Yeah.
Do you think we've even practiced the capitalism you're even talking about in the real sense of it?
That's what I'm saying. Somebody is saying we are practicing capitalism. One, with the truth,
Nobody
truth,
said we are practicing capitalism. Nigeria is a mixed economy. Almost every country is a mixed economy. It's just center right. It's the level of capitalism we talk about. There's no pure capitalist country in the world. And I mean, the government by design can never be a pure capitalist country.
What I'm
it's
saying
just
is,
where do you lean?
Have we really practiced capitalism in the real sense of it, as in the true capitalism, as in, I'm not saying, I know it's a mix.
We've done truly capitalism.
Sorry, what is your understanding of the true capitalism?
I mean, the book Capitalism that we learned in school, because in Nigeria it's just chronism we practice there. Chronism is not in a sense not a real, it's not true capitalism. The capitalism is a liberalization. Let the economy find its real. Let everybody have equal play. I know sometimes at some point some people will hijack it. Like that is where we have like top 1% or 2%, depending on the country.
No, that's not what capitalism is. Small government. That's what it means. And by the way, yeah, that's what
capitalism,
it means.
From what I know, I've read, is allowing people to have equal access to the market.
Oh, no. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what it is.
No. Capitalism is a liberalized market.
That's what I'm saying.
With governments then just having policy control. So that's in its purest form. But what Kulata is saying is virtually because then that would just hemorrhage so many people. But what Kulata is saying, now correct me if I'm wrong, Kulata, is that what you find globally is a hybrid. Because of course nobody can practice pure.
You can't do pure capitalism now, because that means schools. You won't have free primary and secondary schools. You won't have some free healthcare. There has to be a mix. By virtue, there's some basics you have to establish, like health, like education, those kind of things. Like in Australia now, they may have a conservative government, but they still have their free healthcare. They still have their free schools. So it's a hybrid. Now, in terms of the market itself, there's some areas where there'll be some government intervention, their government control, for example, defense, security. And also, government has regulatory roles. You need strong regulators. So people capitalism can go wild. But it's just the degree. It's a curve. What part of the curve should be capitalist? Because there should be social benefits. That is, standard. But do you now want to shift way to the left, or maybe slightly to the right, where you allow some more capital-driven things? People have found out, in recent times, the most successful economies have shifted to more market-driven things, including China. So what? I mean, why won't I like that if it works? I'm not saying go extreme
But what
capitalism.
I'm still trying to say here is this: that we are not practicing capitalism. Like I
We're
said,
not in Nigeria. In Nigeria, it's mixed. Some mixed.
I know it's
whatever.
mixed. I know we're trying to paint it as being mixed, welfareism with APC government trying to. I mean, I understand what you're trying to say, but what I'm saying is that
Do we have welfareism in Nigeria?
well,
yes, we do. We do.
Fuel subsidy is an example.
Fuel subsidy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Even though we know it's that's an example of what I'm trying to say now. you see,
rational mind. We have mixed economy. See, look at MTN. You don't need to labor too much. Look at MTN. Look at private university, and look at all those private entities. Those are the examples of capitalism. Then now look at our federal university, our federal system of education that heavily subsidized by the government. That's an example of socialism. So at the end of the day, we have a mix of the things. So we practice capitalism, we are practicing socialism.
It's
so
cronism we practice, not capitalism. It's cronism. Let's forget this.
Cronism is not an economic policy.
I understand. I know
it's not an economic philosophy.
It's not an economic philosophy, but
no, it is
not.
What do you think I might say? It is not factually not.
Hold on. It's a new word. It's a new word that has been brought into economy right now. Cronism, capitalism.
I've never heard of that.
Chronic capitalism. Is that what?
It's just a fancy way of saying corruption.
Chronism is a derogatory word where we are saying
chronism. Okay.
Chronism is like a form of derogatory word where you say you want to nail the people that are supervising your economy, that government of themselves for themselves. So that idea is derogatory. It's not really economic policy, but it's more of like a derogatory word towards those people that are leading the country. So
I mean, who wants a Nigeria with only NTA and LTV and BCOS, or who wants a Nigeria with only NITEL? Nobody does.
But it's not even a shame that we are even discussing this. I mean, at that we are even discussing our youth in Nigeria was destroyed by this stifling. I can't even remember any good cartoon networks that we watched that were current. We just watch things that were watched in Europe for 10 years ago. That's what we watch in Nigeria. You know?
Sorry, what are you saying? We should restrict it back to NTA and ITV?
No, they should pluralize even more. We have very few. Even if you count how many we have in Nigeria.
Welcome to my side, Xero. Just don't realize that you're coming to my side.
In the days of NTA alone, we won't be having Kizane today, I can bet you. If you see that simple thing that Babangida did in 1992, was it decrease? Still, I can't even remember the particular decree of 38 when he deregulated broadcasting in Nigeria. You know, the like of Kenny Ogungbe's, they started using the platform of AIT after listening to people, different artists. Before you know, people realize that, there is huge opportunity in this industry. Kenny Ogungbe today now. See how the market just grew. The market just exploded. All of a sudden, Kizz Daniel is representing Nigeria in the World Cup. You see, before the guy even finished his coffee, see the way people shouted. So
if it's not for capitalism, it will be Alexo. What's the name of that guy?
Alexito. Gentlemen, let's bring Dapo into the conversation. Dapo, you've been quiet, so come in. So what are you making then of the debate? We started off with the debate, and now we have landed on economic philosophies and policies. Dapo, good to see you again. Dapo.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay, I'm unmuted already. Yeah, good evening, everybody, or good morning. Yeah. Well, generally, concerning what we are discussing, I think, well, let me start from this Showore thing and all. Showore is not the first person to stick to his political ideas. And in Nigeria, a lot of people have done that without any results. A lot of people. Go and ask Pastor Chris Okotie.
Vote fresh,
this,
vote fresh, vote fresh.
fresh.
That was his party.
Yes,
Yes.
they never get anywhere. So, what's the result of you doing something like you won't get any results? Why are you doing something that you won't get any results? It's no point. Go and ask even what's it, Dele Mamadou. Dele Mamadou should be the last person to join the PDP, but he has no choice.
But Ele Biniye now, Ele Biniye now, Dele Mamadou, Ele Biniye.
Well, I'm surprised too that with this political, I went to join the PDP. But I mean, what I'm trying to say is that at the end of the day, he had to, when he initially joined the party, the fringes, the party of the party at the fringes, he had to come to the center. That is, he joined a major political party, to have an effect. So all this, there's no flogging the issue. I'm sorry, I don't mean to attack persons here, but that's the reality. The earlier he faces that, the better. The people, all these them that are seeing them joining this big party today. They started from they already have that idea that these things will not go anywhere. And even fine, look at even Awolowo. He stuck to his political guns, and at the end of the day, where did he get him? So that's why I believe that's why Tinubu changed his strategy. Went up north. Formed an alliance up north right from his youth. Awolowo did his own in the west, right from his youth, and stuck to the west. So where is he going to get him? He's not going to get anywhere. So we can argue with it tomorrow. If all of us here on this forum decide to vote for, it won't make any difference. So what's the bill? So that's about that. Then we're talking of.
Sorry. Let me hold you to that show space. Why do you think it's not penetrating? Because his message professes a lot of solution to the Nigerian problem. But why do you think it's not penetrating?
Why it's not penetrating? I don't see. Largely, I believe that leadership generally is a reflection of followers. Yeah, leadership many times is a reflection of the followers. That's one. Then two, we are not that enlightened yet. We are not as matured as the democracies of America, Britain, and other. No, we still have largely a lot of people that cannot decipher between all these policies and all these debates and all. No, we still have a lot of people that can't relate with all these things. You see, a lot, largely, especially in the north, this election will be decided by individuals enough that they will still have a lot of control of their people. When they tell them this is who we are voting for, that's what they will do. A lot of people still their mind. Maybe by the time we move to that, but right now I don't see that happening. No magic is going to happen like that. So,
in terms of
the debate.
Yes, socialism versus capitalism, and just the two extreme views. Ajan Lekoko far left, Kulata far right. But where are you positioned ideologically? D'accord.
It's definitely is capitalism. Capitalism. You see, it even breeds competition. All this socialism breeds laxity. People don't want to. I mean, there's no incentive for competing. There's no incentive for when you are staying socialism and all that. There's no incentive for fine. Maybe a mix of the two, like people are suggest fine, but to go socialism, no, the way it doesn't breed competition. You won't. There's no breed to outdo. There's no incentive to outdo each other. No. So therefore, it's a no for me. I would rather stay in between. Yeah. Stay in between. Then concerning this debate.
Yes. So start from Tinubu's absence from there. What? Give us your opinions on that. Tinubu's absence.
He has already told us that it's not how to win a debate; it's how to win the election. So, and I think I strongly support that. I strongly support that. What's the point of you going for something that can be of no effect? You don't waste your time now. In a time like this, you need every ounce of time that you can get to get you results. So you don't just do things for.
So it's okay with you. So therefore, it's okay with you that it's not. Hold on. So it's okay with you that this man is not interacting with Nigerian people. He doesn't want Nigerian to interrogate his ability to lead us, the capacity that is telling us that he has, to lead that country. So it's okay with you as
okay.
So that is okay with you.
You can't. I'm sorry, Ajale Koko. You can't say that he's interacting with the Nigerian people. He is interacting with the Nigerian people.
No. When you cannot, let me tell you. Do you know what press represent in democracy? Do you know that a democracy that does not have a vibrant, press is a dead democracy? So what are we running? Why are we running democracy? Hold on. Why are we running democracy when one of the elements that drive the democracy well, which is free press, cannot invite the candidate to a debate, to interrogate his manifesto, to ask him hard question on behalf of the people? Why are we practicing democracy? So because this man said, "Oh, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to honor any invitation by the press. I'm going to do things on my own," and that is okay with you?
It's okay.
And that is okay with you? It's okay.
It's okay.
It doesn't matter to you.
Anyway,
you don't see him. You don't see him. You don't see him as a man. You don't see him as a man that will. When he gets to the position of power, hold on. When he gets to position of power, you don't see him as a man that will not be there for to interact and to negotiate and even to listen to the people. You don't see that inside.
Well, I don't
with his action and his behavior and everything he's doing now.
Ajale Koko, let him tell us how he sees it. So, how do you see it? How Ajale Koko has just expressed it, utter disregard for the Nigerian voting populace, just assured that it's going to be rigged in. That doesn't offend you.
I don't really believe it can be as worse as Buhari. It is already interacting with the Nigerian people. It's interacting. And it can't get as worse as what we have currently. I'm sure of that. It can't get as worse as what we have currently, and it can't be inhumane as this current government. I don't think it can get as bad as that.
What gives you that assurance that it can't be worse than Buhari? We were having that confidence in Buhari that he was bringing change to us in 2014. But what have you got in return? What is that giving you that confidence that this man cannot be worse than Buhari?
No, it can't be. It can't be. I don't think it can be. It can't be because he knows the consequence of what he's doing. Look at, naturally, Tinubu should just stroll into Aso Rock. But look at now, this Buhari government has made the campaign and everything so difficult for him. And I'm sure he wouldn't want to leave that legacy. He wouldn't want to leave that legacy. I'm very, very sure Tinubu will not want to leave that legacy at all. He has made the campaign very difficult for him. Sorry?
How did they make it difficult for him? How have Buhari made it difficult for him?
Definitely, with the terrible governance. No denying the fact, but
I mean, Tinubu can't be going against his boss. You
So
don't
is that
outshine the
why
master.
is that why he's avoiding debates? Is that why he's
No.
avoiding debates?
No. It's not.
Now, okay, let me
He's
put this
doing
to you.
debates now. He's
No.
attending to the
Yeah,
public now.
don't say that. Don't say that. Don't come here and tell us that he's doing debate. He has never done any debate.
It was in the north. Excuse me. It wasn't in.
That is not debate. That is not. Hold on. Don't come here and tell us what we don't know.
But rational mind, we've not had a debate yet.
He has already made it known.
Okay, fine.
He has already made it known that it's not fine. It doesn't have to debate.
No, it doesn't have to call the shots.
Yes, it doesn't
No,
have to.
Hold on, rational mind. We've not had a debate yet. What we have had is public interactions, and Tinubu has had public interactions.
No. That is the one he organized himself. He organized those ones. His party organized that. Now we want independent. Hold on. We want independent people who are non-aligned to any party. Let them come and even grant.
But we've not had that yet. Have we had that yet?
What?
People who are not aligned. Because of course we played a clip earlier on where Arise TV was telling us that they're with Atiku, so he wouldn't go there. So
woman, we saw Kadira Ahmed. She works for with NTA, MacArthur Foundation. I'm sure that lady belongs to no party. Even in 2019, we saw Bubu. He attended his own. He went to that to whatever she calls our own debate, maybe forum. Bubu attended, Oshibajo attended. What prevented Tinubu from attending? He was found doing something in the.
It's very early in the day. It's still early in the day. You can't still say. No. You can still come up.
Rational mind. They postponed that Kadaria. They postponed the Kadaria one. They didn't cancel it.
He was aware. They gave him not. They told every candidate. This is your. Hold on.
It did not cancel it. It's postponed. So there's still time to make it up.
You see, if people just come here and just make.
No, hold on. Did you hear what Kolata said?
That what?
It was postponed, not cancelled.
Listen. My point is this. They gave him a time that you're supposed to appear. This is your own slot. Suddenly,
no. If there's a clash,
let me land. Let me land.
All right, carry on.
They told him this is the time you're supposed to attend.
The headmaster.
Yeah. He said he cannot appear that time. That was even almost few hours to when he was supposed to appear. That was when he said he's canceling it, and he now gave them another time that he wants them to schedule for another time. I don't know if they ever honored that. See, you see, when we have people when they cannot keep to agreement, you agree with the organizer that okay, I'm coming to show up this time. Just few hours to that time, you just move it. He said, okay, you have some other thing or whatever. Can we use some other time? So time. I'm sure they didn't respond to him. That was why we didn't see him attend that Kadaria whatever. This is somebody we also say maybe their party aligned. At least Kadaria is not, as far as I know, everybody knows she doesn't have any political party. But why can't Asiwaju attend?
Yes, but he rescheduled, not cancelled. So a conflict with this diary. But let's hear from Dapo. You know Dapo is joining us from Nigeria, so we are and such a sensible guy. So we're always saying, so Dapo, yes, you don't have any objection to Tinubu not attending. Is what you are leading us to. Yeah.
At all. As long as he gets him the desired result that he's looking for, it doesn't guarantee success. I mean, all those it doesn't. Sometimes it doesn't. So if he thinks that it's not adding to his political campaign, then why should he waste his time?
Hold on, rational mind, please. Dapo, do you think
and to the audience too, it helps you in making your decision. That's it. Some people earlier added to, it helps you in making your decision. Fine, you don't need to agitate and fight ourselves and all that. Just take your decision, and everybody holds on to votes, and we look for the results.
Dapo, can you hear me? If he had attended, if Tinubu had attended that whatever it is that they did, would that have been a mistake on his part?
I believe so. I believe so. But I don't. I believe yes. It would have been a mistake. They normally, if you know, deliberately, they would have been out to.
Why would that be a mistake on his part? Tell us
Because
why
A mistake.
would that
Okay.
be a
Okay.
mistake?
Let me tell
because
you.
they want
Let
to
me tell
ambush
you.
him. They want to ambush him. Is why.
No. Well,
You know,
one man,
look
don't
at
answer
the.
for him now. Let us hear from him. Why would it be a mistake on his side?
Wait. Okay. Let me give you an example. Look at the first one they had. I don't know whether it's Arise TV or channels that Dino nearly entered the business, and Peter Obi had to. He lost.
Let's talk about today.
It.
Let us what happened today. Let us focus on today's debate. Why would it have been a mistake on his side if he had attended?
It's citing an example to make the point.
There will be nauseating people that will be ready to enter his nose. That will be ready to make him want. They want him to make a mistake. They want him. He's the man to beat. Is the most discussed politician as we. The most mentioned on social media. The most everything you can criticize, anything. So it will be definitely, especially you and the opposition, you will want to enter his nose.
Can I say something?
So let me ask you a question again. So Atiku was not at that one that you are talking about, the first this thing, but Atiku came in today. Did you see any attempt to enter Atiku's nose or to embarrass Atiku?
Atiku is not the main man now. Atiku is not the main man.
No, hold on, one man.
Atiku is
look,
not the man. Atiku has lost the election before it started.
Who would have entered his nose? Who would have threatened him? Who would have done any? Look, that place is a well-organized place, is a well-secured place. Look, this guy is demonstrating that he lacked the capacity to articulate what he is lying that he's going to do. He lacked the capacity to answer the question, to answer hard question. And we have seen him every day.
But they didn't
everywhere he goes, this man gaps every day. He does not. Mentally, he's not fit, and that is what he's running away for.
No,
he's not fit mentally.
All right. Sorry, Dapo. Let Rational Mind come in, and then you take the floor back. Rational Mind there.
Okay. If you ask Buhari and his people, his presidency, when they were confronted with so many things they promised us in 2015, what we hear from them is, did we ever hear Buhari say something like that? Did he ever say he was going to turn $1 to $1? Did we ever say he's going to do this? We hear them say all of this because why? Buhari was not challenged to those things that APC threw to us in 2015. We didn't hear him come on rostrum or whatever on podiums and talk about these things, say it before Nigerians, debate it before Nigerians. We didn't hear him do all of that. That is why he's able to get away with those things, saying that I never promised that. Now we are making excuses again for the second time again. Somebody who says he's going to do this, going to do this. We want to challenge him on that. And besides, even what we saw today, it's not even a debate. Everybody sit down, they throw a question at them. And I'm sure it's the same question that they throw to every one of them. They will say what they want to do on that policy that's being thrown to them. It's not like it's not like a normal debate whereby somebody's asked a question and the other person attacking. No, it's not like what you saw here. So what is Tinubu? What was he afraid of? This is not a debate. This is just a forum. Everybody sit down, ease up. They're all sitting down in their chair and they are being asked similar questions. So what is Tinubu afraid of coming to talk about? If not what Adelekoko said, this man cannot articulate whatever he said he wants. All these things he just said, whatever manifesto he has, is all lies. And people come and people start telling us all of these things. To me, it blows my mind that some of us speak the way we speak and make excuses for this man. Realizing what Bubu did and he's lying that he never said all those things. What are we talking about here?
All right.
He already has a manifesto. He already has a manifesto. Everything is reaching out, so nobody can deny anything now. We just go back to his manifesto. And this is what you told us you're going to do. So like Buhari, I'm not sure Buhari has one. I'm not sure. If he has one, maybe his party.
Buhari
But
did.
personally,
No. Buhari did. He had.
Hold on. Gentlemen, let's hear from Dapo a little bit. Dapo, carry on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dapo,
So, so you can't really deny anything. He already has at least written out, signed, authorized by him. So you can't say that, you know, they normally say Buhari said one naira to $1. All those things are not written out, they are not spelled out. Well, show me where is he on social media, or where, I don't know. So but this time around, nobody can deny anything. There's a manifesto already. None of the candidates can deny anything. That's one. Then two, I even believe that the way he even avoided the debate, it stands him out. You know, it stands him out of the crowd. He doesn't want to. You don't have to join the crowd now. Sometimes, you know, you can create your own niche and you know, just stay there. And even in business, you can just take a small area and stay there and be doing big things. So I believe it stands him out. It stands him out of the crowd. Doesn't have to follow, do whatever other person is doing.
All right, Dapo, let me move you away from Tinubu a little bit and take you into the debate. Okay. So I'm hopeful that you watched it. So give us your impressions and then give us winners and losers. So did you watch it? How did they come across? What were the highlights?
I'm sorry, since Tinubu was not even there, I just didn't watch it. I didn't watch it.
It wasn't even what
okay. I can see where Dapo is coming from. It looked like it's a pro-Tinubu guy. He just expressed it right now, indirectly, that since Tinubu is not there, he wasn't interested to even watch it. So Dapo, tomorrow.
I mean, what else would they say that they have not said? What else would they say that those people have not said?
Atiku just appeared for the first time today. Why didn't you want to hear from him? Your man,
it's not the first time
you approve your man.
Then he's going to cut. He's going to give fishy.
Okay, hold on, Dapo. Let me say this. So you approve your man for not coming to talk to us, right? But would you approve him as he's going to London to go and sit down in Chatham House and talk to who? Who will he be talking to in London? Will he get vote from London? Why is he going to Chatham House to speak? To speak to who? What? I mean, why will he be going? What is he going there to do? Who is he? Who is that? What is that? Who will he be talking to convince to give him vote in London tomorrow or next tomorrow? I don't know when he's doing this. So you approve that to go and talk in London, but not to talk to Nigerian people who will vote for him in Nigeria.
Work has already started. He's telling you that work has started already. He's galvanizing support for his government. He's galvanizing, he's talking to people that can bring in investments into the country. Work has started. Get it better now. Look at the way he's organizing.
Oh, he's already.
Look at the way he's even organizing his campaign. You will see that it's inclusive. It's inclusive. Very, very inclusive compared to other candidates. Very, very inclusive.
Oh, okay.
Very inclusive.
So it doesn't matter if he doesn't talk to us here, but going to London
to talk to us now.
He is not speaking to us. If he cannot stand down on a debate, if he cannot debate with others, if he cannot participate in what are you saying, Dapo?
Look, I know the debate I want chop. Now results. Now put food on my table. Give me a conducive environment to work. You get it? Not be debate I want chop.
It is not. Look, we are running democracy. And in democracy, debate is very important. A candidate that cannot stand in front of people and tell the people this is what I'm going to do, and answer questions from people and articulate what is promising the people is not a serious, is a GBT candidate.
But let me just say this. They say those who forget to learn from history, history will always repeat himself. Yeah, we saw this same pattern we saw from Buhari. He avoided debate, everything, and it was packaged front, back, and center. And today, yeah, we are here now. As Suma just said, we are where we are today now. Insecurity, bad economy, fake policy, and all that. And same thing that Tinubu is exhibiting right now, avoiding town hall meetings. Even the NTA sit down talk, even though you cannot debate, have a sit down with this lady Bashar, and even if it's for 5 minutes, just talk to the people you want to rule over. Go to a Chatham House is nice, but it's not the best for. It's not going to London to speak to the African and the Black Nigerians in London or Nigerian community in London. It's going to Chatham to talk to whoever have interest in any stake in Nigeria in via corporation. So that is not the best for us to be chatting about and be shouting praises that he's doing something good. Don't forget, politics is local. Talk to the local people that you want their votes. You know,
somebody
so
that as it is now, you think that Nigeria does not need help. We need help. We need. In fact, anything good that's going to happen in Nigeria must come from outside. Yes, we will need outside investors to help us to go up. Definitely. So, and we need somebody that will be able to build that bridge.
It's not Chatham House we need. If you want to talk to Britain, commerce and labor, or people that are industrial, whatever, or the labor union or whatever, that will make more sense.
Let's even you see, it's okay, fine. Let's even see what I want to say here is we don't even know what he has going to do there for now. Maybe let's wait till tomorrow. Then hello.
Let that land the point. Yeah. Go on, that one.
Everybody has their strategy. Every candidate has strategy for this election. So why not let everybody let them express themselves? Then the candidate, the electorate can now choose. Look at, for instance, now he has visited. They said this Baramotu Kingdom. They said no presidential candidate has visited them before Baramotu Kingdom, and I learned this maybe in Delta also.
What's about Baramotu Kingdom?
I think they exploit oil there, and there is a devastated place, So he went to check their condition and all. They've been praising him for that. Some people have praised him for that on Arise TV. Yeah. Abati praised him for that.
Okay, I understand, but Bayelsa is devastated right now. There's oil split everywhere. If you want to talk about kingdom that is really isolated, you should go far in the
oil spill everywhere,
That Baramotu is in Delta, not in Bayelsa.
I didn't.
Baramotu is in Delta, not in Bayelsa.
I said Delta.
I know. I'm saying that if you really want to show support, you should go into the creek like in Bayelsa and show support to some kingdoms.
It should go into the creeks. Why would it go into
Baramotu
the creeks?
Is in creek. Don't you know Baramotu is in the creek?
I don't know. I never knew such a place existed until you're saying it now. So, yeah.
So that's it. Anyway, I'm not against Tinubu, not that I'm supporting him. I'm just saying sometimes when you are playing a smart game, is anything we're doing well. If you are doing it, if you want people's vote from your country, at least show that you have some concern for them. Have a town hall meeting, even just you and Shesima sitting down talking to one person. It's okay.
All right. So sorry, gentlemen, we're coming up to the
opposition. They're never satisfied.
All right, thank you. So, gentlemen, we're coming up to the 7-hour mark, and of course, so it's time to. And by the way, we're going to be going after the Tinubu's Chatham House page tomorrow. So make sure you're all here. It's so important. You make sure you're all subscribed. Make sure your bell notification is on, and dial in. We're going to be very, very ordered in the conversation tomorrow because it's an important moment. So we seek to start round off, you know where we're landing, a 3-minute window monologue without interruption as closing remarks. So a 3-minute window without interruption to land on Ajanle Koko to round it off for us. So we kick off that 3-minute window without interruption with the person that joined us the last, which is Zach. So Zach, you came in just at the last minute, but let's hear from you. Zach, good to see you.
Yeah, one man, long time.
Okay, what happened now? Now, fight what I do now.
No, I listen every day. Every day I listen to you. But today's conversation has been very nice, especially for my Ajanle Koko, who I enjoy a lot. But Tinubu, I mean, I have nothing to say about for Tinubu, but I just know that today would have been is a very good day for Tinubu to actually come out and sell himself to Nigerians. But one thing I just don't understand is when I see intelligent people, people that go to school with master degree, PhD and all these things, very intelligent people, when I see them supporting Tinubu, I get very, very confused. Like, if you have your own company, would you actually allow someone like Tinubu to be the head of your company? The person will say no. So why do you actually want someone like Tinubu? I mean, I will not go against Tinubu concerning, based on his health issues. No, I will not do that. But what I'm just saying is, at this particular point in time, Tinubu does not have the capacity, to lead Nigeria. He has shown us times without every day. Tinubu is showing Nigerians that he cannot sit down and and answer any simple question successfully. He's fumbling every single time. He had the opportunity to address himself. Tinubu is saying something else. I mean, this man cannot do it right now. Why can't you just focus on someone else? But at the same time, you cannot actually tell people who to support. This is democracy. You are free to support whoever you want to support, fine. But at the same time, you just have to think about the country and see where the country is right now. I believe that if you have love for the country, you know the person that can do it and support that person. If somebody is showing you every day that he cannot, what else do you want from a Tinubu that is fumbling every day? And you are a smart and intelligent person, and you are telling me that this is the man. That is where I get confused. I just hope that Nigeria will get it right, because if we get it wrong, 2023 is not going to be nice. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, Zach. So thank you, Zach. Zach is an OG of the platform. We thought we'd offended him and Iran, but making all that dollars, making the dollars. Always good to make the dollars. But from Zach, let's go on to X0. X0, just a short window to have a monologue.
Well, we cannot overemphasize the fact that I concur with what the man who just spoke now said. We cannot overemphasize the fact that Tinubu has been dodging debates and he has not had a very sound health. In fact, the closer the election, or the more the election draws near, the more, I don't know, the more sickly the man becomes, I don't know if it's the tension of the election or the election has taken a toll on the man. He's more uncoordinated, his body is breaking down. And we are just coming out from, we are still in a similar situation where his predecessor to be, if he becomes president, leaves the country every time, stays abroad for months while we pay for his hospital, treatment. And then we are going to face another, like 16 years of absence of leadership. And when this man finally becomes the president, we don't know the kind of criminals that will come into the government with him, that will, because of his ill health, begin to do us in again. This country is at the point of convulsing. We are entering a state where we can no longer stay without a leader. And this is the kind of person somebody is advising us to. I mean, if we are eating poison and we are dying, must we continue eating this poison? Enlightened people are here, but I don't know whether they wish the kind of thing they cannot wish for their family. Why do they wish it for everybody? If they ask anybody here now that the leader of your family should be Tinubu, everybody will say to Fiakwa. But that same person, you promote him to become our own leader in the whole of the country.
Hold on. If they say the leader of your family should be a multi-dollar billionaire, you will say to Fiakwa. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
That is not to fear power.
Look at
Zero. Hey, Zero, I believe you will say, oh, this is our son. This is our father. We have to stamp our father. Money.
Well, I guess you guys get the picture anyway. I'm not saying this because I don't like the man. I'm not saying this because I don't like. Well, what you cannot wish for your immediate family, don't wish it for the whole of the country. You know, this kind of leadership is a leadership that put us in the mess we are in. The same kind of old people. I don't know if Tinubu is going to be different, but you know, from what the kind. But I know that he has almost taken everything in Lagos to his property, to himself, you know, and this man takes Nigeria to himself. He's finished because his politics, the man knows how to. No, this man is very, very, very smart when it comes to this politics because he can prevent you from voting, and if he enters that place and prevent everybody from, we are finished, you know.
All right.
That's my message.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Wait, is he sick or is he smart or is all of the above? I'm confused.
I don't know because his politics seems to be working for him.
The man is smart. He's capable of doing so many dangerous things, but he's sick. But you're afraid of him because he's smart. He's just kind of
not smart in the normal sense, but in the crude sense of Nigerian politics.
Smart is smart.
Nigerian politics, the people that survive Nigerian politics are the ones that are cruel, that can do anything.
All right. I did say 3 minutes, X0. Thank you, X0. But it's just the time, 7 hours and 4 minutes. So let me see if I pretend like I have a life. But Alice tries to join us again, and we're so determined to hear from her. So, Alice, you know how it usually works. You just open the mouth and then utter words. They call it speaking. Try that, Alice. Look at that. Go on, you can do it. Go on, Alice.
But she's been commenting in the comment section, no?
No. She's been clicking on the hyperlink, but I'm not quite sure why we cannot hear from her. You know, Alice. All right, so there it is. So no Alice tonight for you guys. So thank you. At least you tried. That's the main thing, you tried. So thank you, Alice. Let's go from Alice to Adewale. So Adewale, we're about to round off. So a very just short closing remark from you.
Thank you, Woman. Greetings to everybody in the studio. I cannot join late today. Interesting topic. If I may, I think it's all about the today's town hall debate. Right, Woman?
Yes, it is.
Great. I was watching it, but after some time, I left to watch the Senegal and England match. Anyway, so the discussion today is about
who won that match, Adewale?
England won the match.
Africa, last.
There's nothing Senegal could do. They were just they were not there. That's just where I'll put it. They play with a superior team. That's just it. Anyway, I don't want to waste everybody's time. So this is where I look at it. It's in twofold. One, if if I had to be there, Tinubu's handler, I wouldn't want him to join any public debate for now. The chances is that, there's this musician that sang this song. They said, "Aye, reti eleya." Oh, you know that song, right?
Only
So
Ajan Lekoko has the license to sing.
no,
Carry
Ayé
on.
retí ẹlẹ́yà mi o.
no,
Wọ́n retí
that's not
ẹlẹ́yà
even the
mi
song.
o.
That is not
Lójoojúmọ́.
way before that one came out. Sir.
That's
That one
cool
was
now.
Admiral Adekunle, I believe. And he
Oh,
said, "Ayé tí ẹlẹ́yà ó níbẹ̀lẹ̀ fi tolúwa." You know
Nífẹ̀ẹ́nu
the song.
wá sí o.
That's the song. See,
Apala
That's
kọ́
what,
nìyẹn, Apala.
no, it's a juju.
See,
It's a juju.
you guys are old school. How come you
That
don't
was
know?
in
You
the
don't remember
70s. That was
this?
maybe 72 or 73. I mean, yeah.
You
Yes.
see, that was I think Billy Abiodun and Shina Peter something. I'm not so
No,
sure.
Adewale, what's the name of this Baba? Prince Adewale, I mean Prince
Prince
something,
Adewale,
Prince Adewale or something like that. I
something
can't
like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that is the way I see the society expecting him to mess up so that they can attack him from there. But you see, Governor Fashola once said during one of his interviews that he never mentioned it to him, but Tinubu has a way that he come across to people. His look that he had a placid look that probably would look at him that this one doesn't even know what he's doing. But deep down, this guy is so smart that he can, outsmart you right there on the spot. But you see, if he had joined that debate today, the attention would have been about him. But how do you remain relevant in a political discussion like this? We have a few months before the election. What he has been doing is what he's been doing consistently, means dodging public engagement. And it's working well for him. Up to now, all the debates he had attended are all organized by his own political parties, right? Now, if he had attended to this debate, perhaps because there was a question, the one of the anchors asked the candidates about their health, if they will be able to disclose, their health and all that health status, and at the same
Yes.
time, if they will, decide to start using, our hospitals here
Nigerian hospitals,
in
yes.
Nigeria. And some of them, trying to dance around it. Some of them say, well, they're in good health. Nobody will tell you they're not in good health. And we, the electorate, we are not a medical doctor. So you can't diagnose somebody until you're able to get to the root cause of what is wrong with them. It's just about what we perceive as being sick. But we should not also forget that this particular candidate, um, except we don't have the law, the EPA law in America. I don't know what they call it in Europe or in England. I can't tell you, as my employer, you are not mandated to ask me my health status, even your insurance, right?
HIPAA laws.
HIPAA laws. It won't even ask you about whether you have cancer, or they will just ask you if you're a smoker or you're a drinker, and the basic question like that. And the rest is, but then we want our electorate, public politicians to disclose their health status. Even here in America, I could remember very well 2 years ago, or 3 years ago actually, when President Biden and President President Trump were, in the heat of their election campaign. And there was a lot of rumors around about Biden not competent enough to hold his own during the debate and all that. But we all saw what went down. It became a shouting match to the point that everybody was trying to shout each other. But that tells you that sometimes you should not doubt. For those that, of course, Tinubu is already, corpse is already nailed to the cross. It's just ready to be buried to some people. While some people are die-hardcore followers of, even if Tinubu cannot walk today, they will carry him. In a wheelchair, they will carry him to Asoro. But see, that's all about. But we should leave what is the point is that he had appeared at the public engagement before. Now, what I foresee happening,
All right, bring it home. It's only
okay,
because it's 7 hours. 7
See,
hours already.
I'm going to tackle now. Somebody, okay. to round it up, somebody mentioned that why is he going to the Chatham House in London instead of facing the electorate? You see, what we see is that we usually look at the local, but we should look beyond our local environment. We should set our priority beyond the border, beyond what we see. And I think that's what Jonathan, I think Jonathan also spoke at the Chatham House. So there's nothing wrong. Sometimes,
Even Buhari spoke at Chatham House.
yeah, it's nothing wrong in because we see what I've not seen these candidates saying, talking about is their public relations engagement. I haven't seen them what they need to do, and I haven't heard any one of them, because as if Nigeria is going to be isolated. It shouldn't be. We should probe more. We should ask more because it seems that our border is porous. What are we going to do with our neighboring countries and all that? So, not to take much of everybody's time. Thank you very much for the time. Hopefully, I'll join maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, if you can, because we'll be addressing that Chatham House space tomorrow, and you are a strong voice, so I'm sure people would like to hear from you. So thank you, Adewale. You always come late, and then
one man, have you got the link that guy promised you for the to connect with the Chatham House this thing?
No, I haven't gotten it. So thank you, Adale Koko. Yes, if anybody has the link to the Chatham House event, please send it to me via Instagram, please. Just so we can, as much as we can, take from that space. So let me pop my Instagram there so that everybody has it. So if you come across the link to the Chatham House interaction by Tinubu, just send it to my Instagram, and then I'll do the rest. So thank you for that. And thank you, Adewale. So gentlemen, just be mindful of 3 minutes slot. Rational Mind, we didn't get to hear much from you today.
It's okay. It's just sometimes bewildered. I just get mental confusion when I hear people come and just try to spin things around in the way they think they view it. Well, it's up to them. That's their opinion. Tinubu going to Chatham House, we make excuses for him. Recently, we saw some presidential candidates. They went to NIIA, Nigeria Institute of International, whatever in Victoria Land there. They went there to talk about their foreign policies. We never saw Tinubu there. Tinubu was never there. Chatham House is almost like NIIA that we have in Victoria Island. It's the same thing. It's an institute where people come and talk about foreign policy as it affects the country or whatever country. But why is this guy? What is this guy hiding? People make all kinds of excuses for this guy. Oh, he doesn't want to talk to these people, but he can go out and talk to the same media that you're trying to avoid in Nigeria, the same media or platform you want to use to launch yourself. It tells us it's up to Nigerians to figure out, to read between the lines here, because if this man is making excuses and is trying to hone the narrative, it tells us what he's going to do when he gets in there. He's going to own the narrative in Aso Rock. I mean, many things that we fear, but no doubt, because we're going to see another despotic person in Aso Rock who wants to call the shots, however he sees it.
Does Tinubu strike you as despotic?
He is.
All right.
I'll put it at that. He is. If I want us to talk about it, maybe some other time.
Yeah.
So, I just want to end it there. Nigerians, it's up to you. We always come on this platform, another platform, and tell you how to see things. We'll weigh things from different angles. It's up to you to make your decision. You all will live with it by yourself. I won't live with it. I'm here in the West, and I'm sure I will live my life. Good night, and everybody, and I hope to see you in the next session.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Rational Mind. So thank you, and thank you for keeping within the time. So that's Rational Mind. So thank you, Rational Mind. Let's go on from Rational Mind to I think we've heard from X0. So let's go on to Dapo. So Dapo, closing remarks. Unmute.
Yeah. It's been a wonderful time. Yeah, I've wanted. Yeah, it's been a wonderful time. Lastly, let me just let me comment on some things I had again in this roundup. Out of all the candidates, I still maintain. Somebody said that Tinubu is sick, is this, is that, is that. Look, that man, if that man throughout his tenure, if he goes sick, that economy will run. Ask me why. It will run. He's the only candidate that I've seen that people rally around him. He has team. That's what businesses, countries need to survive, to go above board. I've seen him today in his house in London. They were like, people around him they were like maybe like they can't make less than maybe 10 or 15 in his sitting room. I've seen Obi today. Maybe there were just about 2 or 3 or 4 or so, and other candidates like that. And the show rest. Who are the people around them? One man, especially a country like Nigeria, one man cannot run a country like Nigeria. Who are the people around supporting these people? So that's what I just see. If he all through his tenure, if he stays in the hospital, Nigeria will run because of the people supporting him. that's my take. So I wish Nigeria did. I'm not particular about Tinubu, basically. I'm not particular about him, but look, good governance. That's the ultimate. Good governance. Anybody that will do it and do it right, even if it's Obi, fine. If he does it well, good. But like somebody said today, saving is not a business strategy. It's not. Sometimes it's not. If you look at it very well, it's not a business strategy. Something like it's like keeping money in the bank and you are investing. So there are two different things. You get two different returns for the two. So that's the thing. Thank you very much, everybody. So we'll see you again tomorrow.
All right. So thank you, Dakwa. So all right. Thank you, Dakwa. So join us more often, because I think people really respond to your outlook on the political space. So that's Dakwa, one of the fast evolving commentators on this space. So thank you, Dakwa. So from Dakwa, let's go on to world peace. Konnichiwa. Baba Bomboy.
Konnichiwa, everybody. Quickly, let me first of all, I use my trademark. Greet the people with the comment section. Mona, click, like, share, and thumbs up. Don't forget to buy coffee. Do what I say, not what I do. Because when I do my own, like booyaka. Anyway, I greet Ajale Koko, Oga Kulata, I greet you. Oga Dakbo, nice one, I greet you. Rational Mind, faceless man, Tinubu, fourth son, unknown man, unknown gunman on this session, I greet you. It's not really know who you be, but we still greet you. Oga Ajale Koko, I greet you, and the rest people who are not come meet, I greet them. Anyway, quick one on that Tinubu matter. I believe he will still have his meeting, because I think he has not finished his campaign. He has not been to Edo State yet to do his rally and some other places, as he's not done with his campaign yet. I feel when he's done with his campaign, he will have a sit down and have a talk. Again, you know that it's a political strategy. When everybody's yearning for you, wants to hear from you, then it makes you now become so important. And I think that's what he's playing at. So everybody is asking, Tinubu is not talking. We're not seeing Tinubu in town hall meeting, and maybe be around February, a week before the election, he will do that, and he will his own. They say the best for the last. His own will not be the last topic and last talk on the town. So I believe he's making a move too. I don't want to believe that he's avoiding debate, but at least for once, talk to the people. I know he will talk to the people. I'm not against Tinubu. I'm not against Obi. Any of them that wins it from the south, I'm very, very okay with it. And in between Tinubu and Obi, Tinubu is more likable to win it because of power of incumbency and his strategy and his political mind stroke and followers. He has a war chest and all that. So that's how I see it. It's not fight, it's not quarrel. We come here and say how we see it and go back and talk to our people. And my people, I bet when get PVC, when I vote on a choice, vote on a candidate, the election be this, will not stay for house. One man, thank you. Gababati, I will send the number. I'll send the number away for the number. Once I get the number, I'll send it to you people. One man, peace, I'm out.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So that's an expectant further world pace. So from world pace to the man with the data, Kulata.
Ajale Koko, I know say the valley check back from Lale, you go down bros.
You know how many times he has flogged you in his spine,
I got under his skin
Kulata the
many times.
capitalist. Capitalism yóò work mọ́ àfẹ́ ìmọ̀ ẹ̀ máa lọ ẹ kúrò nùbú wa. Ẹ jẹ́ káwa socialist rọ̀ nílùú yìí for 8 years. Kẹ́kẹ́ ẹ̀ bó
No,
bá ti lè ṣe.
mo fẹ́ kẹ́ lọ taste life ní Cuba kẹ́ wá sọ bóyá ẹ máa like America àbí ẹ máa dúró sí Cuba. Ìyẹn ló máa jẹ́ ká
Wá wọlé nípa yẹn.
Anyway, it was a good and robust session. I mean, I was just thinking about it. Like, this is the only platform that I know that you have, like, now people that come out to support Tinubu, people that come out to support Showore, people that come out to support Obi, and I mean, some shy Atiku supporters. So it's a balance.
Alexander Akashi.
And that's why I said shy, because he doesn't come out to come and bat for Atiku.
Yes.
But I mean, and also Solomon. It's not just Alexander and Solomon, an engineer. Actually, there are 3 Atiku people that I know, and Kwankwaso here too. Okay, so it's a very, very balanced platform. It's not. I mean, you bring your voice, argue your points, and I'm sure people are going to push back hard against you. So it's a very good educational school in learning critical thinking and argument. Because if your thoughts are not coherent, people will call your bull on a lot of logical inconsistencies, and I mean, it sharpens up your skills. So please come and join and make your voice heard and explain your ideology. Like, we're getting into ideological debates. We're not staying into hand they shake, leg they shake, and all that nonsense. But as it is, the Tinubu factor. Look, the man has given you guys a choice for the voters. Unfortunately for me, I'm not a voter. If you don't like what he's doing, don't support him. Go against him. But I think at the back of people's minds, I'm starting to suspect that people have resigned that this guy is actually going to win. That's why we're seeing a lot of like people very upset and mad that it didn't show up. Because I mean, if you feel you're gonna beat him, you should be happy. But I'm thinking people have resigned that he's gonna be their next president. So if that's the case, I can understand how people feel. If it's inevitable that maybe by hook or crook he's gonna be the president. I don't know. It's Nigeria. So I mean, it's not too late. Push for your candidates, do whatever it is. But Nigeria will be at peace March next year. We will support whoever gets in. That's the way it's going to be. So thanks everyone, and hope we can get the Chatham link tomorrow, and we'll record any gaff that comes out of it.
All right, brilliant. So that's Kulata. It's nothing personal. Oh, have we lost Ajan Lekoko? So, no, we've not lost him. So nothing personal with Kulata. It's just the facts and data. That's all. I wonder if he has blood running in his veins. Sometimes I speculate he might not have blood running in his vein. It's just has mathematical formulas, and taxing the poor, like all of that sort of stuff. But thank you, Kulata. So the final word, of course, the father of the bride, the man with the golden gun, the daddy of them all, Ajan Lekoko.
Thank you, one man. Thank you to everybody that came on the platform today. Very, very interactive session, very engaging, very purposeful. I mean, the intellectual discourse is the best of the best. Kulata mentioned it. This is the best platform where you have diverse people with diverse political leaning. Kwankwaso, Showore, I am for Showore. We have Adewale, we have people supporting Atiku, we have, and everybody, put out their position, with cogent reason and factual position. We don't
just talk and go. This is not just talk and go, where people will just say something, talk, and just walk away, like some other platform. Factual based, you know, and you see, it's a wonderful platform that one man have created, and we are one family now, and we scattered all over the world. World Peace from Japan, I'm in America, Kulata in America, Dapo in Nigeria, Thomas in Australia, and we just love that country, our Nigeria. We just want that country to work. We want the best of the best for that country, and that is what we come every day here to discuss. And coming 2023, it is clear that the old guards are the one that are still trying to dominate us, but we can resist them. We can dominate them by going for the right candidate, a candidate that um, have articulated their plan, and with the capacity to lead, like Showore and Adewale of SDP. Those are the two candidates I see that can take us in a new direction to a kind of country that we are all looking forward to. And Tinubu can run from pillar to pole, but he cannot run away from his shadow. Tomorrow, what is running away from us, is running away from us not to ask hard questions from him. Tomorrow, we're going to see maybe the embarrassment will come tomorrow at the international stage, at Chartered House. Let's wait and see. I want to suspect that Reno Omokri will be waiting for him, will be in attendance with some other people to ask him hard questions. So he can run away. He cannot run away from himself. He cannot run away from his shadow. Tomorrow, we're going to see, maybe tomorrow it's going to be an embarrassing international, international embarrassment for him tomorrow. Let's wait and see. If it's going to shine tomorrow, we will see tomorrow. So other than that, I will thank all of you at the commentary session. You have done well. You are the strength of the platform. Oga, Ayo, Akashi, Crown, every other person. You are the best, guys. You are the strength of the platform. God will continue to bless you all. And those of you listening to us from the beginning to this time, please do us a favor. Click on the like button, share, subscribe, so that you can help the YouTube algorithm of this platform. One man in America, we say another day, another dollar. But in this situation, another day, another best interactive session. 7.5 is not a joke. One man. God will bless you for bringing us together all the time. Tomorrow, bring us another round. I guarantee you, we shall join you and we will continue the struggle from there. See you, one man. Good morning to you over there in Britain. Good night to all Americans. Thank you, one man. See you tomorrow.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So of course, you already know the routine. Once Ajanle Koko has a say, the curtain falls. So the curtain falls. So thank you one and all. A long session, but it's not at all been grueling. I think it was because of where it started, because it started a lot earlier. So because of the live streaming, because of the debate, of course. So it gives me enough of a time to get ready to go again tomorrow. So I said tomorrow, later on today, really. So there it has been. So thank you one and all for joining. Just as Ajanle Koko said, please make sure you are clicking on the. We had, well, I suspect we have crossed the 300 concurrent viewership at some point today. But if you look at the like button, it doesn't do justice to the sort of viewership that we get around here. So click on the like button if you can, if you haven't done that already, and make sure you're subscribed as well, at least just to reward the effort. Do that. So do that. Click on like and subscribe, and then of course to the super chatters, the coffee buyers. So the coffee buyers today were Ayo as ever, and Meadowman joined him today. So to the super chatters, the coffee buyers, the in-betweeners, and the one with the intention but not the movement. So all of you want to know. So thank you all. We'll do it all again, of course, later on. So I'll leave you here. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.